And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley. It is Monday, the 15th of September in the year of our Lord, 2025. Thank you for joining me right here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate your patronage here. I know you're looking for truth. We do our level best here every day, and we appreciate you taking time. We've got a lot to get to today as more details of the suspect in Charlie Kirk's assassination comes to light. The assassination of Charlie Kirk was an attack on the most basic of American principles, the freedom to your opinion, and the freedom to engage in a society with people who believe differently than you without fear that you will be gunned down in front of 3,000 college kids and murdered for your opinion. That was taken from Charlie last week, but there are millions of Americans rising up in his wake, dead set on ensuring it's not taken for good. In fact, it was a watershed moment that will change Americans and America forever. America will cease to exist if the left continues on its war path, stoking political violence and celebrating when a civilian kills another in cold blood over thoughts. America will cease to exist if the echo chambers of progressivism churn out death sentences for those that do not agree and push back hard. I'm still not over this, folks. I think there are millions of others who feel the same way I do. Charlie's death, however, has given life to a movement bigger than himself. It's up to us to spark that movement and keep it alive. In the blowback from the assassination of Charlie, Turning Point USA has seen an explosion of support. Prior to the killing, TPUSA had 900 official college chapters and roughly 1,200 official chapters in high school, a total of 3,500 affiliations in all. But since that shot took his life, there have been over 32,000 inquiries on how to start a new chapter. 32,000. The revival in America is growing. And it is the blood of Charlie that's making it happen, of course, along with the blood of Christ. Americans are waking up left and right with a desire to right this wrong. Here's former Democrat Batya Ungar-Sargon. Listen to what she says here.
But what actually caused this was the utterly quotidian, utterly ubiquitous demonization of the political opposition from the left. And it has just led to violence because they said the other side were Hitler and Nazis. They said that speech is violence. To combine those two things together is to sign the death warrant of prominent conservatives. And that is what we are seeing again and again and again. And it is utterly facetious to suggest that there is any comparison between political violence on both sides. Every example they bring is not actually showing that, whether it's Governor Shapiro, whose attempted assassination was from a Free Palestine leftist, or whether it was the Minnesota assassinations, which were from somebody who said he was operating at the behest of Democrat Governor Tim Walz.
Truth is an important thing, isn't it? There has to be a reckoning in this country. There has to be a condemnation of political violence, yes, but especially of the kind of rhetoric that stokes this kind of political violence. Charlie knew this is where we were headed. This is why he fought so hard at such a young age to keep the conversation going, to show his opponents that conservatives are people, real people, with reasonable opinions. Not the thick-skulled bigots and fascists that the mainstream media and Democrats would have you believe. That's not me. I'm not a Nazi or a fascist or a white supremacist or a bigot. It's a false claim. It always has been. What do they say, though, over and over again? Well, let's run the tape, shall we?
Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
This is what kicking
out of fascism looks like.
Try to prevent the spread of the lawlessness and the fascist chaos that's been unleashed against us.
So when we say Donald Trump is a fascist, fascism, a huge component of fascism is uniting racism, bigotry, a form of racist nationalism.
We are now living in a fascist dictatorship.
We are worried about potential rise of fascism in this country. We're worried about our democracy falling to an authoritarian and potentially fascist form of government.
Not only to roll over to Donald Trump's will, but to roll over our democracy and allow him to take over this country as a fascist dictator.
When fascism isn't just coming, it's already here.
The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, said, "No one has ever been more dangerous to this country than Donald Trump, and he is a fascist to his core."
Yeah. You and I both know there are hours upon hours upon hours more of where that came from. Again, I'm not a Nazi. I'm not a fascist. I'm not a white supremacist. I'm not a danger to the left. I'm not a danger to anyone, really. They want to pretend I am. Seems to be the only way they can win, by turning you and I out to be villains instead of engaging with our ideas and debating. But they've already lost the debate. The debate's over. It died with Charlie Kirk. How ironic is that? What does lifelong Democrat Maxine Waters instruct her constituents to do? Of course, hers is always about the same thing: violence. Here she is.
If you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome.
And let's be clear, that is the exact opposite of what Charlie Kirk did. He said everyone was welcome to engage with him, and yet he was the one labeled as a hateful bigot. Charlie was shot, sitting underneath a sign that read, "Prove me wrong." And a deranged far-left lunatic decided that the best way to do that was to shoot him, not engage in a conversation, to kill him where he sat. Because the left had convinced him that Charlie was the moral equivalent of Adolf Hitler, and you and I, Nazis. There are many Democrats refusing to accept their responsibility, their clear responsibility here for their vile rhetoric. Elizabeth Warren, J.B. Pritzker have immediately pivoted to blaming Donald Trump, of course, in January the 6th. That has nothing at all to do with this. This whataboutism is sickening, predictable. Left-wing podcaster Charlemagne the God stopped Jasmine Crockett a little from pivoting by doing something unexpected, that is, acknowledging it at least a little. Here he is.
I think we all incite whether we think we do or not. And what I mean by that is I've definitely, called that regime fascist, right?
Yeah.
If you hear somebody call him Hitler, or when he calls us racist scumbags.
Yeah.
If there's some white supremacist lunatic who thinks you or me as a racist scumbag, let me take that racist scumbag out. If there's somebody that thinks, oh, Hitler, and then they look at a lot of the actions that are going on, they're like, well, let's prevent this before 4 million people get killed. So I can understand how all of it incites violence.
Yeah, no, I could see it, but
I think we all incite, said Charlemagne the God. Not really. You can still see her trying to deflect, and mark my words, this will be the end of the line for moderate Democrats. There can be no but. There can be no but after condemning political violence, because anything that came before but is meaningless. Americans in the world just witnessed the public execution of a young father and husband, and they're watching a concerning amount of liberals celebrate on TikTok and Instagram and Blue Sky, you name it. I won't even play all the evidence on here because it's so disrespectful and disgusting. And Americans are turning away for those reasons. This is where cancel culture has led us. On pre-Musk Twitter, you were deplatformed for having an unpopular opinion. Donald Trump was kicked off. Project Veritas. Sitting members of Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene, kicked off. Professionals like Dr. Peter McCullough, gone. Charlie Kirk himself, silenced. When parents protested government overreach at school board meetings, they were labeled domestic terrorists. And Attorney General Merrick Garland launched dozens of investigations into these parents using our counterterrorism task force to try to intimidate parents into surrender. Thankfully, they didn't back down, most of them. Pro-abortion groups, Jane's Revenge, vandalized, terrorized, and set on fire pregnancy help clinics, leaving messages like this that read, "If abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either." Who are the terrorists? These were pregnancy help clinics, offices often run by volunteers that set up at-risk moms with the resources and support they need to try to give life to their unborn child. But this is what the left has become, it seems. Sad. They don't care what you're contributing to society. They don't care who you're helping. They only care that you get in line with their ideology or else. It's being confirmed across multiple sources that the shooter lived with his transgender partner and that he had an anti-fascist and transgender phrases etched into his ammunition. His family confirmed this. Despite growing up in a conservative household, the killer had far-left beliefs, and apparently so did his roommate and lover. It is almost mind-bending that the question Charlie was answering at the time of his death was about mass shootings committed by transgender individuals. The message can't be any clearer. The fruit of the left-wing political activism is rotten to its core, and I pray, I do, that more than ever, Americans reject this hateful ideology, and I think they are. I want to give you some hope for that. I think this kind of shock has opened the eyes of many into just how toxic left-wing ideology has become. I'm seeing a lot more of this. This is from CBS's 9 News. Listen to this.
We want to live in a country where someone like Charlie Kirk can speak his mind, making some people cheer and other people scream in anger. And if they want, they can meet his speech with speech of their own. And then everyone goes home safe to their families. That's how America's supposed to work. Words can hurt. Words can harm. Words can cause fear. But words are different than physical violence. And this country has long recognized that even harmful speech is worth protecting because speech is an alternative to violence.
And this is why, even there, this is why the speech is violence argument is completely false and completely falls apart. Speech is not violence. It's an alternative to it. Shooting somebody in the throat, that's violence. Shooting someone you disagree with, that's violence. When you believe that speech is violence, then you can justify opposing it with actual violence. That's what Charlie Kirk's murderer told himself. I think a lot of people on social media, they feed this flood of sound bites from Charlie's debates and conversations with people he disagreed with. And I think they're realizing that Charlie is, or sadly was, a hell of a lot more reasonable than the media ever painted him to be. That a man willing to defend his beliefs with dignity is a better person than those in society who would rather see someone like him killed, murdered in front of his own family. Listen to this from the man who was asking Charlie that last question when he was shot.
It does sometimes feel like I am one of the few, definitely not the only, but certainly maybe a minority of the left that really cares still about life or family or America. I mostly came in there because Charlie's very open about having some sort of dialogue or some sort of conversation that, you know, he believes in engaging. And I'm pretty on the record of how much I disagree with him, but I do definitely respect how much he's willing to platform voices to ensure that, you know, at least some semblance of a good conversation can.
He did platform voices, including that young man's. He'll never get that vision out of his head. Nice Antifa flag on the wall if you missed it. It's been discarded, but if it can be renewed, if enough people would value it, cherish it, and stand against cancel culture, we can bring civility back to American civilization. We can do it. It's what Charlie was trying to do and would want. It's what I want. And I hope that more and more of those across the aisle want it too. It's time for conversations, not assassinations. We'll take a break, and after that, we'll discuss Kash Patel's appearance on Fox News, where he provided more harrowing updates on the suspected assassin. along with President Trump's potential bid to introduce the Charlie Kirk Act. What does that mean? We'll explain straight ahead.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of the timeless truth about gold and silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Earlier today, FBI Director Kash Patel made an appearance on Fox News to provide further updates on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Patel went on to note that the collaborative efforts between the FBI and Utah law enforcement revealed that the killer, Tyler Robinson, expressed his desire to kill Charlie in a note found saying that he had an opportunity and he was going to take it. And a sweep done at the scene further revealed the rifle used was wrapped in a towel stowed in a bush with DNA samples reported. Furthermore, the killer reported to be uncooperative so far when questioned by the FBI. While further developments become available, President Trump has floated the idea of renaming the Smith-Mundt Act to the Charlie Kirk Act, with the act holding the media outlets accountable for the dissemination of information to ensure no conspiracies nor half-truths are broadcast. Here with me to discuss this, the executive director of the American Constitutional Rights Union and former Congressman, Lieutenant Colonel Allen West. Colonel, nice to see you.
Pleasure to be with you. Thank you, Steve.
You know, it's interesting, those on the left, and it's not, look, I'm going to be fair about this. It's not every Democrat. I have some Democrats that are friends that are totally appalled by this, okay? Totally appalled. But for some, they think, you see them celebrating on social media and so forth, calling Charlie Kirk a fascist. The ultimate expression of fascism is what? Murdering the person talking. I mean, this is so obvious. You murder the person because you can't defeat them in a debate, so you murder them. That is, by definition, fascism, Colonel.
No, you're absolutely right, and I find it quite laughable that you have an organization called Antifa that's supposed to be anti-fascist, but yet they're the ones going out there and beating up and assaulting people and shooting people because they disagree with them. And the fact that this shooter had inscribed on a bullet, "Hey, fascists, catch," he probably should have pointed that weapon at himself because he represents true fascism. You had a school board member up in Chesterfield, Virginia, that put on her social media account, once upon a time we celebrated when we kill Nazis. And this is after Charlie Kirk being shot. So yes, we need to do something about holding media, social media outlets, and all of these to make sure that they're doing what is right and not fomenting all of this violence and all of this hate out there and calling people these names that dehumanize individuals. So then it, in the warped minds of some, it makes it justified for them to be assassinated or to definitely be assaulted.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I'll just read just a quick example here. Good effing morning to everybody except those using Charlie Kirk's murder to justify attacking trans kids and calling Democrats evil. You're the problem. Your hate will get people killed. I'm sorry. Which transgender person was shot in the throat and murdered last Wednesday because their name doesn't come to mind? One guy comes to mind who was having open conversations about it. He didn't agree with people. He had a point of view, and he was murdered for being an American, for being a Christian, and believing in what he said.
No,
that's what happened.
Right. You're absolutely right. Let's think about what happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where another person suffering from gender dysphoria shot up the Annunciation Catholic School while these kids were at Mass. Let's think about what happened in Nashville, Tennessee, where another person suffering from gender dysphoria shot up a Christian school. So we're starting to see these trends, indicators, and warnings. And if you come out and you say that gender dysphoria is a mental condition, that's not Alan West saying this. That's the American Psychiatric Association that has said this. And so this is getting to the point where if you don't bow down and subscribe to the religion of the left, being the gender dysphoria, the gay marriage, the open borders, what have you, the wanton murder of our unborn, then they're trying to say that justifies your being killed. And again, let's stop with the Nazi stuff. Let's stop with the Hitler stuff. Let's stop with the, calling me a black white supremacist, because what you're trying to do is demean, denigrate, and disparage me to make it easier for me to be assaulted and attacked.
Yeah, a black white supremacist. That's okay. I mean, if I'm a Nazi and a fascist and a white supremacist and a white nationalist and an overall bad guy. My daughter came down in tears on Wednesday after it had been announced that Charlie died and asked if I would quit doing my job because she fears for my life. She said, "Dad, could you retire now?" That's what the left has accomplished, terrorizing people. But let me tell you something, Colonel. Charlie Kirk planted thousands of seeds for freedom, for Christianity, and you saw it. It's not just here in America. I saw rallies in England and France and Australia and New Zealand, all over the globe. Charlie Kirk is not an American phenomenon. He's a global phenomenon. Bigger in death than he was in life. And I'm sorry, terribly sorry that price had to be paid. But his legacy is bigger now than it ever would have been, I believe. And there's hope in that, isn't there?
You're absolutely right. 32,000 inquiries about starting new Turning Point USA chapters at high schools and college and university campuses, young people that have seen this. And let's go back. Chuck Schumer once called for, Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh to reap the win. And what happened? Someone was found outside of Justice Kavanaugh's home. He was apprehended and arrested. You look at what happened with the congressional baseball team, the Republican congressional baseball team that were gunned down by a deranged Bernie Sanders supporter. All of this has been occurring on the left. We need to start getting this under control. Of course, they always come back to the one singular moment of January 6th, but Ashley Babbitt was the only person that lost her life that day. She was not a leftist. And so we need to start going after these groups like Antifa and whatever, follow the money, making sure they don't get the support, making sure they don't have a platform out there. And I tell you, I don't think this shooter acted alone. I believe that they're investigating some 6 to 7 people that may have had prior knowledge about what happened on September the 10th.
Yeah. So tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, will gather in Arizona next weekend, Sunday, for Charlie Kirk's memorial. It concerns me that all of those people gathered together become a target of some more from other deranged leftists. What can we do? There's a move afoot to make these civil settings safer. Any suggestions? Last thought.
Yeah, I think that you'll have law enforcement protection and support out there. And there are plenty of old retired Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines that are out there that would love to be able to protect the final homegoing for Charlie Kirk. So I think that you just have a heightened security presence. And we need to have a heightened security presence in every aspect. But we cannot stop speaking out. Steve, continue to do what you're doing. Tell your daughters that men and women have sacrificed and laid down their lives for you to be able to get on air and tell the truth.
Amen. I will never give in, not to these people. Colonel, always appreciate you. Thank you.
My pleasure. God be with you, and God bless you, Steve.
And God bless you, my friend. Coming up after the break, Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier today as strikes in North Gaza intensified. Stories and more coming up.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me.
Like me.
Like me.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu on Sunday to discuss a path toward peace in Gaza. His two-day visit signals support for an increasingly isolated Israel as the United Nations considers a Palestinian state, which Netanyahu clearly opposes. The IDF struck northern Gaza over the weekend, leveling 3 high-rise buildings, including the Islamic University, and killing at least 13 people. Israel also hit Doha on September the 9th, killing 6 Hamas leaders without notifying President Trump and stalling ceasefire talks. Qatar's prime minister condemned the strike and met with Muslim nations Sunday to coordinate a response. Meanwhile, thousands have fled Gaza City amid reports of malnutrition, death, and the Gaza Ministry claiming over 64,000 Palestinians have been killed in 2 years, despite Israel sending more than 1,200 aid trucks just last week. Ryan Ralph, accused of trying to assassinate President Donald Trump during his candidacy, entered his 6th day of trial this morning in Fort Pierce, Florida. Prosecutors opened Ralph's own words: "Trump cannot be elected, and I need Trump to go away." Ralph allegedly plotted for months, traveling from Hawaii. He positioned himself at Trump International Golf Club with a loaded rifle. Ralph is representing himself, and he gave a 7-minute statement cut short after rambling about Hitler and the Wright brothers and God only knows what. Several witnesses testified last week. One Secret Service agent testified Ralph looked him in the eye and smiled while aiming at him. Witnesses and evidence, including clothing and 2 backpacks, were recovered from his hideout by the fence linking him to the scene. Routh faces multiple charges, including attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate. The trial expected to run today until about 5:30. We'll keep you updated if anything big happens. Meanwhile, Desmond Holley is the suspect in a school shooting at Evergreen High School in Jefferson County, Colorado. It also happened September 10th, left 2 students in critical condition before he shot and killed himself. Officials report the 16-year-old Holley had a fascination with past mass shootings, including Columbine, and frequented online gore sites related to true crime, violence, and death. Folks, watch your kids. Authorities say Holley was radicalized by an extremist network. Posts show him emulating past shooters and displaying Nazi symbols, including a shirt similar to one worn by Columbine shooters with wrath written on it. The incident exposes the dark side of the internet and the growing threat of online radicalization and extremist influence of teenagers, presenting a clear danger to Americans and our communities. Folks, we need to do better. A lot of this violence connected to dark areas of the internet, places that most of us aren't even familiar with, but your kids and grandkids are. Keep that in mind. If you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline, or your books are a mess, don't wait. The IRS cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month, up to 25%, just for not filing. But there is help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or haven't filed in years. It's okay. They've seen it all and know exactly how to clean up that mess, the one you've created. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishment or bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter, please. Instead, call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAB to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. You'll be darn glad you did. Coming up after the break, hatred and violence. It's nothing new for far-left liberals, from cancel culture to, well, assassinations. They continue to show their true colors, especially in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder. More details coming up.
Sometimes business travel takes you to Chicago, Amsterdam, Los Angeles, New Delhi, Tel Aviv, or Tokyo. And sometimes to Count of Air. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you!
What's your destination? Book a limo. Any car, anywhere.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a
a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
All right, here we go. Continuing now. Far-left liberals continue to show their true colors in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. The fringe left, the alt-left, celebrating his death, stomping over memorials at various vigils across the country. Classy. Always keep it classy. This is nothing new for the far-left radicals in the fringe, the alt-left. They've continued this ideology for years. It starts with cancel culture by some and ends with assassination for others. Yet they call themselves the party of love and tolerance. Joining me to discuss the violent ideology of the left's cancel culture, fringe, and hate is someone who experienced it himself. James Stockey, CEO of YourAmericanFlagStore.com. James, nice to see you back here again. Good to see you, my friend.
Thanks for having me back on, Steve.
All right. We haven't spoken since that horrible day last week. Your thoughts?
Well, I was actually watching your show as everything unfolded, and my emotions and my thoughts mirrored pretty much exactly what you were expressing on TV. I mean, I went from shock. I went from having a ton of hope, went to praying, and then the moment we found out, I mean, it's shocking. Then you get mad, and then the last several days, you just kind of sort through all these feelings of like, am I supposed to be mad? Am I supposed to, be happy that a guy like Charlie with such an amazing faith, I mean, he's where he wanted to eventually be. So it's just these incredible mixed of emotions. But I saw one video that Charlie made, and this was back after the first Trump assassination attempt, where Charlie said, "You take out one of us, 100 will appear. If you take out one of us, 1,000 will appear. If you take out one of us, 10,000 will appear." And I'm here to tell you that I am one. I have appeared. Not just me, but a million like me. We're all upset. We're trying to get our bearings on how we're going to attack this ideology that is poisoning our country. And through last several months, my wife and I have been talking, and I've teased with this idea of running for the Senate here in Tennessee because I'm not happy. I actually, as you know, we had a bill that would end cancel culture here in Tennessee. I testified to the legislature in Tennessee, and there was a bunch of rhino Republicans and Democrats that just wouldn't get on board. They wouldn't even protect their own Tennessean from these foreign corporate entities attacking us. So through that whole thing, I tried to remain poised. I tried to keep on the faith that this could change.
Right.
And I'm completely and utterly unconvinced that this will change with the leadership that we have. And that's why I wanted to come onto your show today to announce that I'll be running for Senate in Tennessee's District 12. I'm tired of seeing these weak rhino wannabe Republicans talking to us and making all these promises. And we don't need these weak people in office right now. What we need fighters.
So
we need people that
just
are going to take this fight there, and we're going to run all these crazy libs out of office.
Right. Just to be clear, State Senate, District 12. What's there? Give me an idea. What city somebody might recognize?
Knoxville is a neighboring county of ours. They're not in our district, but Knoxville is the closest thing to us. We got a bunch of rural cities that most people haven't heard of, but the people in this county, in Roane County and the several surroundings county, you don't get any more American than these people here. This is why I chose to come to this county from California. You just didn't get any more red. We left California because we saw the insanity that was going on during COVID. We wanted to find some place that we would never see that ever again in our lives, and our children would never see it. That's why we came here. And then now we're starting to see it creep in, and we hear all these things with gerrymandering and all of this nonsense. And we better get on the ball, and we better do these things, because if we don't, they will. And if they will, we lose Tennessee.
That's right. I don't think you're going to lose Tennessee, but I agree with your sentiments that we have to get on the ball. Here's something that's been happening since Charlie Kirk's assassination last week. And it keeps happening. Here's a new one. Dr. Matthew Young, vascular surgeon, Louisville, Kentucky, resigns after he said hateful things about Charlie Kirk in front of nurses and in front of patients. He deserved it. Well, you're unemployed, doctor. Good luck out there. You might land on your feet somewhere, but you won't land on your feet where you are. I have seen a lot of people firing people on the left. Well, what about freedom of speech? You've got freedom of speech, but there are repercussions. There are consequences. Charlie Kirk paid the highest price possible for free speech. So if you lose your job, I don't think that quite compares. Last word to you.
Well, let's be clear about what free speech is. First of all, we're allowed to have free speech, and it's protected by any type of prosecution from the government. It is not protected by the people. If I have an employee that is running their mouth and saying they want to kill anybody and do harm to anybody, let alone politicians, let alone prominent people, they want to harm anybody, they're out the door. They're not going to be around here. I have an obligation to protect the people that work here. So if you want to run your mouth and praise people that are being killed and that kind of behavior, you should get you know what? You deserve to be out on the street. And I hope to God that nobody even hires these people. They need to really understand that you do have the right to, just like what you said, Steve, you got the right to say what you want, but you are not free from the consequences.
That's exactly right. All right, real quickly, do you have a website so people that want to support you can, get there real quick?
Go to youramericanflagstore.com. Buy a flag from our family. You'll be supporting our efforts to take back Tennessee. Look, Tennessee needs a recalibration. A good friend of mine, Monty Fritz, who's now our current representative, he's going to be running for governor against Marsha Blackburn. And I want to say this real quick, Steve. When we were canceled, I reached out to every politician I could in Tennessee. Marsha Blackburn was one of them. We never heard a dang thing from her. So if she doesn't have the time as a senator, how in the world is she going to have the time as a governor to take care of us? She didn't answer our call. Monty Fritz will.
All right, James, there you have it. James Stackey, everybody. Really appreciate it. Talk to you again soon.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, don't go anywhere. We'll have more after the break here on America's Voice Live.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you'll probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Well, if you've been watching the gold markets here over the past 10 or 14 days, you saw something remarkable because the gold prices, I guess it goes back a little bit farther than that, to about August 19th. It began a run that's been pretty remarkable, up about $300 an ounce. So no matter what the market tells us, one thing, it seems that, it stands tall as gold. The team at Birch Gold set on letting customers know how to diversify their portfolio. Joining me to discuss the latest economic news, precious metals specialist for Birch Gold, Philip Patrick. Philip, nice to see you here today. You've said for a while, and boy, were you spot on. He said it's going to make a run. It's going to make a run. It's going to make a run. Now, it looks like it's kind of locked in a little bit here over the last few days, 36.50, 36.80. But the next time it runs, Philip, if it breaks $4,000, you and I have talked about this. All bets are off at that point. I don't know where gold goes. If you break that $4,000 ceiling, I don't know where it goes. Do you?
No, but I think the answer is up, and the trend is continuing at a pace. Over 30 all-time highs for gold this year alone. And as I've said before, it's being driven by the strongest fundamental of all, which is unprecedented demand. And it's coming predominantly from central banks. They've set another quarterly record. We set a record in the first half of this year. We're moving again. So Goldman Sachs now say $5,000. So they're predicting we break through that 4,000 at some point between now and this time next year. So it will be increasing. It's on the back of fundamentals. And like I said, all the big investment banks now are in agreement.
So Goldman Sachs, $5,000 12 months hence. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. It's coming from them, but all the big investment banks are now rapidly raising their predictions. They said 3,500 by the end of this year. We hit it mid-year. Now we're looking at 4,000 by end of year, 5,000 this time next year.
There you go. Now the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, publishing a blistering op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. What's your takeaway from it?
Look, he accused the Fed of emission creep, straying far beyond their legal mandate of stable prices and maximum employment, and he's absolutely correct. He cited the fact that since 2008, they've used extraordinary tools like near zero interest rates and quantitative easing, which had permanently distorted the American economy. And what he said is it's really affecting the middle class. We've seen this huge wealth transfer up to the top 1% and 10%, and it's the middle and lower classes that have suffered. Since the creation of the Fed, we've seen $50 trillion of wealth in the United States get shuffled up from the middle class up to that top 10%. And it's Federal Reserve policy that has really driven this, right? By creating assets or bubbles rather, in asset prices, they're benefiting the top 10% of Americans who own all the assets. The 90% of us that don't are just suffering from higher prices. So he's talking about reforming the Fed, and I don't think it could come soon enough.
Yeah, he specifically blamed the Fed's pursuit of the so-called wealth effect. What does that mean to you?
What does that mean to us? It means that the wealth effect doesn't work, right? The idea behind that policy was if you give the top 10% a lot of money, that's going to trickle down. But ultimately, it never happened. What it did, as I mentioned, was supercharged inequality for the reason I mentioned before. And that is that 10% of the populace own 90% of the assets.
So here's the thing. It's the middle class, the working people of America. They're the ones that get run over every single time, aren't they? But if they were able to get some gold in their pocket and follow inflation, they could really help themselves, couldn't they?
It's absolutely correct, right? And look at what central banks are doing. They're buying gold in record quantities, and it's for the same reason as us, right? They're holding US dollars. They need to use those dollars for trade. Those dollars are losing buying power, and they're moving to a time-tested hedge against that, which is gold. And what I say all the time, what applies to them, this is the smartest money on the planet central bank money. It applies to us as well as savers. We're the ones ultimately that will get stuck with this. So I think it's a case of preempting, following the smart money, and hedging our exposure. It's that simple.
Yeah. If you want to find out more from Philip Patrick and his team, you can text Word America to 989898. Claim your free information kit on gold, courtesy of the Birch Gold Group. Philip Patrick, always appreciate your insight, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Same, Steve.
Really appreciate it. And it's not just, by the way, not just gold, silver is at almost $43 an ounce. I mean, silver has shot up tremendously over the last 60 days or so. Remarkable surge. It was at $30 back in March. Now it's at $43. Find out more with Birch Gold. I suggest you do. Text America to 989898. Claim your free information kit on gold, courtesy of my friends there at Birch Gold. Don't sit on the sidelines. There's too much going on for you to do that. All right. We're going to take a break, and after that, we'll have a story that reminds us just how wonderful America is. Look, a lot of terrible things have happened, but there is joy out there. There are positive things out there, and good things are happening. Plus, we'll have answers to the America's Voice question of the day. Do you agree that people who celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk on social media and elsewhere should be fired from their jobs? And why do you say that if you do think that? Your answer is coming up after the break.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Look, it's been a difficult week. It's been a confusing, painful, and difficult week. We know that, but I have to take a moment and say, look, Charlie Kirk went where he believed he was going. Charlie Kirk knew where he was going, and you know what happened. So let's take a moment, reflect on what's good in America for a moment, if we could. What makes America wonderful, we do it every day with the hope that you leave the program with a smile on your face and a little bit of belief in this country. Today's story comes to us from Chicago, Illinois, where Cubs player Anthony Rizzo announced his retirement along with a heartwarming gesture. Last Friday, Rizzo made a post on X where he showcased the jersey he would be retiring in, and instead of it being the normal affair of a white shirt, blue stripes, and the Cubs logo, the shirt was inscribed with dozens of signatures revealed to be from cancer patients he had visited. This gesture was very personal for Rizzo, as he too had a battle with cancer when he was 18, diagnosed with limited stage lymphoma, a battle that ended in 2008, as Rizzo has been cancer-free ever since. But his triumph, what inspired him to take action by establishing the Anthony Rizzo Family Foundation, a nonprofit that aims to provide direct financial and emotional support to families who have a member battling cancer. Standing in solidarity with those who would otherwise fight a silent battle is always a great gesture, but actively acknowledging the battle is certainly a step above, and Anthony Rizzo's gesture reminds us all of what makes America wonderful. Nice to see something good today. All right, about the question of the day. Do you agree that people who celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk on social media, and I'm going to say or anywhere else in their workplace, like the doctor we just talked about, should be fired from their jobs? Curly Camo says, yes, they are the fuel that has fired this hatred that killed Charlie. And remember, as the fringe left screams about free speech is not covered by your employer, pal. You say ridiculous, inflammatory, dangerous things, they can kick you right on out the door, and it's happening in great numbers. Okay, Kraka, when they show you who they are, believe them. They're not here to build America, but to destroy. R.T. Collins writes, employees represent their employer. Their actions, including in their personal life, reflect on said employer. They have every right to fire them. A duty, actually, unless the employer agrees with and condones the behavior. I saw one that was an electric company in, I think, in California. And the wife had gone on and said terrible things. The husband's company in big trouble now. From Dawn, we get this. Yes, free speech. You can say what you want, but be ready for consequences for what you say. People need to wake up to that. That's right. There's consequences. Nobody paid more for free speech than did Charlie Kirk on Wednesday of last week. Nobody. Boat Rider 615. What American in their right mind would want to work side by side with someone who promotes and celebrates murder? Those type need to work together at a landfill. Tab CCB, yes, they should be fired. They are exhibiting a lack of empathy and humanity. They cannot be good team players if they hate people they may be working with, treating in healthcare and teaching. We fire people for being bigots. That's what they are. That's right. Don't forget to join me tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. as I kick off the broadcast day every day at 6 a.m. Yeah, it's weird. I get up, I chug coffee, and I sit here and try to tell you what I know about everything, based in truth, of course. Eric Bowling does it every day following this show at 4 o'clock. He's with me now. Bowling, nice to see you.
Good to see you, Steve. Very passionate hour you're
it
delivering.
Has been. Look, it's time to have a reckoning here. This idea that it's both sides, it's no, stop it. It's not both sides. In the transgender community and sphere and being marginalized. Look, Charlie Kirk got shot and killed. He wasn't marginalized. He was assassinated. So stop. This is not a both sides issue, whether it was the baseball game where members of Congress got shot up and Steve Scalise was nearly killed. I'm tired of that. I'm tired of the left trying to say, oh, it's a MAGA guy shooting Charlie Kirk. No. That's not true. It's just such garbage, Bowling, and it makes me angry. Your thoughts?
I will also add that the left saying, it's not our fault because some lunatic takes the shot and kills Charlie Kirk, except for the fact that he had engraved in that bullet casing, "Catch, hey fascist, catch." And we've been running a montage of sound bites of different leftists, whether they're Democrats, progressives, or people in the left-wing media, which is about 90% of them, calling MAGA and Republicans and Trump a dictator or Hitler, but calling us fascists just because we support America First policies. Fascist.
Sure.
And this guy, you think there's any coincidence that he engraved hey, fascist catch on his bullet? Of course not.
No.
I mean, so they can run from it, but they can't hide from it. And Steve, you and I were here live at 4:15 on that fateful Wednesday, and we broke the news to the world that Charlie was killed from an assassin's bullet. And I was pissed off then. Steve, sorry to use the language. I was mad then.
The ultimate, it's all right.
Yeah.
The ultimate display of fascism, ironically enough, is to murder the person who you don't agree with. They're calling Charlie Kirk a fascist and murder him for what he says. That's what a fascist would do, Eric. That's it.
Usually that's what the case is. The more they are guilty of it, the more they point the finger at us. We'll stay on it. Steve, thank you. Steve Gruber, thank you. All right, folks, Monday, 4 o'clock, markets are closed. Let's take a quick peek and get to the important stuff. This stuff is not as important right now, but we got to do it anyway. Dow Jones up a little. NASDAQ up a bunch, almost a full %. The VIX across the board a little higher. Oil and gold were strong. Cryptos were weaker, though. A lot of crypto, Bitcoin was down. It was worse earlier. 115 is not a bad recovery. And the rest of them, across the board, they were down, including CRO, which we will talk about in just a couple of minutes. But that aside, folks, over the weekend, I had a lot of people asking me, when is this all going to stop? When are we going to all stop talking about Charlie Kirk? And my answer was never. The reason Charlie Kirk's assassination is so powerful, it needs to be unpacked right here and right now. There's so many reasons this assassination has shocked the world to the extent it has. First off, this was a young man exerting his God-given First Amendment right to free speech when he was gunned down in cold blood. The assassination happened in broad daylight, folks, in front of thousands upon thousands of witnesses, many filming that sunny Wednesday afternoon. The audience was predominantly college-age people, and this is so relevant. I can't overemphasize this point right here. Charlie was murdered in front of young folks on their journey towards adulthood. A very, very vulnerable time in these young people's lives. But not just the thousands that were there. Young people around the world saw this. It's a very impressionable time for these people, too. These facts have created massive emotions on both sides of a very divided country. On the right, obviously angry that one of ours was viciously murdered, and on the left, fearing for either retribution or likely, maybe even more likely, the visceral fear that what they have been saying may be the cause of Charlie's assassination, believing he was doing what the liberal pro-trans community, also known as the Democrat Party, would be blamed for all the heartache and anger that they caused. All these factors are just cliff notes compared to the real reason. The number one reason this murder is on the front page, the middle pages, and the back page of every media outlet to this day, almost a week later, because everyone realized at that moment in Utah, anyone could be Charlie Kirk. He died for espousing his beliefs. That could be you. That could be your son, your daughter, your wife, your husband. That could be me next. Who knows? Here's the moment I had to deliver the most consequential breaking news I've ever had to do in delivering news for 20 years.
You guys have got...
You
got it.
I'm going to look at our fearless leader, Rob Sigg, who is
looking at him,
pacing back and forth to tell us he's passed. Am I hearing this, control room?
It's right. It's Solomon put it up. It's on Just the News.
Oh, then it's.
They're reporting. John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get it here?
Yes.
Yes. Wow. Right here, we're having this moment, guys. All right, well, that was very difficult. But I had to do this because I had to do this next thing because I didn't want to go soft on the leftist cabal that perpetrates evil and violence and harm to people who simply disagree with them using words, just our words. Can I just get our guys to change that? Charlie Kirk passed at age. Please don't say that. He was assassinated. Please, let's do it the right way. And there we fixed it. And I think the world needs to understand the difference. I knew some on the left who tried to tone down my anger and likely many of your anger too, I guess. But let's not rush the process. Mike Johnson or Utah Governor Spencer Cox. No, some of us are not ready to calm down. Nope, not yet. and maybe never. All right, folks, in just 33 hours, the FBI has arrested, the last 33 hours, has arrested the suspect and linked him to the crime scene, evidence through DNA matching. Joining us to discuss is the chairman of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board and CEO of Truth Social. Devin Nunes is here. Thank you for joining us. Devin, I appreciate your time. And I want to get to, let's just jump right into it. So there's a lot of fingers being pointed right now at social media. You're the CEO of Truth Social. A lot of people, including Spencer Cox, point out right there. In fact, if we have a soundbite, I think if we have a soundbite of him being pretty, use heightened rhetoric. Let's take a listen.
I believe that social media has played a direct role in every single assassination and assassination attempt that we have seen over the last 5-6 years. There is no question in my mind that cancer probably isn't a strong enough word.
Cancer is not a strong word. So I will equate this. I think Cox is way off base here. It's like blaming the gun when something happens in a school. It's not the gun. It's the lunatic shooter. It's the mental incapacity of the people pulling the trigger of the gun. It's not a car when someone drives into a crowd. And it's certainly not a social media platform when people take it and evolve their brains into something and believing into something that it's not meant for. So I digress. I will let you take the floor on this. Tell us what Truth Social is experiencing.
I look at it this way, Eric, and that is that social media is here to stay. It's why we built Truth Social, because many of us were banned or shadow banned, including the President of the United States, from all of the social media platforms. So, we had to build our own. So the governor, can blame social media. I mean, it's his right to free speech also. But the fact of the matter is that it's the mode of communication today. So you just have to accept it and move on. And Charlie Kirk was obviously a big supporter of not only free speech, but he was one of the original, main folks to get onto Rumble, which, I was also, along with Dan Bongino and others. And then, of course, when we started Truth Social. So look, where there is some area that you can work on, but it's a constant struggle. And that is to have accounts that are on your social media platform that are actually verified and you know who they are. We work really hard at it. I think that our team keeps one of the cleanest platforms that's out there. But even our platform, we constantly are getting attacked by bots, cyber attacks, et cetera, et cetera. And so, we try to do our best. We have a lot of users that then report these types of kind of fake or phony accounts. So there's that. So I think the governor should focus is just to make sure that the people that are on social media, that for the most part are actually real and not just bot farms that are actually putting out a consistent message that may just be one dude in his underwear sitting in the Philippines in his mom's basement, putting up, negative beliefs based on maybe something that he's being paid for by a nonprofit or a political operative in the United States or in a foreign country, et cetera, et cetera. So I look at it this way. One, social media is here to stay. So at Truth Social, we try to keep it as clean as possible and make sure that people are actually real people and we keep the bots off. But secondly, we don't allow for illegal activity on our platform. And, and it happens, quite often you get threats, you get things of that nature. And you can imagine being the platform that President Trump primarily posts on, we get a lot of people that want to say bad things to the president. Now, it's okay if you want to say something, if it's your right to free speech, if you want to say something that you disagree with the president on. However, if you start to make death threats against anyone on the platform, that's when we take it to another level and we notify the proper authorities. So there's probably some area to work on in there, but I just think you have to take it as it is, accept the world as the way that it is, not the way you want it to be, and that is that social media is here to stay. Now, I don't think the problem has to do with social media as much as I think it has to do with the funnel that's poisoning our kids from the far left in this country and around the globe that happens to have now manifested itself as the Democratic Party. They are a death cult now. This has been going on for a very long time. I mean, I can go into my dealings with the extreme left over the better part of a decade that, as you know, Eric, as being at the beginning of the Russia hoax and calling the hoax a hoax. As you will recall, I had many death threats. That, by the way, it never ends. I mean, it's, now that I run Trump Media, we're obviously a target. And, you just have to be assured that if you come after Trump Media, Truth Social, you will be met with lethal force. Like, we don't mess around. We work with the local sheriffs, the local prosecutors, and anybody that messes with us or our team. We will take action, quickly. But it's something that you always have to be on the lookout for, Eric. And unfortunately, in Charlie's situation, it's just, obviously I knew him well. My daughters had just volunteered at an event that he had in California just a week before he was assassinated. And I think now what many people on the right are going to have to be, you don't have to be concerned about it on the left, but because there is no evidence of people on the right committing violence against people on the left. All the violence is coming from, especially the deaths are coming from the people on the left doing it against people that are conservatives. And I think outdoor venues, especially, you're going to have to be very, very careful around. Unfortunately, it's not a country that I want to live in like that, but it is the reality. And I think that people in the political realms are going to have to be careful from this point moving forward until you can actually, get the poison out of people's minds and radically transform the education system and also the justice system, where, as you know, we almost have two tiers of justice in this country now, where in Utah, you saw rapid action, everybody on the same team. Likely this person is going to be prosecuted. The killer will be prosecuted swiftly and face, justice there in Utah. However, I don't know that you would get the same type of justice if you were in a court in D.C., a court in New York City, a court in San Francisco, you name all the Democratic-run cities. So there's a lot that has to be fixed in this country. But anyway, I know that's a long answer to your question about social media, but I tried to encapsulate it.
I think it's important. I think this is an important moment where we need to realize, stop blaming social media. Stop blaming guns. Let's find out what the root of the problem is. And yes, it does funnel back to some of the heightened rhetoric on the left. How many times have we been called, Devin? We've been called fascists because we're pro-Trump or we're America first, so therefore we're fascists. And this lunatic engraves, hey, fascist, catch on the side of a bullet casing, right? It has to be traced back to Kash Patel has promised. He vowed to look into Discord, which is kind of like a social media group chat type of thing, where I believe there's a lot of the trans community hangs out at, to see if there's any sort of predictive nature or any sort of evidence that someone may have known that this guy was going to do this in advance. How do you do that as a platform, a social media platform?
It's really hard. Like in our case, we have a very rigorous policy that we implement. But like I said at the beginning, Eric, it's not easy. I mean, we have 24/7 team that works on this, and so we're looking at, not only the big cyber threats that come into us, but also these bot farms get created. And at the same time, having to look at real people that make threats on our platform. And like I said, I think ours is pretty clean. But it's all the social media companies struggle with it. As it relates to Discord, I don't know enough about Discord. I've never been on Discord. I don't even know how Discord works. But it's hard to police every dark corner of the internet. It really is, which is why, as you said, you have to get to the heart and core of the problem, which
honestly,
is
and
how are these people getting poisoned?
That may be the reason President Trump pardoned Ross Ulbricht, who was the CEO of Silk Road. Now, like what they did or don't like what they did, it was a platform, and I believe Trump believed that he was protected under free speech. That when he delivered Silk, he got thrown in jail. Trump pardons him, and I think this. We need to separate this. We can't be blaming social media, just like you don't blame the gun when a lunatic shoots up a school. Final thought.
Yeah, and most companies, as I that I'm familiar with, their policies are that there's a fine line between saying I don't agree with Eric Bolling on X, Y, or Z. You can even go as far as, maybe even calling Eric Bolling a name. I don't do that, Eric, but, probably a lot of people do. That's fine. And maybe your opinions are strong. Probably no need for profanity, but if it goes on too much, a lot of social media platforms will suspend your account or get rid of you. But it's far cry from saying I am going to, or we should bring, death to Bolling or what have you. That is not tolerated, at least on our platform. And I think on most platforms, it is not tolerated. And that's where the FBI, their cyber division, if they would quit following around Catholics and actually start doing their job again, which is I know what Director Patel and Bongino are trying to accomplish here, those are the things that are going to have to be done. It's about getting the FBI to get around to actually follow these culprits. And I said this yesterday on an interview with our mutual friend Maria Bartiromo, and that is that someone's paying for all of this. So in some cases, yes, it's the school systems that hire the other freaks, teachers. You had 95% of the teachers are all left-wingers. And that's a problem for our kids and our universities. But these protests, these so-called protests that have occurred where you have burning buildings, blocking of streets, things that are illegal, somebody's paying for that.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is something that the FBI...
They promised to investigate, and that was per Charlie Kirk's, I guess it was the final words to the folks in the administration. Please, to Stephen Miller, in fact, please go in and find these evildoers on the left. Devin, I got to go. I appreciate your time, and thank you for that really interesting, kind of take on how to handle it from your side of the social media platforms. Thank you, Devin Nunes.
Thanks, sir.
All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow.
Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
All right, folks, my next guest is a #1 New York Times bestselling author. His newest book is called Religionless Christianity, God's Answer to Evil. He's the host of the Eric Metaxas Show podcast and was good friends with Mr. Charlie Kirk. Welcome back, Eric Metaxas. And when they say when things get spiritual, or what I say, when things get spiritual, Get me Eric Metaxas. You have a tendency to make some sense out of this wacky world we're living in. So I guess the question here to you, Eric, is my audience knows we announced this right here, his death, his assassination. We announced it right here on this show. A lot of tears, a lot of heartfelt moments. I immediately I skipped the levels of grief of confusion and sadness, and I went immediately to anger. And I'm still sitting there, Eric. I'm having politicians, Mike Johnson, tell me, let's all calm. I'm not ready to calm down. I'm not suggesting violence.
Well,
I'm
first
saying
of all,
I'm not ready to calm down.
What does that even mean? Calm down. If your child is murdered or raped or your spouse, you're supposed to calm down. What does that mean? The most natural thing in the world, first of all, is to be horrified, absolutely horrified, sickened. We want justice. All that stuff is normal. But there's a lot here, Eric. There's a lot here. This is a tricky thing. The faith that Charlie earnestly believed, and which is why he was murdered, because he was so bold about his faith, and the faith that I believe tells us something impossible to believe without God. What is that? God commands us to rejoice in him always, even when the worst thing happens. Now, it doesn't mean you rejoice in the terrible thing. You don't rejoice in the Holocaust. You don't rejoice in any awful thing. But God says, I got the bigger picture. And my favorite scripture, and again, if I didn't believe this, I would just be, unable to function after something like this. But God promises us that all things, everything, the worst thing, all things work together for good for those that love the Lord and are called according to his purposes. So in other words, God says the worst thing in the world, the murder of an innocent, glorious young man. This was one of the finest human beings ever to walk the planet. I knew Charlie. He was the real deal. Okay. He wasn't Jesus, but he was like a Bonhoeffer. He was a true hero, somebody who believed in fighting for what's right, who was kind, who was generous. When somebody like that is murdered, it's the worst thing. But somehow God says, I will weave this into something beautiful. Now, again, if you don't understand that in the right way, it just sounds stupid. It's kind of like saying, well, the Holocaust was a good thing. It led to the creation of the state of Israel. Well, it wasn't a good thing. It was an evil thing. But God can take the most evil thing and work it in a way that wonderful things come out of it. And I'm telling you, Eric Bolling, I believe we're going to see revival in this country. People are going to come to faith in God like they've never before, which we have needed desperately. We're going to see a revival of love of country, patriotism, love of family, all the stuff that we've been drifting from since the 60s, drifting away from common sense and the basics, the thing that family is the most important thing. God is the most important thing. These things, I believe that the murder of one of the finest human beings I have ever known, who's ever been alive in my lifetime, one of the finest human beings, that his murder is going to unleash, and it's already happening, unleashing people saying, I want to be like Charlie Kirk. I want to do what he did. I want to talk about what.
Right. Let me do this
in a civil way.
Eric,
something great is happening.
Allow me to do this. You have a film that you worked on with Charlie called Letter to the American Church.
Yeah, I wrote a book. I've talked to you on your program about it. I wrote a book called Letter to the American Church. We wanted to make a documentary film, and Charlie partnered with us. TPUSA partnered with us to produce the film. It came out last year. And we made it free to any church that wanted to screen it. And of course, many churches said, I don't know, we don't want to get political. I'm very excited about this film.
Let's take a look.
Churches need to understand really what Marxism is, which is to destroy the church, to destroy the word of God.
So if you capture the seminaries, you capture the pastors, you capture the laity, you capture the soul of the world.
Christianity is not just about saying Jesus loves you and then going to heaven one day, but that there's a war that's raging.
The church is weakening, which is why Marxism is ascendant in America today.
This is the hour of the American church.
Yeah. So, Eric, everyone should see that. All churches should play. That you got some pushback about it being political. Again, please address this rush to make sure everyone just calms. I mean, don't rush this. I've been through the grieving process, one of the most atrocious things in the world.
Why should we calm down?
But that's right. My point is our politicians are telling us, our pundits are telling us, the fingers are being pointed both ways. He was the shooter, the assassin was leftist, the assassin was MAGA. It's being pointed both ways. And there's always a rush to blame. Let's just relax. I know who did it. We all know who did it. But don't tell me to calm down, Mike Johnson. Don't tell me to calm down, right-wing pundits. I'm not calming down. I'm not asking for violence, but I'm not ready to accept the loss of a thought leader. He is the modern day Martin Luther King. I don't care what they say. He is. Go ahead.
He's like a modern day Bonhoeffer. And again, I knew Charlie. So this was that's what he's like out front, but behind the scenes, he's hanging out with the ladies and, we're not going to look at that. No. To the bottom, he was a good man, a moral man, a family man. That's who he was. And goodness and innocence is the greatest threat to evil. They don't like it. They want to kill it. That's why they did that. But to anybody foolish enough to think, this happens on both sides. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a joke. Antifa, okay? They are weaponized. They are evil. They want to murder people who disagree with them. Show me the people on the right. I would condemn them if I knew who they were. They don't exist. This is garbage when people say, we've got to lower the rhetoric.
Eric,
where's the rhetoric coming from?
I got to go, and I want to tell you are 100% right. All these people are saying, this was an act. Charlie was acting. That was Charlie. I've been on the board of TPUSA since 2017. All right, I know Charlie was the same person that you saw on that podcast in private life. He was we should all strive to be the men Charlie Kirk was. Eric, I got to run. Thank you so much for your time.
You.
All righty, folks. When inflation jumps, when you hear that national debt is over $37 trillion, do you ever think maybe now might be a good time to buy some gold? How about when we've been telling you this for the better part of a year and it's gone up almost 50%? Well, whether it's a hedge against that inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold. And so they created something special. Get this, until September 30th. If you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000. I almost said $1,000. $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an info kit right now. Just text the word America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate in free metals of up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metals company I trust, as do their tens of thousands of other customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy by September 30th. Text the word America to 989898. Claim your eligibility and get your free info kit. Again, text America to 989898. All righty, I told you it's coming. We're just days away, 3 days away.
After baseball, I came here. Wall Street. Every second, pressure. Every decision, a bet. Some guys broke. Some ran. I didn't. Pressure's not the enemy. Weakness is. You either rise through the fire or get left in the ashes. That is the edge.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me. Like me. Like me.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
I started this because I wanted to get off my blood pressure medicine. Several years ago, I was on 3. My blood pressure was stroke level, but my blood pressure is going down. I have arthritis in my hands. The swelling's gone down. I don't have the pain in my hands when I'm driving. I have psoriasis on my scalp, and I saw a dermatologist for 15 years. They put me on Humira, which was $5,000 a month. That's getting better. I had a LPR, a reflux. That's gone away completely. I don't have that at all anymore. It's great. I'm happy.
Well, that was look at another happy Energized Health client. Millions of people turn to crash diets, weight loss shots, or extreme workouts, and while the results may be fast, they rarely last. Energized Health founder John Jubilee is here to tell us the right way to get in shape. John, welcome. I hear you would like to say a word or two about Charlie.
Well, I really do. And first of all, certainly congratulations to that person that shared their testimony courageously, changing their life, $5,000 a month of meds gone. I certainly rejoice with that. But definitely, Eric, I want to celebrate Charlie Kirk. I was honored to meet Charlie, and then he graciously put us on his stage at TPUSA in front of whatever it was, 28,000 people. Ooh, man, I don't want to tear up here. But he actually, his last 2 texted me. He wanted to do he told me he wanted to do a podcast with me on intercellular hydration and that he was going to do the protocol so he could gain some muscle. He said he wanted to do that. And he also wanted to help us with the Make America Healthy Again, because we own that website. And so he was always just so gracious, right? He so loved people, had such a genuine love for people, and he wanted people to be healthy, which is how we ended up, partnering together. But I so celebrate his beautiful life, and I just want to say one of my things I most loved about Charlie was, he was in such a sincere way a charming man, like even in confrontation. And I know you know this, serving on his board. But I just loved how he could smile at people who were saying the most ridiculous, heinous things, and he would just smile at them and graciously listen, and then he would give them a counter thought, to try to help bring them into the light. They're speaking out of complete darkness, but with just that sweet, genuine spirit that he had, he could just smile, graciously take it in, and then shine the light on them to try to lead them into the light. And I truly do believe, and I so honor you for what you said, Eric, in the previous block, that because I said this to my wife, honey, he is the Martin Luther King of his generation. He's the Martin Luther King of his generation. Like, I don't even know if the world realized that, but I so honor you for saying that and recognizing, because I'm with you, brother. I really believe he was the Martin Luther King to his generation.
Yeah, no question. The influence, the impact he had and has is going to be, it's going to dwarf what happened with the other folks that were assassinated before their time. And it's a testament to you, John Jubilee, for taking the time to step away from selling a product and just give your heartfelt feelings about a colleague of ours here at RAV, also a colleague of mine. I was on his board. I've been on his board for 10 years. It's a tough moment around here, and thank you for doing that. John Jubilee, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hey, well, thank you, Eric, and thank you for serving on that board. And I truly believe, and I just agree with you, brother, that his ministry, his work is going to 1,000x. It's going to 1,000x in the midst of this. And I absolutely believe, as an honor to him, that Turning Point USA is going to become 1,000 times more than it ever was. And let's all rally together to do that. Let's all be part of it, whether it's donation, whether it's volunteering, whatever it is. It's a noble cause that everyone can get behind at any age.
Yep, and you are a noble man for doing what you just did there. John Jubilee, thank you for your time. Appreciate you, and your words are landing solidly, certainly on this host.
Thank you, brother.
All right, folks, Howie Kurtz, remember him? He signed off his Fox News show for good on Sunday, but not before letting the world know how he really felt about Charlie Kirk. Listen to this garbage.
Charlie Kirk was not a saint. He said 2 years ago, it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so we can have the Second Amendment. But his murder makes us feel like a very dangerous time.
So I didn't really want to do this because, it's still new and fresh. But can we just point out that for about 8 years, about 7 or 8 years, Fox would not allow Charlie Kirk on their network. He was there early on the first Trump. And then they banned him. And if you don't believe me, there's a lady named Caroline Wren, W-R-E-N. She's involved, I believe she's working in the administration, but she's been involved in fundraising for Trump since 2015. I've known her a long time. And she's as livid about it as I am, that all of a sudden, if you go over to Fox, it's like wall-to-wall Charlie Kirk. But let's not forget, they spent 7-8 years not allowing him on that network. And for Howie Kurtz to go out on his last show like that and have that dumbass idiot, what's his name, nodding his head there. I can't remember his name. He's a Wall Street reporter. Charlie Gasparino, kind of nodding along, not pushing back. Why the hell do you not push back, Charlie Gasparino? You're garbage too. Sorry, I didn't want to do it, but I had to do it. In other news, Pete Buttigieg finally admitted that Joe Biden should never have run for re-election. He was on MSNBC discussing Kamala's buck. Take a listen.
He should not have run. And if he had made that decision sooner, we might have been better off. But it literally was his decision. Nobody else was able to make that decision. And now in front of us, we're confronted with the decisions that come next, whether that's inside of a political party or movement, or as we're all weighing right now, in our own lives as Americans, as a country. And that's where we've got to focus.
Isn't it odd that now they're all coming out saying, yeah, he shouldn't have run? And by the way, that guy, I tell you, I said it a while ago, that guy is going to be one of the finalists for Democrat for president in 2028. He wants it. They like him. He's got all the boxes checked for a Democrat, if you think about it. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the monologue.
Stay tuned to get a free month of home warranty protection. Tired of searching for contractors when your home appliances and systems break down, only to leave you stuck with a huge repair bill and shoddy repairs? Plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and appliance breakdowns could cost thousands.
Hi, Tanya Nyack here for Choice Home Warranty. They protect my home from expensive repairs, and they can do the same for you. No matter if it's your refrigerator, air conditioning, or more than 20 other home systems and appliances, Choice Home Warranty has saved millions of homeowners a whole lot of money. For a low monthly fee, you get their nationwide network of trusted technicians with plans to cover repairs and replacements done quickly and the right way.
It eliminates anxiety, frustration, and it saves you money. I recommend using Choice Home Warranty.
Don't let an appliance or home system break the bank, leaving you stressed. Call Choice Home Warranty before that happens and get your first month free. Plus, call in the next 5 minutes and we'll give you free limited roof leak coverage. That's a $70 value, free. Just call now.
No more headaches searching for technicians. No more huge repair bills. Just the peace of mind of having Choice Home Warranty at your service. I trust Choice Home Warranty with my home, and you should too.
Year after year, Choice Home Warranty is recognized as the nation's top home warranty and has thousands of 5-star reviews from real homeowners. Experience real budget protection and call Choice Home Warranty now.
Stop flushing money down the toilet on expensive repairs. Call Choice Home Warranty now and save big with their special offer of your first month free. Don't wait another minute. Call now.
Call Choice Home Warranty for your free personalized quote and to get your first month free. Call in the next 5 minutes, and as our special offer, you'll receive free limited roof coverage. That's over $100 in savings. This offer won't last long. Call now to lock in your rate and save big.
Call 800-495-1163. 800-495-1163.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
So before we heard the new information on Saturday about Charlie Kirk's about the alleged assassin, we have to say that because for legal reasons, the alleged assassin, whose name we won't be saying over and over again because I'm not interested in rewarding a mentally ill man looking for attention. The left and the media they own bent over backwards trying to position him as MAGA. After all, the shooter, yes, as of now, he's alleged. The shooter comes from a conservative family, but the fact is, and we know the left absolutely hates facts, especially ones that hurt their agenda. Fact is that this is a propagandized, murderous leftist, of which there are too many these days. And I'm sick and tired of the world pretending that there isn't an army out there willing to kill and even die for their twisted cause on the left. And I'm sick and tired of the world pretending like the left didn't create this with their own hands and words. On ABC this week, Hamas apologist and Democrat Party shill, Martha Raddatz, behold.
And anything new on the investigation? You say he admitted that, confessed?
No, not again. He is not confessed to authorities. He is not cooperating. But all the people around him are cooperating, and I think that's very important. There were reports yesterday that we can confirm that his roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female. That's information that the FBI had mentioned yesterday. We can confirm that as well, and that he is cooperating with authorities as well.
Sitting through that, watching Governor Cox detail those facts about the shooter's roommate and boyfriend must have been extremely difficult for Democrat Party agent Raddatz. Our thoughts and prayers are with Martha and her entire army of America-destroying leftists at this time as they process the fact that yet another murder of an innocent person is a culmination of years of pushing the sick and twisted trans agenda. We're learning more and more by the minute, but what the FBI is uncovering leads to far more than a lone psychopathic hunter. He was part of a community looking to kill. Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a far-left terror cell. That is the latest theory after more revelations unfolded with multiple connected pro-trans accounts claim they knew of the assassination before it occurred. And those appear connected to Tyler Trans's partner. The trans guy, the trans partner. And the shooter's trans partner apparently engaged in a healthy dose of grooming young kids, giving them instructions on how to take injectable hormones and hide it from their parents. On this little reported ditty, the shooter's other lover, I said that, the other lover, is not the first time that these kinds of trans cults have coordinated to hurt and kill. And speaking of another cult looking to hurt and kill, two suspects, 58-year-old Adib Nasir and 31-year-old Adil Nasir, Justice Ama Nasir, were arrested in Salt Lake City in Utah, get this, for placing a failed bomb under a Fox News van, a media van covering the assassination of Charlie Kirk. All of these things are connected. This is all the makeup of the radical left, all of it. The violent trans army, the terrorists, the criminals, the illegals. It's all part of the same machine, and it's all supported and financed and protected, by the way, by the Democrat Party. Let's be clear. I'm not declaring war, not by any means, but I am saying that one side of this country has clearly declared war on the other, on us. Here's Virginia College Republicans president.
Political violence is so corrosive for our country because it fills all of us with suspicion, with distrust, and with hate. But the reason I'm here today is to reject that.
Gives us hope for the future, I guess. But what are we supposed to do when they've created a violent uprising, an army of young, angry men with guns, and a mission created by the left? 5 years ago, the likes of Antifa and radical leftists already hit America with violence, and they have hit the ground running ever since. We're sick and tired of pretending that these people belong as part of our society. I'm also sick and tired of pretending that these people should be allowed to walk amongst us. The problem is that the left made them feel like they're gods above the rest of society. The left made them feel like coddling people with mental illness is acceptable. Not just acceptable, more important, above all else. Right now, there's an army of parents out there who've done the despicable, the irreversible, and their guilt forces them to push their agenda even harder. The left created an army of transgender militants. They've created a cult of violence and of murder. I'm sick and tired of pretending that's not true. This isn't just about Democrats calling us fascists and racist, which is slanderous and untrue. They've propagandized and galvanized angry soldiers with weapons to send more than words at us. We're sending words to them. They're sending bullets back at us. And while we're at this point, since I promised last week that Irina Zarutska will not have died in vain, that we'll make sure that her gruesome murder would lead to change, the left have also created an army of career criminals released to our streets, free to murder the innocent at will. An entire army of killers, courtesy of the Democrat Party. And now, and until they come out and admit that and promise to become beacons of change, they are complicit in every single murder. About something coming, you know what it is? It's called The Edge. It's coming soon, a couple of days from now, on Thursday. You're going to see what it is. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Wednesday, we'll release a little bit more, but watch.
After baseball, I came here, Wall Street. Every second, pressure. Every decision, a bet. Some guys broke, some ran. I didn't. Pressure's not the enemy, weakness is. You either rise through the fire or get left in the ashes. That is the edge.
All right. Also, we didn't want to break into this. Mad Dog, get on the Voice of God for a second here. We have some breaking news, right? Tell us what you got. You got some video?
Yeah, this is some video of the second bombing of the cartels.
So there's another cartel video, drug cartel in a boat, allegedly in a boat, and well, this happened. I guess they eliminated. Let's show the video. Boat's kind of hanging out there in the water, and you're going to see the aftermath of this. Do we know where this is from? A Truth Social, Mad Dog. Do you know where this is? What sea this is? What body of water? There it is. There it is. So yeah, Mad Dog. You said Venezuela, similar to where the first one
Venezuela.
was. Okay. So I guess the Trump administration is telling those folks who choose to, narco terrorists, as he calls them, you choose to do that, you want to FA, you're going to FO, find out. And a couple of boats have found out so far. Okay, we good? We got to go to break. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Stay tuned to get a free month of home warranty protection. Tired of searching for contractors when your home appliances and systems break down, only to leave you stuck with a huge repair bill and shoddy repairs? Plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and appliance breakdowns could cost thousands.
Hi, Tanya Nyack here for Choice Home Warranty. They protect my home from expensive repairs, and they can do the same for you. No matter if it's your refrigerator, air conditioning, or more than 20 other home systems and appliances, Choice Home Warranty has saved millions of homeowners a whole lot of money. For a low monthly fee, you get their nationwide network of trusted technicians with plans to cover repairs and replacements done quickly and the right way.
It eliminates anxiety, frustration, and it saves you money. I recommend using Choice Home Warranty.
Don't let an appliance or home system break the bank, leaving you stressed. Call Choice Home Warranty before that happens and get your first month free. Plus, call in the next 5 minutes and we'll give you free limited roof leak coverage. That's a $70 value, free. Just call now.
No more headaches searching for technicians. No more huge repair bills. Just the peace of mind of having Choice Home Warranty at your service. I trust Choice Home Warranty with my home, and you should too.
Year after year, Choice Home Warranty is recognized as the nation's top home warranty and has thousands of 5-star reviews from real.
Okay, we're going to jump out of that break and go right to the White House. Here's President Trump.
Virtually no crime in D.C. right now, and we're going to keep it that way. It's our nation's capital. We're going to keep it that way, or we're going to federalize it if we had to, but we don't have to anymore because it's in such great shape. This task force will be a replica of our extraordinarily successful efforts here, and you'll see it's a lot of the same thing, although the numbers here are really something. They're really bad. Now, we did send FBI in about 4 months ago to work, and it brought some of the numbers down, and they did a great job, but we're sending in the big force now. We also sent them into Chicago on a sort of a moderate basis, and we brought down crime a little bit in Chicago, but we're now going to bring it down very big. We're going to be doing Chicago probably next. I was with a great businessman, a man who is involved in all cities through his business. And I say, who do you think should be next after Memphis? And he said, sir, you've got to save Chicago. We're going to wait a little while. But he said, you got to save Chicago. You can't let it go. And this is a very prominent man that everybody knows in this room. Another man in Memphis was saying, Bill, he was saying, very interesting, he's on the board of FedEx. And his hotel is about a block away. And he said, when I walked there, I said, you know, I don't want to do this again. I never want to do it again. And they won't let me walk there. They take them in armored vehicles. They take the board members of FedEx in armored vehicles like a block away to the hotel. This shouldn't be the U.S. This shouldn't be the United States of America. The task force will be a replica, as I said, and it's going to be, I think, equally successful. This is a tremendous success we've had in Washington, I can tell you, and everyone knows it. And people in the White House that work here and other people that I know are calling me and thanking me. They're going out to dinners. They're doing things that they haven't done in years. The effort will include the National Guard as well as the FBI, ATF, DEA, ICE, Homeland Security investigations, and the U.S. Marshals, and more along the prosecutors. We're going to have DOJ led by U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, who is here or not here? Who's that person here? That person is going to be very busy. So we're going to have U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, and most importantly, Pam Bondi's here. She's heading it up, and she's doing an unbelievable job in every respect beyond this. So also worked with some of the members of the team right here on D.C., and we're very proud of that effort. We essentially had the crime down to a very low rate in 12 days, and within another 10 days after that, it was so incredible. And it continues at that level, and we're going to continue. We have to because it's our capital. This team will deploy the full powers of federal law enforcement agencies and enforcement generally to restore public safety and get dangerous career criminals off of our streets. We're going to get them off. In 2024, Memphis had the highest violent crime rate, the highest property crime rate, and the third highest murder rate of any city in the nation. Other than that, they're doing quite well, thank you. A person is 4 times more likely to be murdered in Memphis, Tennessee today than in Mexico City. It's been, and you know Mexico City is not a cakewalk. It's been overrun with carjackings, robberies, shootings, and killings. There were 249 murders, 429 rapes, 5,616 burglaries, and 12,522 violent assaults in just the last little while in 2024 and in pieces of 2025, where it's actually gotten worse until recently when we sent the FBI down to see what the hell is going on. Last month, a vicious thug carjacked an elderly woman parked at the movie theater, dragged her out of the car, and body slammed her into the pavement, where she is still trying to recover. Probably won't be successful. So we're not going to allow this kind of savagery to destroy our society anymore. We're stopping it. We're doing it one by one. We have time, but we want to go quickly. We don't want to lose Chicago. We're going to lose Chicago. We're going to lose places like you go to St. Louis. St. Louis. We're going to lose St. Louis. We're not going to lose. We want to save these places. You're going to lose them. It was the way the man said it. He was a very high quality man. I said, "Who would you do next?" He said, "Sir, do Chicago." You don't want to lose Chicago. We're not going to lose Chicago. So we're going to have to go very big, and we're going to go probably, we're thinking about it for next Pam. We're going to hold it off. We're going to do some of the smaller ones. And the truth is, our people are so good. Gaddy, you're doing a great job wherever you may be. We're doing so good that I don't think we need too much practice, right? But we got to go and save our big cities, our great cities. Chicago's a great city, and we're going to make it great again very soon. And I think we can do that. Despite the tremendous size, I think we can do a real job, and we're going to give you the resources that you need. So with that, I'd like to just end by saying we're going to make Memphis safe again, and I'd like to ask Governor Bill Lee to say a few words, and then Pam can talk, and anybody else you'd like to talk to. We'll go through the whole list. We have all day long if we have to, because this is a very important thing. We have to save our country from violent crime. So, Bill?
Yes,
please.
sir. Mr. President, first of all, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your commitment for federal resources to the great city of Memphis. And it is a great city, and it has a great history and a great legacy. And we are very hopeful and excited about the prospect of moving that city forward. I've been in office 7 years. I'm tired of crime holding the great city of Memphis back. And I have spoken today with the director of the U.S. Marshals, with the director of the FBI, with General Bondi. We realize that this effort of multi-agencies that will combine the work of the Tennessee Highway Patrol and the local police departments, when we come together, we can make significant change in our city and the city of Memphis, and that is a powerfully important thing for the state of Tennessee, and I want to say thank you.
This will be your proudest moment when we see you in 4 or 5 weeks, maybe sooner. You're going to see numbers that will drop and plummet like you haven't. Just like we did in D.C., they plummeted. Nobody could even believe it. And they're going to plummet. It'll be one of your really proud moments, and you've done a good job too. But this will be maybe your proudest moment.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
And the director, as the director said, the goal is sustained.
Right. Got to keep it.
Sustained crime lowering, and that with this effort, I believe we can get there. We can finally get there for that city.
Yep, we're going to have it sustained a long time. And your people are going to get better and better, and your police force has been terrific. They're working with us very much, as you know. We started it, as I said, on a little basis, and we got it down quite a bit, but now we go in for the big march, okay?
And Director Patel and his team have done remarkable work so far. As you know, the numbers are great, and this will be one more step in the right direction for Memphis.
That's true.
Thank you.
He's done a very good job. Thank you very much. Pam, please.
President Trump, at your directive, we went in, as you all know, to D.C. and took over the city of D.C., working hand in hand with Metro Transit Authority. All of the agencies represented here today got over 2,000 violent offenders, got over 200 guns off the streets of D.C., and D.C. is safe again. And now, Governor, working with you and working with our 2 U.S. senators and all of our agencies working hand in hand, we're going to do everything we can to make Memphis safe again. That was President Trump's directive to us, and it's easy to do when you're working with such great leaders. And Secretary Noem, You have been instrumental in this, and Director Patel has already been into Memphis and gotten so many violent offenders and guns off the street, and that's what started it. And working with Stephen and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, thank you. We've all been going nonstop, working hand in hand together, and Gowdy Serralta, Terry Cole, and Director Driscoll of ATF wearing 2 hats, and Pete Hegseth with the National Guard, all working hand in hand and being out there for a month. You can't tell who's with what agency but for the t-shirt they're wearing, because everyone's working hand in hand, and that's why we've been so successful. We're going to do that in Memphis, and we're going to get crime off the streets.
That's great. Thank you, Pam. Great
Thanks,
job.
President.
Christy, go ahead.
Mr. President, Memphis has a high number of trafficking, significant human traffickers, child exploitation, drug trafficking. The local gangs there are extremely dangerous, and I'm so excited that you're going in there to work with not just the governor and willing local leaders, but also our Attorney General and all the leaders that are standing here today to help protect our children. So what's going to change dramatically is the families' lives that live there, and it's only going to happen because of you, because you're coming in. What has started there, you're going to put on steroids. The networks that you're going to uncover across this country, because of the work that's going to happen in Memphis, we're going to see every city get safer, because we're going to see those ties to other criminals that we're going to get out of the country. So we're a nation of laws. And sir, thank you for caring about every single city.
Thank you, Christy. Really nice. And what makes it to me so exciting is the success we had here so quickly. And you know, we've taken close to 1,500 people out of D.C. But when I saw the result happen so quickly, and so many people are so thankful, and people that you pass them every day and they're fine, all of a sudden they're thanking me so profusely. It was so exciting what's happened, and continues to be what happened in D.C. And so that's what makes this, I think, even more exciting, because we know what's going to happen. We know we have the people. Well, look, we're sending in a lot of help. And these cities have been taken over for years, and the last 4 years under Biden, what's happened is just a disgrace. So it really has, the success we've had here has made it to me much more exciting, because I think we're going to have proportionally. I mean, you have cases where it's even worse. I have some people, we have some people quoted today that we took out of papers. We're so grateful for the National Guard coming, said an owner of a Memphis tax service. It's so dangerous here. It's so darn dangerous that you can't get out of your car. If you get out of your car, it says you get robbed, you get mugged, you get hit. You can't go to the market or a service station. So yeah, I want to see crime stop, and I want to see the National Guard come in right away if that's what's necessary. There's a need. Here's another one from a director of a Memphis-based crime prevention organization. There's a need for more boots on the ground. You have to get them done fast before we totally lose it. They're going to lose it all. I got 2 guns put in my face, then another, within 5 minutes at 2 different locations. He said, I got a gun put in my face. Then I went someplace else, had another gun put in my face. I was scared. It never happened to me. I've never seen anything like it. Here's another one. I honestly thought he was going to kill me, said a 60-year-old Memphis carjacking victim. A man walked up, give me your car. You got 5 seconds to get out or you're dead. This is what we have, and this page after page of the same kind of thing. Cash, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks to your brilliant foresight, you had asked us to go in quietly into the cities to help set the landscape, to work with the interagency, and to make America safe again. And we've done that under the FBI's banner program of Operation Summer Heat. And the results are only as good as the prosecutions. And because the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have mobilized DOJ to successfully prosecute so many violent criminals, we've set the landscape for the interagency to come into Memphis and really make it safe permanently. As the governor and the senators and the other directors were saying, it's not a short-term mission, but thanks to you launching us early, launching us quietly, not looking for the credit, Mr. President, we greatly appreciate your support and the advanced foresight you had in doing that.
It's so exciting, and somebody had to do this. A president should have stepped up long ago and saved these cities. So it's not that I wanted to do it, believe me. Somebody had to do it, and we're doing it in a big way. Pete, could you say a few words?
Yes, Mr. President. From day one, the DOW, the Department of War.
I'm glad you made that correct.
Correct that for you, sir. Has been proud to stand with our partners across the interagency, whether it's the Southwest border, whether it was Los Angeles getting ahead of that, whether it's right here in Washington, D.C., where Secretary Driscoll and the Army and the National Guard have taken the lead in helping across all of these great folks to secure the city. We are very proud to be here to stand strong alongside law enforcement. We're glad that Memphis is the place to go. The volunteer state, we're not going to have any problems with the Tennessee National Guard being willing to go in and stand strong in Memphis, sir.
Not at all. And get ready, because you'll be doing a lot of other places that are almost as troubled.
You got it, sir.
Some of them are equal. You look at what's going on in Baltimore, where the governor was telling me how wonderful it is, and you can't walk across the street without being shot. Could I ask our two great senators to say a few words, please?
Of course.
Please,
Mr.
Marcia.
President, thank you so much. I want to say a thank you to Director Patel, because he had promised that he would come into Memphis. We've had Operation Viper there this summer. There have been over 500 arrests. There are over 100 indictments. And Memphis had the best stats they have had in years this past August. Last month, it was the best August they have had, and it's because of the work that's been done. And now to have a new phase of this enforcement for Memphis, where we are going to have all of these agencies working as a team, as the governor said, making certain that this is a long-term effort to make Memphis safe again. Mr. President, we are so grateful, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. And this is an issue that's plagued Memphis since I was a boy, Mr. President. And it's time that we addressed it. And I appreciate your leadership allowing us to do that. And the team that you've assembled here is going to help us deliver the most fundamental responsibility of our government, and that's public safety. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be something that is our primary goal. And certainly I hope to see Memphis become the safest city in America. And thanks for the effort of all of your team here to make certain that happens. Thank you, Governor Lee, and I want to say thanks to the Memphis Police Department and the Sheriff's Department there too, who have all worked closely to bring this together. I look forward to tremendous results.
And I want to thank the FBI for the last 4 or 5 months, because they have brought down the numbers quite a bit. Chicago here and a couple of other places that we can talk about later if anybody wants to. Could I ask you two guys, Terry, Gaddy, to say a couple of words also? You really did lead the charge here, and you've done such a great job. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for always supporting law enforcement. I think the major difference here in Washington, D.C. has been your support for law enforcement, has been empowering the men and women that are on the street working every single day. And I look forward to not only going to Memphis, but other places in Tennessee as well. And I think you'll hear from us real soon, Mr. President. Thank you for your support, sir.
We have plenty of places.
Yes, sir, we do.
You know the country very well. That's great. Thank you, Terry. Please,
Mr. President, I just want to say that we're honored once again to lead the charge with the United States Marshal Service, leading and joining 22 other federal agencies. I can say that today we spoke with over 30 of the local agencies, letting them know what to expect, giving them the template that we've done here in DC, so they know what to expect. They're extremely excited. I think everyone is going to be well receiving the law enforcement surge that we're about to take to Memphis.
Great job.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask one of the best lawyers in the country. He is one of the best. Todd, say a few words, please. He is a great lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, look, I think it's been said for the past 15 minutes, the president ran on making this country safe again, and we do not make this country safe again unless we go into our cities where there's the most violent among us and go street by street and block by block and arrest the men and women in this country that are destroying cities and communities for the rest of us. And so what we plan on doing, as the governor said and the senator just said, this has been a problem in Memphis for a long time. We plan on delivering Memphis back to the citizens that are there to raise their families, to go to church, to be in their communities. That's our goal, and that's what we plan on doing, whether it takes 2 weeks or 2 years. That's what we're going to do.
Thanks, Todd. The great Stephen Miller, please say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The same emotion you do on television. That's hard to do. I think that's going to be hard to do.
President Trump's initiative here in Washington, D.C., is important to understand, is the most successful anti-crime initiative in American history. I mean, just think about it for a second. In 30 days, President Trump put together a team that saw the largest ever violent crime reduction in any city in American history, something that people had not been able to do in 40 years. That is a momentous achievement. And now the president is going to take that same model to Memphis, and as he said, more cities after that. The team that president has put together has no equal today or anywhere in American history. I think what's happening here is that what the president has done is made clear. The power of federal law enforcement that was used for the last 4 years to harass and attack conservatives, to harass and attack Christians, to go after law-abiding families, the power of law enforcement under President Trump is going to be used to get all the criminals, all the violent offenders, all the murderers, all the cartels, and all the domestic terrorists off our streets. So whether you're Antifa, whether you're a domestic terrorist, whether you are a violent gang member, a drug trafficker, a trained Iraqwa killer, or anyone else that's threatening our people, President Trump is saying he's going to use his FBI, his DOD, his ATF, his DEA to wipe you out, to put you in behind bars, to take you off the street, or to apply whatever legal consequences necessary. Mr. President, I'm honored beyond words to be a part of this team under your leadership as you've saved thousands of lives.
Thank you very much. Come on over. Let's sign that bill. You want to say anything about our great military real fast? What a job he's doing, this guy.
Mr. President, so our Army National Guard is honored to be part of this mission. This is their community. A lot of them are from D.C., they're from Tennessee. When you talk to them, when you talk to the actual population out there who interact with them every day, they say it's a blessing to have them as a part of their life. And then for the National Guard getting to have this where they get to improve their communities, where their kids are growing up and they're going to church, and this is where their families are. Many of them, sir, have said this is the honor of their lifetime, so thank you.
Look at that nice face, and Jenny's a killer. That nice, beautiful face. And he's a total killer. I don't know how you do it, huh? Look, a great job. Everybody here is doing a fantastic job. All right, here we go.
Wonderful. Perfect.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you,
Do you have
sir.
any? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
No, thank you very much. Great job. Any questions, please? Brian? Yeah, Brian.
First of all, you've got to.
Did they take down the blue tent?
Yes, sir.
Last time he hit me with a blue tent and nobody knew what he was talking about. We found out, right?
Found out,
and
right.
it was gone the next day, and they had a lot of. That was not so easy. They had, that's a violent, radical left group. Okay, go ahead.
I got peppered with a lot of comments for doing that. They still have their First Amendment right, though. They're still out there protesting.
well,
You've got an amazing team behind you. You've done an awesome job for D.C. I want to get ahead of a story that I think might come out. You pushed out an email earlier today, really showing dozens and dozens of local media in Memphis highlighting all of the violent crime in that city. So they have no problem reporting the crime, but when you show up to solve it, they're going to run around town looking for that one person that says, we don't want Donald Trump in our city. What can you say to the media there in Memphis, Tennessee, to help let them know the people want you there in their city?
Well, I'm not sure they found that person, because I saw them doing some interviews, and it looked like they were looking, but they were very, in fact, that producer, that person, I think they lost their jobs, because everybody was saying, we want Trump to be there, they want the people right here to be there. Look, it's very simple. In Chicago, they're getting beat to hell, they're being shot. If you lose 6 or 7 people die over a weekend, they consider that a successful weekend. And when you consider that a successful weekend, that's pretty bad. I had the president of Poland here a few days ago, and we had a news conference. Many of you were here. And I made this statement. I said, we're very happy to announce that it's been over 2 weeks since anybody's been killed in D.C. And he looked at me like, is that supposed to be good? He's looking like, what kind of a place is this? And now it's been a long time, but, and as I was saying it, I said, I'm not sure if that sounds good to somebody. It sounded great to you, but it doesn't sound good to somebody from a country where they don't have violent crime like we have. But now it's a long time since that's happened. We went for years where at least one person was killed. Now, you're not seeing it all. It's like the border. Millions of people, a year ago, millions of people poured into our country. In the last 3 months, there have been 0 as reported by largely Democrats, actually. The border is secure. The country is secure. We've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'll tell you, a year ago, we were a country in tremendous trouble, probably a dead country if it continued. So we're very happy about it. And so just, in terms of your question, people have never seen anything like what we're doing, and I think they're very happy, and they want us to be there. They don't want to be mugged. Who would say, gee, I don't want the National Guard? And you need that in terms of numbers. And also, you look at those guys, I looked at them, they're rough guys. They're, the Supreme Court voted recently on merit. We're a merit-based country again. I said they had tremendous courage to do that. We're a merit-based country again. When I looked at the people that were patrolling the streets for the National Guard and for others, I could see we're merit-based. They were rough-looking, they were tough-looking, and they love our country. So that's where we are, Brian. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Yes. Given with all the that's going on, Charlie Kirk's assassination and the left-wing, violence going on, do you have plans, and actually this is a great opportunity with all these, do you plan on designating Antifa finally a domestic terror organization?
Well, it's something I would do, yeah. If I have support from the people back here, I think we'd start with Pam, I think. But I would, if you give me, I would do that 100%, and others also, by the way. But Antifa is terrible.
Are there other groups that you can think of?
There are other groups, yeah, there are other groups. We have some pretty radical groups, and they got away with murder. And also, I've been speaking to the Attorney General about bringing RICO against some of the people that you've been reading about that have been putting up millions and millions of dollars for agitation. These aren't protests. These are crimes, what they're doing, where they're throwing bricks at cars of ICE and Border Patrol. And they come in with a beautiful new car. They're so proud. It's Border Patrol, ICE, it's got whatever it is. And they're throwing rocks at it. And after 50 yards, it looks like an old beat-up vehicle. It was just brand new. It was just bought for the purposes. And they don't have to take that anymore. I let it be known. We'll take responsibility. They don't have to take it anymore. And they don't want to take it. They were told by a past administration, it became almost a culture, if somebody throws a rock at you, do nothing. If somebody spits in your face, do nothing. And I say, when they spit, you hit. Do whatever you want. You do whatever the hell you want. I watched it so sick it made me. For 4 years, I had to sit home and watch people screaming at policemen and spitting in their face, and they weren't able to do anything. They just had a grin and bear it. They're standing up like a piece of steel. And a woman, in many cases, women, you can see they're professional agitators. I had one the other night. I had 4 the other night, all in one group, total phonies. I started to scream when I got into a restaurant, something with Palestine. And I said, well, I'm doing a great job for peace in the Middle East. I should get lots of awards for that, right? With the Abraham Accords and everything else. But a woman just stood up and started screaming. And she got booed out of the place, too. There were a lot of people in the restaurant. I went there to show how safe, and it was safe. I mean, the woman is just a mouthpiece. All she was a paid agitator. And you have a lot of them. And I've asked Pam to look into that in terms of RICO, bringing RICO cases against it, criminal RICO, because they should be put in jail. What they're doing to this country is really subversive.
Is that Mr. President? Can I ask you one on crime, Mr. President? Can I ask you one on crime and one on Charlie Kirk? You've floated potentially going into St. Louis. You mentioned you want to go into Chicago next. Could St. Louis be after Chicago?
It's going to be around there someplace. Yeah, we got to save St. Louis. Got to save these cities. This isn't like, we're going to do something. We have to save St. Louis. We have to save Chicago. I know all about Chicago. I have a great, beautiful building. I'm so proud of it. But, you get less proud when you see all the crime. When they announced 2 weeks ago, 11 people killed, this is over a weekend. I think they said 38 people shot and 11 people dead. And then you watch Pritzker get up and say, we've got crime under control. And I will say that Cash and the FBI did a good job. With a very light force, they went in, and for about 4 months, Cash or so, they've been working on keeping crime down. They have brought the numbers down a little bit. But those are the easy numbers. The first 20-25% are the easy numbers. That's where it gets. Then you have to bring in the big forces, right? Which is what we always intended to do. But I think the FBI's done a very good job. In particular, in Memphis and Chicago, they burned down a little bit, like 20% and 25%. Well, I guess it's not so little, but we have a long way to go. We think Chicago is going to be next, and we'll get to St. Louis also.
And on Charlie Kirk's assassination.
And New Orleans we want to get to, too.
Your FBI is investigating the potential role of left-wing organizations in the assassination. I'm wondering if you think if Charlie Kirk's assassin worked alone or if he worked with him.
I don't know. I mean, I can tell you he didn't work alone on the internet because it seems that he became radicalized on the internet. That's just by watching same things that you're watching and hearing. It looks like he became radicalized over the internet. And it seems like he has wonderful parents, brought in a wonderful neighborhood, smart guy, great boards, great marks, great student. And then something happened to him over a fairly short period of time. It looks like he was radicalized over the internet, and it's radicalized on the left. He's a left. I have a lot of problems with the left, and they get protected, and they shouldn't be protected. But as you understand, I think very well from the tone of your question. Thank you very much.
On Venezuela, sir, and on Israel. First on Venezuela, what can you tell us about this Venezuelan boat that was taken out? And do you plan to provide proof that these were narco-terrorists who were on their way to the U.S.?
Well, we have proof. All you have to do is look at the cargo that was, like, it's spattered all over the ocean. Big bags of cocaine and fentanyl all over the place. And it was, plus we have recorded evidence that they were leaving. We've recorded them. It was very careful because we know you people would be after us. We're very careful. The military has been amazing. And General Kane showed me a little while ago the clip, but you could actually see it. But you don't have to see it because we have recorded proof and evidence. We know what time they were leaving, when they were leaving, what they had, and all of the other things that you'd like to have. But we have noticed that there are no ships in the ocean anymore. We're seeing that there's like no ships, when the first one we went, there were hundreds of boats. Now there are no boats. I wonder why. Meaning no drugs are coming across, probably stopping some fishermen too. I mean, to be honest, if I were a fisherman, I wouldn't want to go fishing. Just a nice, let's take a little trip, because I'd say, man, maybe they think I have drugs downstairs. I don't want that. I think the fishing business probably been hurt, but there are literally no boats. This was a boat, and we were surprised to see it. Now, what does that mean? That means there's no drugs coming by sea, but they do come by land. And you know what? We're telling the cartels right now, we're going to be stopping them too. When they come by land, we're going to be stopping them the same way we stop the boats. And you'll see that. But maybe by talking about it a little bit, it won't happen. If it doesn't happen, that's good. But they killed 300,000 people in our country last year. And we're not letting it happen anymore.
And then on Israel, did Bibi Netanyahu speak to you directly to alert you that Israel was going to be striking Hamas sites in Qatar?
No, he didn't. Yeah, go ahead.
How did you learn of it?
Same way you did. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned that the shooter was radicalized online.
I think so. By the way, when I say that, that's my opinion. I think he was radicalized online based on what they're saying.
Do social media companies bear any responsibility for that? And how does that?
I'm going to have to ask. I don't know. I'd ask Pam that question. I don't know if you or Todd could give an answer to that. Somebody has to bear some responsibility.
And President Trump, I've always told parents, you got to watch what your kids are doing on the internet, what they're doing online, what they're listening to, what they're reading. They're all online. They're all on their phones all the time. Parents have got to monitor that because this starts when you're young. This starts when you're young, when you listen to these groups, when you watch these shows, and parents have got to just be vigilant. So sure, that's part of it, and they're meeting kids online who they think are kids, and they can be anywhere in the world and talking to them, and yeah, they are being radicalized.
Mr. President.
He went bad, and he just went bad very quickly in a sense, because he sort of led a very normal life, a life of, great education, schools, everything else, but somewhere along the line something happened. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. How will you send the National Guard into Chicago without cooperation of the governor and mayor?
Well, if they do cooperate, that's good. If they don't, it's not going to matter to us at all. You know who wants to help us? Police department. They have no respect for the governor. They have no respect for the mayor. They respect us. And we found that in Washington. You know, we haven't had total support in Washington from government, as you know, from everybody. I don't want to say the mayor because she was better than most, but we haven't had great, but we have had great support from the Metropolitan Police. They're like brothers of these people. They're really like brothers. You see that. They work together. And so if the governor wants to support, as I said to Bill, it's going to be his proudest moment, what he's going to do, the governor of Tennessee, what's going to happen with Memphis. In 3-4 weeks, we'll stand together and we'll say, look at this. The crime has almost disappeared, maybe completely disappeared. I mean, Washington, they don't even know how to record it because it's down so much. You know, they've never heard. I heard 87% is down. I said, really? Who are the 13%? Because it's more than that. It's actually more. Hard to believe, right? You're going to have the same results in Chicago. And we hope we have the governor's help, but if we don't, we're doing it without him.
And on social media, Mr. President, you had the framework that's been agreed to with TikTok, for example. Will China continue to have a stake in the company?
Well, we haven't decided that, but it looks to me, and I'm speaking to President Xi on Friday for confirmation of that, and, you know, frankly, more importantly, a big deal. And we've had very good meetings. As you know, we were in Europe, our people, Scott Bessent and Jameson Greer, and others. And it was a very big meeting with China. And, you know, they're treating us with respect. We treat them with respect, too. But it was very successful. And on top of it, we have what could be a very good deal. Don't forget, I've had more people say, could you try and keep TikTok alive? I use TikTok. I mean, I have to admit it. In the election, and look how I did with youth. No Republicans come close. I blew everyone away. You know, if you look back, not so long ago, Romney, he got like 7% of the youth. I got like 8 times that amount. I got tremendous numbers of youth. By the way, I want to say, Charlie helped me. And Charlie was the one, get on TikTok. He used to say to me, get on TikTok. Charlie was unbelievable. So probably, and I did. I had somebody named TikTok Jack. And he'd put that camera, he said, just a real quick statement, sir, like 10 seconds or less. They didn't like anything over 10 seconds, but it worked. But Charlie is the one that really, and my son Barron also. And I have to say, Don, Eric, the whole group, it's important. And it can maybe even bring us closer to China. We had a very good meeting with China. I was surprised. I didn't expect it to that extent. And I'm going to speak again with President Xi on Friday. And, you know, I think that'll confirm things up.
Who's buying it?
Charlie Kirk in crime. On Charlie Kirk, do you plan to speak at the funeral, and what would your message be?
Well, I'm going on Sunday. We're taking a whole plane load and having. I was invited on Saturday, but I said I'd rather save it for Sunday. You know, we're going to have a stadium, and I'll bet that stadium is going to be pretty packed, maybe completely packed. It's going to be big, but I'm going to be at the stadium, and I guess I'll say a few words. I don't know, but I guess I will. But I knew him very well. He was an amazing guy. He was all about young people, getting them started right, and he was like a magnet for young people. They just attracted to him. He loved them, and they attracted to him. His wife is a tremendous person, by the way. He always had great respect for his wife. He got married. I didn't know he was getting married. I heard he got married, and he loved her. He really loved her. She loved him, and I think she'll have something to do with keeping that whole thing going. You know, Turning Point it became a very big deal, and I heard they had like 38,000. So he wanted to get it up to 20,000 chapters. That's a lot. That would have been a lifetime's work. I heard that over the last 4 days, they have 38,000 people wanted 38,000 chapters at colleges, schools, other places. Numbers that, nobody's ever heard of numbers like that. So I think Turning Point could be, through what happened, this horrible act, it could be maybe bigger than it could have ever been had he been there. And I will say this, he'd be very happy if he saw what was going on. And there's some very good people, because I speak at Turning Point quite a bit. And Charlie would call me up So the last time I spoke to him, he said, sir, I think it was Phoenix. Sir, could you get to Phoenix? This was like in a day. I said, Charlie, I'm the president of the United States. You're calling me, asking me if I could speak tomorrow in Phoenix. You can't do that to me, Charlie. But usually I ended up going. He was great. He was a great guy, and he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this, believe me.
Ilhan Omar, after his assassination, called Charlie Kirk a reprehensible human being. Should she be stripped of her community assignments?
I would say, I think she's a disgraceful person. You know, I think she's a disgraceful person, a loser. It's amazing the way people vote. I know it's people from her area, maybe of the world. I don't know. They got here and they vote her in. It's hard to believe, but I think she's a disgusting person.
And one more question, if I could. A lot of these, in recent of these trans shooters that we've seen over the last couple incidents, this flag right here is up and down 14th Street. This is what would be a trans flag. A lot of people are very threatened by this flag. It means a lot of different negative things to people, violence. Would you be opposed to taking this flag down up and down the streets of D.C.?
Well, I wouldn't be. Then they'll sue and they'll get freedom of speech stuff, you know, so that'll happen. But I would have no problem with it. I will say, and Steve might just mention this, Todd, you might mention it too, because we're putting out an order. You know, freedom of speech means you can burn the American flag, which I think is horrible. But I noticed something over the last little while. You know, as you do this, you start noticing things that you wouldn't normally think. It really causes unrest and violence when they burn American flag. So the American flag, I wanted anybody burns the American flag, go to jail based on freedom of speech, goes to jail immediately. But the freedom of speech protected them, right? And so, and that's been argued a couple of times. And you know, it's one of those things. But you know what? Hasn't been argued, and we're going to be arguing it, I think, very soon. And that's the violence. They incite violence. So when I saw it just yesterday, they burned the American flag, and people that were there were fine. And all of a sudden, they're going crazy, and there's fist fights. It wasn't in Memphis either. But I will say, it incites violence. And I think you just do the exact same thing. Don't use freedom of speech. Use the incitement of violence. I mean, it's really, you had to see, these people were going at it. Yeah. And, you know, you could burn other things and people just sit there, they fall asleep. You burn the American flag, and on both sides. But the level of violence I saw this flag burning cause was incredible. It was an incitement. So I hope you guys are going to be able to do that, Pam, right?
Well, there's also groups called Trans-Tifa. So perhaps if you can label them a domestic terrorist group, then you can, in all reality, you could take that flag down because it would represent the Trans-Tifa.
I think you probably could. Again, you'll be sued, and it's okay. I've been sued before a couple of times, you may have seen. Anyway.
Netanyahu said that he doesn't rule out targeting Hamas anywhere they are. You said that you don't want to see Qatar hit again. Are there any guarantees that Qatar...
Well, he won't be hitting in Qatar. As I say, I call it Qatar, you call it Qatar. You're actually more right, but actually you're allowed to go. The Emir said, you can say it any way you want, but I've always thought of it as Qatar. I think it's a beautiful sound. And actually, they've been a very good ally. And a lot of people don't know that. But he won't be hitting Qatar, but he will be maybe going after. Now, there was an article that I read in a newspaper just about an hour ago where Hamas said they're going to use the 20 hostages as human shields. They're going to bring them up from the dark tunnels, and they're going to put them in the line of fire so that if Israel goes forward, they're going to die. And I thought that was very terrible, and I put out a statement on that. You saw that.
Mr. President, I want Charlie Kirk, in retrospect, given all of the moving ways that this White House has paid tribute to Charlie Kirk,
right.
Do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags to have staff when Melissa Hordman, the Minnesota House Speaker, was gunned down by an assassin as well?
I'm not familiar. The
Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat, who was assassinated this summer.
Well, if the governor had asked me to do that, I would have done that. But the governor of Minnesota didn't ask me. I I wouldn't have thought of that, but I would have if somebody had asked me. People make requests for the lowering of flag, and oftentimes you have to say no because it would be a lot of lowering. The flag would never be up. Had the governor of Minnesota asked me to do that, I would have done that gladly.
And given the killing of Melissa Hortman, the attack on Paul Pelosi, the attack on Gabby Giffords, the attack on the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, why make the case that violence is only on one side? It seems to be taking
I didn't
place
say it's on
across
one side, but I say the radical left causes tremendous violence, and they seem to do it in a bigger way. But the radical left really is caused a lot of problems for this country. I really think they hate our country. Okay, yeah, please.
This may be related to the RICO work that you're doing, and I'd like to confirm.
And we are really looking at that seriously.
Vice President Vance was speaking with Stephen Miller earlier today about targeting NGOs that they were saying foment violence.
Right.
Is that? Can you speak more to that? And what NGOs specifically are you looking to target, sir?
A number of them. Steve, please.
Yes, so I believe what you're referring to is there are these nonprofit entities that organize, as the president mentioned, attacks on ICE officers, attacks on Border Patrol agents, organized doxing campaigns, which are a violation of federal law. They break off cement and they bring into riots. They have organized drop points for weapons, organized drop points for gas masks, organized drop points for all the materials necessary to launch a riot. And of course, you saw that during the Black Lives Matter riots as well, too. So there's this whole network of organizations. And I think the key point the president's been making is somebody is paying for all of this. This is not happening for free. And so under the president's direction, the attorney general is going to find out who is paying for it, and they will now be criminally liable for paying for violence.
And you know, a new thing that I've been seeing a lot of lately, but never saw before, is they're walking in with bricks and rocks and everything. And the FBI or the Border Patrol or ICE or the police are grabbing them and taking them away, and that's great. And then they whip out a hammer, and it's a beautiful hammer, really. It's nice. You know, this is not a hammer somebody happens to have. These are serious hammers, beautiful, brand new hammers, and they start breaking up the concrete sidewalks and the granite curbs in many cases. Granite is hard to cut, you know, it's very hard stone, and they're banging away and handing out pieces of stone. So instead of having it in bags, they're banging the sidewalk, knocking that. You have to see what some of these sidewalks look like when they finish, and especially the curbs, because the granite curbs are very, very expensive, and they're great, and, you know, very hard. They are almost indestructible, but not when it gets pounded on for 20 minutes by some pretty strong guy. And then they hand out big chunks of stone so that people can throw them at the police and people can drop them off bridges into car windows. No, we have a long way to go, and we're going to make it all good. We're going to make it really safe. This country is going to be safe. We've got almost 3.5 years. Think of that, 3.5 years. It's a long time. It goes quickly. But at the end of that time, I hope one of the many things we can say is that we made our cities safe again. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Good job, guys. Come on, team. Everyone. Thank you. Moving, everybody. Thank you. Love you.
Okay. Right there, President of the United States. I would say some pretty blockbuster news, wouldn't you? Just President Trump. First off, and you saw the power of this. This is why we've been calling for kind of an organized effort around the Antifa as a terrorist organization, as a start to get into this investigation, really to get into it, and solutions for the situation around Charlie Kirk. The president just said he's going to designate it, right? As you know, there's been a lot of work behind the scenes on this. So President Trump said right there, says I will designate. And they've already got, looks like Justice Department's pulling together RICO. We're going to have a couple clips on this in just a second. But today's been explosive developments in the case. But the single biggest thing the folks should understand about what you're seeing out there, this has pivoted now off of just being a sole investigation on one murder. the assassination of Charlie Kirk by one guy who still, as much as they keep throwing up, boom, 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 throwing it on the wall, giving it to Fox, leaking it to somebody, we still haven't had an organized effort, which we're pushing for to kind of go to a brief, one brief by law enforcement, FBI and DOJ, to kind of get organized in this and put everything out that's appropriate to be put out. But right there, you saw the President of the United States responding to what the war room has been calling for from the very beginning. Designate Antifa a domestic terrorist organization or just a terrorist organization. Then you get into the international part of it. As Stephen Miller, the great Stephen Miller, said right there on what Antifa's doing out in Portland, you get in back of finding out who's financing all this, who's financing the doxing of the ICE agents, who is financing the nightly takedown, which I think there's 8 or 10 blocks there you could just declare martial law. And so tremendous developments. President Trump is taking the lessons of D.C., of which Miller told us the greatest drop in crime in the nation's history in 30 days. They're in a fight now with Chicago. I say screw it. You should just send them. But they're working that through. They're sending them to Memphis, Tennessee, and you saw the entire task force right there. That task force put on Antifa. You're going to have some changes. This is how the radicals are going to get taken out, right there, with government power. We have a couple of clips. Do we have time to play it? It's not too long for 6:51. Let's go ahead and play. We've got some clips on this domestic terrorist situation. Let's go ahead and play them. We'll come back to the war right after that. To turn this into a broader investigation, a deeper investigation, and all we need is to get designate Antifa and the trans-Tifa or the Tran-Tifa, whatever the subset of this, domestic terrorist organizations, right? And then start what you can do then on financing, what you can do on people that assist them, politicians that assist them. Also, maybe you go in a 5 or 6 block area or 10 block square area in Portland and help the poor working class people there out there every night and declare martial law there and clean up that mess. Remember, last night you saw him mocking President Trump on the ice, on these brave folks on ice. Incredible.
Yes. Given with all the that's going on, Charlie Kirk's assassination and the left-wing violence going on, do you have plans, and actually this is a great opportunity with all these, do you plan on designating Antifa finally a domestic terror organization?
Well, it's something I would do, yeah. If I have support from the people back here, I think we'd start with Pam, I think. But I would, if you give me, I would do that 100%. And others also, by the way. But Antifa is terrible.
Are there other groups that you can think of?
There are other groups, yeah. There are other groups. We have some pretty radical groups, and they got away with murder. And also, I've been speaking to the Attorney General about bringing RICO against some of the people that you've been reading about that have been putting up millions and millions of dollars for agitation. These aren't protests. These are crimes, what they're doing, where they're throwing bricks at cars of ICE and Border Patrol. And they come in with a beautiful new car. They're so proud. It's Border Patrol, ICE, it's got whatever it is. And they're throwing rocks at it. And after 50 yards, it looks like an old beat-up vehicle. It was just brand new. It was just bought for the purposes. And they don't have to take that anymore. I let it be known. We'll take responsibility. They don't have to take it anymore. And they don't want to take it. They were told by a past administration, it became almost a culture, if somebody throws a rock at you, do nothing. If somebody spits in your face, do nothing. And I say, when they spit, you hit. Do whatever you want. You do whatever the hell you want. I watched it so sick it made me. For 4 years, I had to sit home and watch people screaming at policemen and spitting in their face, and they weren't able to do anything. They just had a grin and bear. They're standing up like a piece of steel. And a woman, in many cases, women, you can see they're professional agitators. I had one the other night. I had 4 the other night, all in one group, total phonies. I started to scream when I got into a restaurant, something with Palestine. And I said, well, I'm doing a great job for peace in the Middle East. I should get lots of awards for that, right? With the Abraham Accords and everything else. But a woman just stood up and started screaming. And she got booed out of the place, too. There were a lot of people in the restaurant. I went there to show how safe, and it was safe. I mean, the woman is just a mouthpiece. All she was a paid agitator. And you have a lot of them. And I've asked Pam to look into that in terms of RICO, bringing RICO cases against the criminal RICO, because they should be put in jail. What they're doing to this country is really subversive.
We'll play that again in the second hour. President Trump in the Oval Office saying he is open to, and it looks like a lot of nod around the table of guys who have been working on it, designating Antifa a terrorist organization. What does this do? Remember the three levels of these radical organizations. You have the foot soldiers in the front. Those are the skinny guys in mask, or the shooter in the Charlie Kirk assassination, or the tranny roommate, or the furries, all that. That's kind of the lowest level. They radicalize these kids. They get them into the transgender movement. The dark web does that to transform these kids, to twist their thinking. They're the foot soldiers. Then you have a whole nother group of very serious, some special forces, and others have been in the military to train these people because they're trained. As Tage Gill says, he thinks they'll fold like a cheap suit once you drop the hammer on them, but they're trained and they've got training. They've got, you do have folks in the military. That's that second tier. It wasn't extremism or white nationalism. What infected the military is that, of course, Biden and the Biden Justice Department, Merrick Garland, everybody focused on patriotic Americans. Then you have the third layer, and that's the politicians, the media, the operational aspect, and the financing. Not just Soros in this, even deeper and darker than that, and I believe you will find foreign governments that are putting money into this. This is what they're trying to drive, the chaos in the United States. You will find, if you designate a terrorist organization, you'll have even more powers than criminal RICO to go after them and get all their bank records, freeze their accounts, get all the phones, everything to take this down. That's when you start to have a serious investigation. It becomes much broader and much wider than just some kid that, they transformed into an Antifa hater, right? Because he had a tranny roommate, right, who is also happened to be a furry. And every day they're kind of dripping and dropping. It is not a single murder. There's something here much deeper at play. Remember, we don't believe in coincidences in the war room, particularly the coincidence of the guy just randomly up there asking the question about transgender violence at the very moment that Charlie Kirk is cut down by an assassin's bullet. Not buying it. Got to break it all apart and get to the bottom of all of it. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to be packed. President Trump took 40 minutes of our time, and you know what? It's the best 40 minutes we spent all day in the war room. President Trump dropping the hammer, sending a task force to Memphis to clean it up just like they cleaned up D.C., told Chicago, hey, don't think you're off the hook. We're coming there. The cavalry is coming to save the citizens against these corrupt politicians. So much more going on from the Oval Office today. We'll report it all. Also have a couple of special guests. We're also going to Indiana. Remember, it's 9-0. That's Indiana, not 8-1. We need 9 House seats redistricted. Back in a moment.
Stay tuned to get a free month of home warranty protection. Tired of searching for contractors when your home appliances and systems break down, only to leave you stuck with a huge repair bill and shoddy repairs? Plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and appliance breakdowns could cost thousands.
Hi, Tanya Nyack here for Choice Home Warranty. They protect my home from expensive repairs, and they can do the same for you. No matter if it's your refrigerator, air conditioning, or more than 20 other home systems and appliances, Choice Home Warranty has saved millions of homeowners a whole lot of money. For a low monthly fee, you get their nationwide network of trusted technicians with plans to cover repairs and replacements done quickly and the right way.
It eliminates anxiety, frustration, and it saves you money. I recommend using Choice Home Warranty.
Don't let an appliance or home system break the bank, leaving you stressed. Call Choice Home Warranty before that happens and get your first month free. Plus, call in the next 5 minutes and we'll give you free limited roof leak coverage. That's a $70 value, free. Just call now.
No more headaches searching for technicians. No more huge repair bills. Just the peace of mind of having Choice Home Warranty at your service. I trust Choice Home Warranty with my home, and you should too.
Year after year, Choice Home Warranty is recognized as the nation's top home warranty and has thousands of 5-star reviews from real homeowners. Experience real budget protection and call Choice Home Warranty now.
Stop flushing money down the toilet on expensive repairs. Call Choice Home Warranty now and save big with their special offer of your first month free. Don't wait another minute. Call now.
Call Choice Home Warranty for your free personalized quote and to get your first month free. Call in the next 5 minutes, and as our special offer, you'll receive free limited roof coverage. That's over $100 in savings. This offer won't last long. Call now to lock in your rate and save big. Call 800-495-1163. 800-495-1163.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison. About a year in prison. 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison. J6ers have been treated like terrorists, and we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I'll play some clips in the second hour, but I want to get to this right away. Phil Lyman joins me from Utah. Sir, you ran for governor. You've been very involved in politics. I think one of the things that's disturbing people is Governor Cox, who's up to his neck, and I've advocated today, it hit Mediaite, it's all over, it's gone viral, that he's part of actually a broader investigation with this social emotional learning, what he's done to the school system. Remember, he came on Zoom a couple of years ago during the pandemic. I think he was doing DEI and all this transgender. He was talking about pronouns. He gave his pronouns. He's all happy clappy. One of the issues you're going to find in this investigation is this: they have a big trans problem, I think, a terrorist cell, and that's why, and they're a subset of Antifa. That's why designating Antifa as a terrorist organization is going to get to the bottom of it. But then you had Jeff Flake come on Dana Bash this afternoon, and he's saying Cox is perfect. Cox is saying what the nation needs to hear. Cox is going to be part of that. I tell you, Cox office, dude, you're going to be investigated because you are part of the problem. You're not part of the solution. Thoughts, Phil Lyman?
Yeah, Steve, I think you said this morning that they're part of the dying Republican Party. That's the side of the Republican Party that needs to go away because they're not Republicans and they don't have our values. And I'll tell you one thing that, I was there on Wednesday. I spoke to Charlie in advance of that, and he brings the party with him. And it was a party. I mean, he's throwing hats, and these kids, they look to Charlie so much. Turns out they don't like being lied to any more than the rest of us do. And when they see things that happen that don't add up, it's hard to fool these kids. They've got their cameras. They're watching these things happen. So I went up top, the back of the venue, right when the gunshot happened. Now, I don't know if it was a gunshot. I don't even know what all of that was at this point. But the thing I noticed is that there were some people, while everyone was hiding behind the retaining walls and ducking down and, wondering what's going to come next, there were a group of kids who were not hiding. And it was kind of the LGBTQ. I walked right over and I said, and I heard one of them, utter a real nasty epithet, not to Charlie Kirk, or not to Charlie Kirk, but to the crowd that's running away, go F yourselves type of thing. And I said, was that gunshot not right here? And they said, yeah, it was right over there. The point being, they weren't afraid. They knew something. They knew something that the rest of the people in that crowd didn't know. They were not afraid. If the gunshot was right over there, if the gunshot was right behind them, why are they not hitting the ground? Why are they not running? Why are they not concerned for their lives?
Hold it.
I was afraid it was going to turn into a mass shooting. So I'm out there looking, where is this coming from?
Hang on. Slow down. I want to hit rewind. And we're going to keep here for a few minutes. We've got Alex DeGrasse coming up the next hour. No. So you went, because you're a big supporter of Charlie, you know him. You went actually to Utah Valley University that day to either see Charlie and to kind of see. And look, it was, 3,000, 4,000 folks. It's a big crowd. You went down there. Right. So talk to me about beforehand as you get there. Take your time. Before the shooting, before anything like that, was it the typical kind of Charlie at the university? Because I think it started at noon. He was shot at 12:23. I think it started a few minutes late, but the first part was just Charlie being Charlie, throwing the hats out in the thing and getting the kids all jacked up to ask some questions.
Yeah. So I went back, was invited again. These turning point chapters are amazing, and I happen to have a really good rapport with a lot of those students. And they said, "Hey, come down. We want you to be here. We want you to meet Charlie." So I went back with them, and that was till about 12. About 5 minutes after 12. I was talking to him right up until then. Said, "Thanks for coming to Utah." So I walked up there with him, and all these kids, and his security detail, and he's throwing out hats, and I'm just watching and thinking, this is a magical time and a happy time. These kids are excited. He's blowing kisses to the protesters because there were some of them that were yelling epithets at him, and I thought this is a really important individual in the lives of these kids. And he's changing lives, and this is an exciting time. We're witnessing these changes, and so I stayed right there until the questions started coming, and then I thought, well, I want to get some of my friends who are still en route, meet them, get them down here, so maybe they can shake Charlie's hand, say hello to him after he's done. So I went back to the far end of the eastern end of the amphitheater there, which is layered up. So I was up at the top, And yeah, so that's kind of what happened up until that point. It's funny because I was standing there next to a young man. He was a handicapped individual, and he said, "Hey, do you know Charlie Kirk?" And I said, "I do." And he said, "Can you get me a hat?" And I said, "I can." And right about that time, Charlie was coming, and he was chucking hats, and thousands of people screaming, and I just raised my hand and said, "Hey, Charlie, over here." And he looked over. And I think he looked at me like, "What? You want me to throw you a hat?" And I pointed, and when he saw the individual, he didn't. He was almost to throw the hat, and when he saw the individual, he stopped and he came over and he handed it to him with the biggest smile on his face. And I just thought, that's a class act. That's a good person. And anyone that is around Charlie Kirk, you feel it. You feel like that's a good person.
So you're towards the back because you're going to meet your friends because they're doing the Q&A thing. This is where Charlie takes on everybody and lets the people disagree up front.
Right.
You're still only a couple minutes into it. I think he was only to the first couple of questions. Then tell me what happens when you hear. Do you actually hear what you believe is a and it's tiered, so you're all the way towards the back. Is that where you? I tell you what, Phil, can you hang on for a second? We're going to go to a short commercial break, and I want to make sure we take plenty of time to delve into this because, as I said at the very first, remember we went out to Utah right away. Poso was going to come with us. We left right after Charlie was shot, or after the evening show. I think we pre-recorded the second part of it, and took off right after 5 o'clock. Poso was going to come with us, but Poso, I thought we better deploy him. He was doing a lot of media, the CNN hits and all these hits, to make sure he got the word out on Charlie. So we flew out there where we spent, I think, 3 days in Utah, and it was kind of a wake-up call for us about a lot of what's going on there. Don't think Utah is the Utah you remember, of being like the reddest of the red states. It's just not true. But a lot of people could tell immediately there was a lot more in back of this, and questions weren't being answered, and the videos just didn't make sense. And that's why we started to, contact people we know in the government and the administration and let our voices be heard. Plus on the show, and the War Room Posse was amazing. You were lighting people up. We got to get to the bottom of it. The President of the United States in the Oval Office says not just he's open to, he's kind of going to do, he's going to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization and have a full-throated, deep investigation of what's going on. Phil Lyman's story is pretty shocking. When you hear an eyewitness account of what the furries and the LGBTQ weren't afraid of the gunfire. All next in the War Room.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro.
Steve Bannon.
Now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Welcome, everybody, to the Monday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, Amanda Head, reporting to you from the nation's capital here in Washington, D.C. My co-host and Just the News editor-in-chief, John Solomon, is out on assignment tonight. But we are still dealing with the tragic aftermath of Turning Point USA's founder, Charlie Kirk, his assassination last week. And we have been learning new things about how it happened. And we also have been moved by the outpouring of support for Charlie. And just it has been spread out all across social media and from the far reaches of the planet. And it has crystallized for many of us the impact that Charlie had on our country. And another demonstration of that will be held in about 15 minutes from now up on Capitol Hill, where Speaker Mike Johnson is set to hold a vigil for Charlie. So we're going to get you out to that the minute that it starts. And because of that, we want to bring in our first guest right away. He's going to be at that vigil in just a few minutes. He represents the state of Utah, Congressman Burgess Owens. Congressman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Mandy. Looking forward to chatting with you for sure.
Likewise. And I want to ask you, because so many people think of Charlie Kirk in his political realm, because he oftentimes had a lot of debates about that. But more than anything, I mean, Charlie brought, I would argue, tens of thousands of young people to the Lord.
You know, you think about Charlie, he was truly a force. There's no question. He's only 31 years old. I had a chance to watch an interview he did with Mark Levin when he was 26. Wisdom. He's talked about Plato and Aristotle and John Locke. He talks about his faith at every step of the way. And because of that, he had a humble spirit that's very, very rare nowadays. So we're going to look back, and obviously we're going to miss him. It's going to be very, very, very hard to replicate someone like Charlie Kirk because of what he brought. But he started a movement in which people are going to do their very best to be like him, to have the same priorities. His message, very simply for young people, which is so important, is go out there and get married, have a family, build yourself into the middle class, and give back. Think about that, and then always have Heavenly Father as your light, your star. And you think about that message. So many young people are trying to find happiness, and they're going in all the wrong directions. So his life is going to start a movement that we're going to see now moving not only here in the United States, but around the world. I think we should all be excited to know that we can see it happening and be part of making sure that his legacy moves on for sure.
Absolutely. And, you know, I've seen a lot of comments online about people who say they have not been to church in years, and in some case decades, and they are going back to church. They're purchasing a Bible for the first time in their life, maybe. What do you make of that movement? Do you think that that has durability? Do you think that this is going to bring people to the Lord and it won't just be a flash in the pan?
There's no question, and it's because of the country that we are part of. We've had a culture, a society that's built on godly principles, and every now and then we have a chance to see it real time. I was fortunate to grow up in the time of Martin Luther King, and I saw the movement that he began, and empathy, the outgrowth of empathy that came from our country, because it's nonviolent of actions. He would actually go into areas that people were afraid to go, but because they're nonviolent and people saw across the country, they leaned in and they believed in and had a lot of respect for what he was doing. Same thing was happening with Charlie. His message was nonviolence. It was the idea of talking, of speaking, and we the people, as we continue to talk to each other, we will always find a better way of going at it. And that's what he was doing when he was assassinated. He was doing what his mission was, and that is to bring people together, to have conversation, to be respectful. And at the end of the day, whether you agree or not, you at least see a different way and you know how to engage in the future. So this is just the beginning. We're going to be a part of it. And let me just say this also, Amanda, the fact that President Trump is our president, he's bringing back across our country something called patriotism. We're starting to see our young people once again being excited, being cool to be loving our country. And you put that together with the message of Charlie Kirk, this new generation, this Gen X generation, is going to be a remarkable one for us and bring our country back in a very fast fashion.
Absolutely. Well, and Congressman, I know of someone else in history who supported civil debate and dialogue and doing it peacefully and telling the truth, and that was civil rights icon MLK Jr. And I look at Charlie's legacy and I look at the impact that Charlie had on the young generation. Is Charlie Kirk a civil rights icon in those ranks?
No question. Charlie, though, is amazing. He's even more so than that. And I've had a chance to live through two different very strong eras. One was with Martin Luther King when I was very young, 12 years old. I was doing a demonstration. I remember the nonviolent movement at the time. And then 40 years later, I had a chance to listen to Rush Limbaugh, someone who brought intelligence and smart and dialogue and common sense. So I see Charlie has been a combination of those two. The impact he's had, though, is that instead of just being on radio, he's actually out there with the kids. He's out there communicating with them. They can start to see a real person who cares about them. And so even when they walk away and not agreeing with everything that he believes in, they saw something that was touching their spirit and knowing then how to have these engagements. So I see him really going down in history as quite unique. And he's only 31 years old. I can't say that and emphasize that enough. To have the ability to do what he did, to impact our country the way he's had, and around the world at 31 years old, says that he was made for this time. He was made for the mission, and he fulfilled his mission in a remarkable way. And we all have to be proud of the fact that he did exactly what he came here to get done.
Absolutely. Congressman, I want to ask you, you're in a perfect position to answer this question because you're up on Capitol Hill with Democrats, and I hate to say it, but some Democrats who have spewed some pretty hateful and I would argue inciting things. I remember not that long ago Maxine Waters saying to get in the faces of Trump supporters at gasoline stations, and Nancy Pelosi's had her fair share of remarks, of course Chuck Schumer. Up on Capitol Hill, you have experience of dealing with these folks. How do we move forward as two very different parties, but under one banner, which is the United States of America? How do we move forward when you've got one side who is saying the things that they do, and then when you have a result like we did last Wednesday?
Well, it's going to be up to the American people. American people send to Congress here those who represent their thoughts. I think we can say, and for those who say that it's the same on both sides, it's not the same on both sides. We have visuals. They do quite differently. They demean. I'm not talking leadership now. I'm talking about those who are driving this agenda. There are good people in the Democratic Party, and that's really who's going to make the difference. Good people who have good hearts, who are seeing this, seeing full time, and realize it's good and evil. It truly is good and evil. And anyone who says that they are happy that something like this happened, good people will draw away from that. They say, that's just too much for me. I can't go in that direction. And my suggestion, my thoughts are, you have a lot more Democrats that might not become Republicans, but they'll become independent. They will start to now look at what makes sense for me, what makes sense for my family, and the values that I hold tight. And that's where I think is going to be the biggest message and biggest impact of Charlie Kirk, is that we're going to start having people listening, talking, and getting away from the evil Marxist, communist ideology that has done so much damage to our society, to our young people. And we're going to start getting them back now because they can start thinking a little bit and leaning into a faith whatever that faith might be, is one in which I'm not the end game. There's something greater than me. And if I can just be a good person, then I will be blessed by it. That's the concept that Charlie pretty much put out there. And as we do that as a country, lean back into our faith, family, the free market, hard work, and education, we will find out our space again in terms of being a more perfect union.
Yeah. Does the media bear some responsibility in this? Does the FCC have a responsibility to look at some of these media organizations?
I would hope so. The media is complicit. We have very, very hateful people, and this is I think what's going to be part of the legacy of Charlie Kirk. His talks, his podcasts, his interviews are voluminous. And there are going to be people who are going to listen to these messages and realize that they've been lied to. That here's a good person, a young man who loved his family, loved his wife and his kids, loved our country, and was just always trying to do is help us to come together again. And when they start to see that and realize the hard left, the Marxist left has been lying to them, American people don't like to be lied to. It's just, you can make mistakes, but don't lie to us. And that's what's going to happen, I think, as we start to hear his voice and study his voice, and that'd be part of our educational process, by the way. He should be, as we've looked at Martin Luther King and his record of speeches and talks and impact, we should be doing the same thing with Charlie. And when that happens, we're going to start pulling our kids back from that hard left Marxist godless ideology, because they'll hear, number one, they'll hear truth, and they also know that folks have not been honest in the Democratic Party, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Utah Congressman Burgess Owens, we're going to let you get over to that vigil now. We're going to dip into that coverage when it starts. But thank you so much for being on the show tonight.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All the best. Take care.
Absolutely. Same to you. All right, everybody. We are going to be staying with you until that vigil begins. But in the meantime, one of my colleagues at this network, someone who, when he and I were covering things for Real America's Voice, oftentimes it was alongside Charlie Kirk. So the hole that is felt in our lives is so very deep and so gaping. Ben Bergquam, thanks so much for joining me tonight.
It's great to be with you, Amanda.
Ben, it almost doesn't seem real. Every time if I read it on the screen, on my teleprompter, if I read it in an article, if I read it in a tweet, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, it still doesn't seem real.
Yeah, no, I every morning I wake up and relive that, and throughout the day you think about it, and that terrible video. It's one of those things that I always debate whether it's worth watching something like that or not, because it's so horrific you can't get it out of your mind. But it's also the double edge of that. It's so horrific you can't get it out of your mind. So you're forced to deal with the reality of what's in front of us, the level of evil that we're up against, and not just the demon who pulled the trigger, but those that are out there celebrating him now. That's what we're up against. It's not this whole kumbaya, come together, unless you get people that come out and say Antifa's on the left. We're already hearing this on our side, but unless you get people on the left coming out saying Antifa's a terrorist organization, they need to be treated like a terrorist organization. Anyone who celebrates the murder of any other innocent person and not trying to somehow justify it as, this violence, speech is violence, and somehow it's equal to this other sort of violence. Until we get past that, to answer your question that you're talking to Congressman Burgess about, I don't see us coming together. There is no path to reconciliation when one side says, I can murder you because I don't like what you say.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you on that. And so much of this, Ben, the only word that I can think of to describe these people who are celebrating it is wicked, deeply, deeply wicked, with some very serious heart issues. Evil. And I think about the story in, I think, both Matthew and Mark, where Jesus cast out the unclean spirits and into the swine, and they run off the cliff. And I'm not saying that, I want these people to run off a cliff, but I really want these unclean spirits to be cast elsewhere, because it feels like the enemy has captured the Democrat Party.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. We're in a spiritual battle. This is a spiritual war, and you can see it. You can see the demons. I see them every time I'm out at a protest. I see the demons in their eyes. Yeah. And this is who we're up against. It's not people with a slightly difference of opinion. It's people that have demons inside of them that want to murder you and your family. That's who we're up against. And sadly, you have the coddlers of those people who have rejected God and replaced God with moral relativism, and are at a point where they've slid down that slippery slope where they're overcommitted to this ideology where they can't even come out and say, this is evil, this is wicked, this has to stop. They're in this place where it's moral equivalency. Well, Charlie Kirk hurt some people's feelings, so therefore I understand their cause. No, you can't. You can't do those two things. And so I agree. But I also, Amanda, this is also about us as the church, the real church, not the fake LGBT communist church that's out there masquerading as a church, but the real Christian base who have allowed this to go on, have not stood up. You've got a few pastors that have, but for so long sat back and said, well, I don't want to offend anybody. And, this God's calling me to preach in the pulpit, but not live out in the world. And all of these things we're starting to have to come to reconciliation with and say, something's got to give. Something has to change, or else we just say, we're just going to let people murder us because they disagree with us. And I don't think that's the case. I think, the one bright light, and I'm here with a bunch of sheriffs and representatives from across America speaking down here in McAllen at this border summit, and everybody's talking about it. And the one thing that I take away is, it breaks my heart for his family. That's the biggest fear I have as a father and as a husband, to leave my family unprotected. Absolutely. That's the fear I have. But I also, what's coming out of this is the blessing, unfortunately, that the enemy meant for evil. The blessings that are going to come out of this are incalculable. And we're going to be seeing this, and I believe God is restoring. I love what Sean Foyt said yesterday. Our revenge is not revolution, but the revival in America. Amen. They want revolution, we want revival, and that's our prayer.
Yeah, revival to come. I'm so excited to see that happen. And I want to play one of these clips. Ben, you interviewed a 14-year-old named Bryson who talked about that legacy that Charlie has, awesome. What Charlie meant to him. Check it out.
He was my idol. I remember watching his videos, wanting to be like him. I would just see the way he would debate, and he would stay calm while the left was just yelling at him, and he was just so nice about it. And then they hated him so much because he knew he was right, but they just didn't want to admit it. So they ended up hating him, and they just killed him for it.
What's your name? How old are you?
I'm Bryson Levy. I'm 14.
Man, God bless you. Where are you from?
I'm from here, Oakton.
Man, I pray a blessing on Bryson. This whole generation, Lord, raise them up. Give them extra strength, extra power, wisdom and favor, Lord. I just pray your angel armies go with Bryson everywhere you go, brother, that God makes you a man, a warrior for this generation, my man.
Thank you.
Oh, man, what a wonderful guy. That is absolutely incredible. Ben, as you are out in America, you crisscross this country more than practically anyone I know. As you are talking to young people, are you hearing more and more of what Bryson said?
Yeah, we've been saying it. You and I have been talking about this for a long time. We are the counterculture now. It was the cancel culture trying to destroy us, and those of us that struggled through that, we are now the counterculture. And there is this it's a gravitational pull from young people that are sick of being told what to think, what to do, that what they see with their own eyes is wrong, that some transgender person is the sex that they're claiming to be, not the one that we can see with our own eyes. And there's this hunger in the younger generation to have meaning and purpose in their life. And that's why we're seeing this. It's a shift, not just a political shift, but a religious shift where people are saying, there's got to be more to life than this lie that I've been told, that we're just a clump of cells that's worthy of death. And there's nothing else beyond that.
Ben,
and
hang tight. I want to get the rest of your answer,
else.
But we've got Speaker Mike Johnson at the dais about to start this vigil. Let's tune in. Okay, so my eyesight is not great. I can obviously see Speaker Mike Johnson surrounded by a number. I see Leader Scalise. Who else is back there? My vision is not good enough, but they are about to, if you're just now tuning in, they are about to hold a vigil for Charlie Kirk up there on Capitol Hill at the Capitol. And as many of you saw, dozens and dozens of vigils taking place over the weekend in cities across the globe. I mean, we saw it in London. We saw it in South Korea. I mean, it's the impact that Charlie had on the world. I don't think, and Ben, I want to ask you this because, you know, Charlie to us is a friend. Charlie is someone who we used to cover the early Turning Point stuff together. We used to have him on at CPAC and at, you know, NRB convention and all of these different places where conservatives converged. So he was a friend to us and he was a colleague. He was a partner at this network. And since he has passed, we are seeing the insane impact that he had across the entire world. Did you ever? I mean, I don't want to say I never saw it before, because I did. I obviously knew how important he was and how impactful he was and how big his legacy was growing to be. But I don't know if I saw it as this big.
Yeah, and in some ways, sadly, I think it's magnified because of this. Had he just had the left just let Charlie grow into old age, he would have had a major impact. Turning Point it has reached more young people than any other organization in American history.
Okay, the speaker's starting, so let's hang tight and we're going to let the speaker talk.
Nation's capital. Sadness, of course, unspeakable grief that people have felt. Many of the people here assembled in Statuary Hall today were personal friends of Charlie Kirk, knew him well, watched his ministry and his organization develop over the years. And then the sadness for so many of us turned to anger, and there's been a mixture of emotions that included fear on behalf of a lot of people around the country. This heinous political violence, an assassination. Our friend Charlie did not pass away in a car accident. He was assassinated for standing for his political beliefs. And so it's, for so many of us, it has felt as if the ground has been shaken. And it's not just the people assembled here, of course. It involves students on university campuses around America and the over 3,000 chapters of Turning Point that are on university, college campuses, and high school campuses around the country, and all of the people in the network and in the conservative movement and throughout the nation that have heard Charlie's voice and felt a part of all that he was involved with, because he was on a mixture of media and his voice was heard loudly and clearly. What we do know about Charlie is that he would not want us to be overcome by despair. He would want us to carry the message forward, to honor his memory, and to expand the legacy they left behind. I've spoken, as many of us have, at a lot of memorial services over the last several days, some in my home state. We had one here at the Kennedy Center last night, as you all know. But we felt it was appropriate for us to gather here in the nation's capital in Statuary Hall to mark the passing of our friend, to share in a moment of reflection and a prayer together, which we'll have in a few moments after a few of the leaders speak here briefly. But I've summarized in every public remark that I've given that I think the best way to honor the memory of Charlie Kirk is to live as he lived. And I've encouraged young people to do two things: advance his principles and adopt his approach. The principles that Charlie stood for were faith and freedom and family and virtue and patriotism and America, which he believed and we all believe is the greatest nation in the history of the world. Those are good principles to advance. And you honor Charlie by doing so. You honor your country, but also to adopt his approach. Because Charlie was a happy warrior, and he was not angry at anybody about any of those things that he was advancing. He never hated anyone. In fact, in Charlie's own words, he was motivated by love. He believed in the words of Scripture. He identified himself to be a Christ follower, and he tried to model that every single day in everything that he did. And as I remarked a couple of times already this week, what I loved about Charlie the most is even though he could win any debate, he never held it against anyone on the other side of the table. To the contrary, he was the very first person to reach out a hand of friendship or to put his arm around the shoulder of someone who was on the complete opposite side of the political spectrum, philosophy or ideology, because it was about the people. That's what Charlie represented, and his legacy will go on. Scripture reminds us that we should not be overcome by evil, but we should overcome evil with good. That is the legacy of Charlie Kirk.
Well, Charlie Kirk was taken from us way too soon. He's so young, but yet you think about the impact that this young man had on this great country. And frankly, if you look in the last few days, you can see the impact that Charlie Kirk had on the entire world. To see the outpouring, as the speaker said, of love, and truly so much love for Charlie and what he represented, and for the beautiful family he left behind. Erica, the powerful words that Erica spoke the other night, hopefully continue to show America and the world that Charlie's legacy will live on and endure. What he stood for needs to endure. Because what brought Charlie to public life was really first a concern that the ability to go to college just to learn and to express your own ideas, maybe even ideas of disagreement with somebody else, with a professor, that those powerful ideas were being threatened on our campuses. That was eroding, that free speech, that ability to debate in a civil way was being taken away. And he wasn't one of those people that just said he was going to complain about it. He actually vowed to do something about it. He didn't just start an organization called Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk started a movement that's going to grow and thrive and represent those ideals that Charlie hopefully instilled in people that didn't even agree with him. You know, he was asked what he wanted to be remembered for. Not something, frankly, that young people would be asked, but he was asked that. And what he said is, I want to be remembered for courage, for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith in my life. And you could see it when you listened to him. It's what gravitated millions of people to Charlie Kirk. And it wasn't just young people on college campuses. People, seasoned veterans of political discourse, were drawn to that same message because it wasn't just about debating politics. It was about expressing your faith and why it's so important to be able to do that freely. And we can never live in fear. We can never let whatever people think drives them not to debate, but to try to resort to political violence. It can never be accepted as the norm in this great country. It goes against everything that our country was founded upon. In fact, the most powerful notion of America was not just that our rights are granted to us by God, but that you have the right to question your government. You have a right to question your leaders, and then to do something about it. And the way you do something about it is you settle those differences at the ballot box. And Charlie truly believed that. He led movements to get young people engaged in the political process, and it truly has made a difference. And that will not end. In fact, just judging by the tens of thousands of people who reached out over the weekend and said they want to start their own Turning Point chapters in their colleges or in their high schools, shows you that this movement will only grow, and it needs to grow. But at this time, it's also important that we lean on our faith, because we can all question why was Charlie taken? Why are those two beautiful young kids going to grow up without their father? Let us vow that Erica is always going to have our prayers and our support, that she's able, and she will, make sure those young kids know the power of their father. They will always remember Charlie. But when we think about our faith, I think about Isaiah 43. In Isaiah 43, the Lord says, "Do not fear, for I have redeemed you. I have summoned you by name. You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. And when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep over you. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned. The flames will not set you ablaze. For I am the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, your Savior." God bless you, Charlie Kirk.
I want to begin by offering our prayers to the entire Kirk family as they continue to grieve this unfathomable loss. A wife lost her husband. 2 children lost their father. A young, beautiful family has been shattered. All because an evil coward chose violence over the discourse and debate Charlie so bravely championed. The political assassination that took place this past Wednesday was sickening. It was infuriating. It was heartbreaking. And unfortunately, it was a horrific scene that we've witnessed unfold too many times before. 3 months ago, in my home state of Minnesota, another evil coward murdered State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in their home. He also shot and wounded Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. Last year, President Trump was shot while on the campaign trail, and another attempt to take his life was stopped thanks to the swift response of Secret Service agents. And 8 years ago, our own majority leader, Steve Scalise, was shot while at an early morning baseball practice ahead of the congressional baseball game. Let us all be clear. There is no place in our country for politically motivated violence. None. The assassination of Charlie Kirk wasn't just an attack on one individual. It was an attack on the traditional values that make our country, this great country, great. Values of free speech, civil discourse, public debate, the ability to think independently and voice your opinions, exchange ideas, and even disagree with one another, but to do so without fear of physical retribution. Charlie created a movement by putting these values into practice on college campuses all across this country. The fact that he got killed for it, and many Americans consequently celebrated his murder, begs the question, how do we get so far away from the values our nation was built upon? More importantly, how do we get back? We live so chronically online these days that we forget that behind every idea, there's a person. And behind every person, there's a family who loves them and a creator who instills into them intrinsic value. I firmly believe that Charlie's death has providentially brought us to a turning point. We as Americans have to choose. Will we continue down this path of reckless vitriol and hate, or will we carry on the legacy that Charlie Kirk left? I want to end by thanking the Utah law enforcement and FBI Director Kash Patel for working around the clock to bring the justice, accountability, and closure to the Kirk family that the Kirk family deserves. And we find consolation in the fact that while America has lost a true patriot on Wednesday, heaven gained a saint. While we will see Charlie again one day, and until then, let's make him proud by continuing the work that he started.
Well, today we certainly mourn the heartbreaking loss of Charlie Kirk, but we're also here to celebrate the enduring power of his life's work. Charlie ignited a fire in millions of young Americans, including my own daughter. My own daughter got me to see Charlie's life through a different set of eyes, an eyes of a college student, 22, 21 years old, who inspired her. And I can remember the day that he passed, we were talking about it, and Ryan was visibly upset. It shook her to the core. And we were talking about it, and I said, I know, honey, it'll be okay, it'll be okay. And she's like, Mom, it will be okay. Not only did Charlie Kirk inspire me, but he inspired me to not let my conservative voice be silenced. Not only did he inspire my daughter, but he showed a lot of young Americans that love of country and faith and in freedom, those are all values that are worth fighting for. His example calls us to stand tall for the values that has built this republic, the freedom of thought, of speech, and of religion. Our prayers surround his wife, Erica, and their 2 children as we honor a true patriot whose light will guide generations to come. May the Lord bless those who mourn today, that they may be comforting in the loving grace that only He can provide.
The members would like to invite everyone to join us in a moment of silence, and then I'll close this in a brief prayer. Moment of silence, please. Heavenly Father, we come to you this afternoon with a mixture of emotions. You know our hearts. You are close to the brokenhearted. That's what Scripture promises. We have a mixture of emotions because we're sad. We're so deeply saddened by the untimely loss of our dear friend Charlie Kirk, the evil that took his life. The nation mourns. The nation is shaken by that. And we're working through that emotion. At the same time, Father, we have this sense of encouragement as well, in knowing that Charlie's voice cannot be silenced, that his message will go forward, that his legacy will grow even wider than it might have otherwise, as he was martyred for the principles that he believed in, the principles of free speech and brotherly love and goodness and virtue. Father, we lift up all those who are affected by this, a nation that is in mourning, a nation that has been shaken. We ask you to comfort those who are mourning and fearful, that you encourage us to stand for that goodness and that virtue, that you remind all Americans that we are all our fellow countrymen, that one of the great things that comes from our Judeo-Christian heritage in our civil society is this idea that we can disagree in an agreeable manner. Father, remind us of our better angels, as Lincoln used to say, that we can be better and that we can end this cycle of political violence, and we can remember those virtues again. Father, we pray for Erica, Charlie's young widow, their 2 precious children, for the Kirk family, for everyone associated with Turning Point, all the employees and the volunteers and all of these students, Father, around the country who are united in this cause. We pray that you would encourage them, encourage their hearts and their spirits, and all of us as Americans to stand for those great things and to remember that we are indeed one nation under God. Father, we trust and pray and believe that you can do all these things, that you will guide us through the darkness, and that we know at the end of the day, the light shines and the darkness cannot overcome it. I pray and believe all these things as Charlie did. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you for being with us.
All right, everybody. What you were just watching was a group of members of Congress up on Capitol Hill. I hope that it wasn't all Republicans. I hope that there were Democrats there as well. But as you saw, Speaker Mike Johnson, along with Majority Leader Steve Scalise and Majority Whip Tom Emmer, and also Republican Conference Chair Lisa McClain, they all spoke and offered words of encouragement and, frankly, despair for a lot of us. I know that's still what it feels like. I haven't yet moved to the phase of grief where I'm ready to look at the sunny side of things, and I know a lot of people feel that way as well. But we have to move on, because that's what Charlie would have wanted. All right, everybody, we're going to take a very quick break, and then the UN General Assembly is coming up next week, so we've got to prepare for that and talk about it. We'll do that on the other side.
People are being given 20 days to move their savings out of bank accounts just because of their political views. In fact, a conservative billionaire in Washington, who you know very well, was forced to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. If they can debank billionaires for their politics, what's stopping them from doing the same to you? This is why I've always advocated for the one asset that can't be debanked: gold. Click below for a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, while paper currencies and banking systems failed, gold has preserved wealth. Even billionaires are learning this lesson the hard way. Don't wait for your own 20-day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
Sometimes business travel takes you to London, Paris, New York, Rome, Beijing, or Hawaii. And sometimes to Palawan, Mimaropa. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you.
What's your destination? Book a Limo. Any car, anywhere.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everybody. As world leaders gather for this year's United Nations General Assembly, all eyes, as usual, are on President Trump and his foreign policy and America's approach to growing instability in the Middle East. So with tensions between the United States and Iran escalating, questions loom over how the Trump administration is going to balance maximum pressure with diplomacy, because unfortunately, Iran hasn't stopped desiring to be the leader of the Middle East. And the brutal Iranian regime is facing pressure not just from President Trump, but from Iranian Americans as well, because next week the Iranian president is expected to speak at the UN, and Iranian Americans are planning on coming out in droves to the event to protest the Iranian regime. Joining us now to talk about all of that, the deputy director of the Washington office of the National Council of Resistance of Iran. He also is the author of The Iran Threat, Alireza Jafarzadeh. Alireza, my dear friend, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Always a pleasure.
Okay, give us a timeline of the protest, because I am here for it, and I want to make sure that the message of Iranian Americans and freedom-loving Iranians across the globe is heard loud and clear.
Well, you know, the first day of General Assembly is next Tuesday, September 23rd. And that's where all the world leaders will be gathering, including the United States President Trump will be speaking. And the Iranian Americans are going to come from over 40 states to say that this is the time to hold the regime accountable for their terrorism, their nuclear development of nuclear weapons, for the killings inside Iran. This is the time to snap back all the sanctions that was in the UN Security Council resolutions, and that the real solution at the end of the day is the change by the people of Iran in order to end the rule of the clerics. Their message is that Iran is not represented by the mullah's president who comes here every year. Rather, it's represented by its own people who are very defiant against the regime. They are the real allies of the free world, and that's their message needs to be heard when all the leaders are coming right here in New York.
Yeah, Ali Reza, what does it look like as to the extent of what the UNGA can do? What does a maximum pressure campaign look like such that it can affect a regime change?
Well, you know, what's different this year than all the other years is that this is right happening at the time that the snapback mechanism at the UN Security Council has been activated. And by the end of September, all of those sanctions that were part of the 6 UN Security Council resolutions over the past 2 decades and was put on pause in 2015 as a result of the JCPOA, all of them are going to come back unless there is a resolution to stop it. And the regime is doing everything possible to try to see how they can stop it within 2 weeks. They have very little time left. And on the other side, we're out here to say those sanctions must not, stop. They need to be imposed on the Iran regime. And they need to ramp up pressure on the regime because, regime change requires those on the ground, the forces on the ground, known as the resistance units. These are the belonging to the main Iranian opposition, the Mujahideen Khalq. This is the same movement that exposed all the major nuclear sites of Iran. But Tehran had managed over the years to take away attention from the opposition and put it on the regime, or their so-called moderates within the regime that you can reach out and give them, concessions. That era must end. And I have a feeling that the outside world has now come to conclusion, hopefully, that there's no path forward with this regime. Their goal is to maintain their nuclear weapons program and continue to threaten the world. And that's where the goal of the outside world overlaps with the goal of the people of Iran, because they want to end the threat of the Iran regime, not just for the people of Iran, but for the whole region.
Yeah. All right. So if I was the Iranian regime and I wanted to stay in power, I would show up next week and I would say all the right things. I would do all the right things. I would be nice to all the right people. And I would basically do what it takes to stay in power. Is there anything that they can do at this point to gain enough support from the UN to stay in power?
Well, first of all, they have had all the time in the world in the past few years, including when the new round of talks started the past few months. They didn't comply in none of those things. They keep making promises, but when it comes to delivery, they ramp up. They enrich uranium to higher levels. They increase the stockpile of weapons, but also they increase killings against their own population. Only in the past 6 days, 29 prisoners have been executed. Since Pezeshkian took office just last year, over 1,700 prisoners, including political prisoners and women, have been executed. So there's nothing that the regime can do to convince the outside world, because the time has expired on them. They have lost every opportunity. This is the time for the outside world to realize that both the people of Iran, the countries in the region, and the free world are opposed to this regime. There is an alternative led by a woman, Mrs. Mariam Rajavi. A lot of the thousands of Iranian Americans who are going to come here, they're going to support her. They're going to support her 10-point platform for the future of Iran. They're going to support her plan for the transition to a free, democratic, non-nuclear republic. Imagine, Amanda, what a world it would be if Iran has turned from the epicenter of terror and killings into the center of peace and tranquility.
Yeah, and Iran has so much to offer the world: beautiful culture, beautiful people, ideas of freedom that now are just kind of a whisper from the past. I want to ask you about President Trump and his role in all this, because the last time you and I spoke, it was after the United States struck their nuclear facilities in Iran. President Trump's role this coming week at the UN and for a time thereafter, what does President Trump need to do to send the message loud and clear that this regime has got to go?
Well, first of all, President Trump should know that as he speaks, there are thousands right outside of the UN calling for the snap-up of sanctions, calling for firmness against the regime, calling for step-up pressure on the Iran regime. They're not, calling for boots on the ground or money or arms. None of that. They're saying recognize the right of the people of Iran for change. That's really all it needs to be done. President Trump and all the world leaders, they need to recognize the people of Iran as the representatives of the nation, not the mullahs, and they need to adjust their policies based on that. Don't give them money. Don't give them resources. Hold the regime accountable for what they have done in terms of terrorism, weapons of mass destruction, their missile program, and their killings inside Iran. The rest is actually the responsibility of the people of Iran and the organized resistance who have stepped up their activities, especially in the past few months. The regime has arrested so many members of the resistance units. They even executed a number of them. They are over a dozen of them who are on death row. None of those things are going to work. But the responsibility of the outside world is to recognize them, speak on their behalf, and hold the regime accountable.
Ali Reza Jafarzadeh, the Deputy Director of the Washington office for the National Council of Resistance of Iran. You guys do such great work. Ali Reza, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Always a pleasure.
Likewise. And everybody go check out his book, The Iran Threat. And we're going to take one more break before we get to the next segment. So hang tight and we'll be back on the other side.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got an interesting story to finish up tonight. Secondhand snoring is sending more couples to separate bedrooms, and now America's birth rate is at a record low. Could there be a connection? Joining us now to discuss how we can get better sleep, and I bet you I can find the connection there. It's founder and inventor of Zypa, biomedical engineer and renowned sleep expert, Dr. Jonathan Greenberg. Dr. Greenberg, thanks so much for joining us.
Hi, Amanda. Great being here as always, and great topic, great opening question.
I mean, I got to say, it's not that long of a thread to connect the dots between people not sleeping in the same room, the thing that you have to do to get pregnant, and low birth rates.
Hard to make kids if you're not sleeping together.
Indeed. So, all right. So secondhand snoring, obviously you're hearing your husband or wife snoring up a storm and, raising the roof off the house. That obviously makes it hard to sleep next to them.
Yeah. I mean, look, what's going on today and not having as many kids today with the younger generation, I think there's more to it than just the quality of the sleep or sleeping in separate bedrooms. But there's no question. I mean, we look at, what happened with Charlie and everything else going on. People, when you don't get a good night's sleep, you wake up, you're frustrated, you're on a short fuse, your temper goes quickly, you're upset with everybody. And people underestimate how important the quality of the sleep is. I mean, it's a foundational part of the health. One of the big things that I notice a lot of men especially talk about how macho they are. Oh, I only needed 4 hours of sleep last night. It's kind of like a badge of honor. But the truth is, it's just the opposite. All studies show that if you don't get enough sleep, you don't get quality sleep, and talk about quality versus quantity, because we all know people who sleep 9-10 hours, they wake up again still exhausted, they take naps during the day. And a lot of that is due to snoring.
Yeah.
It's one of the really obvious things that happens, because when somebody is snoring, either you or the bed partner, you're literally being woken up every 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, all night long. The worst part is you're not even aware you're being woken up, but you are, and that's why you're so tired. And snoring, it's easy to fix. So it's got so much going on. And, you look at pro athletes. Pro athletes now are so vigilant and so adamant about getting their 8 hours worth of sleep, because they know that's the best performance they're going to get on their field. And their body is kind of their temple. They need that sleep. And so they give that sleep the respect they need. So it's kind of, if you want to be the best version of yourself, don't cheat yourself on your sleep. The good news is, if you get that quality sleep, you probably will need a little bit less sleep than you're getting now, but you're going to feel a lot better. Wake up, you won't need that extra cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Really a lot of fun there.
Yeah. I think a lot of people do realize the value of sleep, but a lot of people, they turn to medications like Ambien or, over-the-counter sleep aids to deal with snoring and poor sleep. So, you're a doctor. What is your perspective on relying on pharmaceuticals versus using a holistic solution like Zipa?
Well, as a doctor, I'm actually anti-drugs and anti-pills. It's like, do you really want to make America healthy again? Kind of, and make America sleep again? Get at the root cause. When you're taking a pill, you're treating symptoms, you're not getting at the original problem. So what happens is you stay on these pills forever. You don't get rid of them. And the key is to get off of them. So get at the root cause. And that's what we're really looking at doing. And, so for me, and when I invented the Z-Pod, I wanted something that was not a pill, that could get rid of the snoring without taking a pill, making somebody feel better in the morning, giving them that extra energy, and making that, not the third cup of coffee in the morning.
Yeah. Dr. Greenberg, I know you've set a goal to donate $50,000 to the Susan G. Komen for Breast Cancer Research organization. You've also spoken about the role of sleep in overall health. Help explain to us the connection between quality sleep and long-term disease prevention, including things like breast cancer.
Yeah, it's huge. There's a whole lot of different areas we hit at. So first, look at hormonal balance. Okay, research shows that when you don't get sleep, it's disrupted. You're impacting your melatonin levels, your estrogen levels, your cortisol levels. All of those play an important role in cancer development, or keeping cancer from developing. You've got your immune defense. So you've got, again, your body, when you get that into that REM sleep, the deep sleep, you've got that immune surveillance, okay? And that helps the body detect those cancer, the aberrant cells, get rid of them. Then you've got cellular repair, okay? That's always important. And of course, the inflammation link. All of those tie directly in. So the way I kind of look at it, sleep isn't just rest, it's nightly medicine for immune system, and your hormones, your DNA, the inflammation, as well as your metabolism.
Yeah.
So
It's not just rest, it's restoration, and that's something that can happen while we are sleeping. Dr. Jonathan Greenberg, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And to our audience, if you want to get a Zyppah, visit zyppah.com. That is Happy Z backwards, and you can do a little good too, because if you purchase a Zyppah, it'll also get $10 will get donated to the Susan G. Komen Foundation that's working to find a cure for breast cancer. So everybody, go check it out. We are all here about the MAHA movement, moving away from pharmaceuticals and into solutions like this, so check it out. That's all the time we have for tonight. We'll be back here tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. I am convinced that America is now under a satanic attack. What we are facing is a spiritual war for the soul of America like we have never faced before. This is a spiritual attack. Just look at the response from those on the left to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. No one that is human can have some of the responses that I am seeing. It's no longer just that you're godless or soulless. I honestly believe, folks, I mean this. I honestly believe that Satan has taken over some of these people. How else do you explain behavior like this?
Charlie Kirk got shot and he's dead. Finally, somebody with a gun, which is almost everybody in states, grew a pair and went and shot somebody on the right side. Thank you. Can we keep this up, please?
Folks, it's evil. This violent vitriol that has taken over their hearts is not what America is all about. Certainly it's not the behavior of the Americans that I'm so proud of. I actually believe it spawned from the devil himself. And so what do we do with this? Because now we are at a point in time where it is good versus evil. I am so upset about what we're seeing from those on the left. And quite frankly, I'm very impressed from what we're seeing from those on the right and the coming together and all the good things. But the bad is brutal. And the worst in people, look, they want us dead if we disagree with them. That isn't right. Watch this.
I'm surprised that y'all didn't get rid of him sooner. And I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting rid of more people. Like, Don't stop with him. Don't let him be the end all. Get rid of them all. And the ones that are above him. Your mayor. Your city councilman. What is it? Georgia Power? The people that keep on raising the CEO. Get rid of them.
You understand what she's saying? The CEO responsible for raising your electric rates? Get rid of him? This is like the deranged lunatic that killed that healthcare CEO. The mayor of your town, he doesn't vote for a homeless shelter, just kill him. Maybe your teacher, you get a C on a paper, kill them too. It's inhuman. There is no value for human life anymore. And it gets even worse when a woman like that calls for the death of the person she disagrees with's family. In this case, Charlie Kirk's family.
The things he said, and they're like so atrocious that like his wife deserves to go too. Y'all keep on talking about his wife and kids. They need to go too because they're carrying on that mentality and that lineage. Like, get rid of the whole family. I'm so sorry. Why did you guys stop with him? Why did you stop with him? Go get his grandma, because who raised you? Like, your mom ought to be ashamed for breathing scum like you. Get rid of the whole family.
It's one of the most deranged, disturbing, frightening statements I've ever heard. Hypocritical as well. Who raised you? Who raised you? What does your grandmother say when you spew hate and violence like that? So as I watch these people lose their minds, I feel like we're on the verge of something big, and it may not be good. And when we battle this war, we know that God can help us win because God will beat Satan back. And I believe demons walk among us now. Now more than ever, we need God, and we need to embrace him, and he needs to help us win, because if a demon hasn't taken the soul of this person, I don't know what has.
We're going to push it. We're going to see how far we can push it. I was not kidding when I said, if you were going to get the job done, there were two better candidates.
She wants President Trump and J.D. Vance. Again, folks, it's right now or never of where we go on this path for America and what we want. I want to bring in now pro-life leader with Priests for Life. My good friend, Father Frank Pavone, is with us. Father, it's great to have you back on the program.
Hey, Grant, I was so glad to get your message. Thanks for having me on tonight on such an important topic.
Well, I texted you this morning and I said, Father, am I wrong? I literally feel like we are under an attack from demons, from Satan. It's like the devil has taken over these people, and I don't want to give them a pass, but I almost feel like they're possessed.
Yes, you're onto something here. First of all, let's take a step back. Biblically, and the teaching of Christianity down through the ages indisputably acknowledges the devil is a real being. There are such things as evil spirits. Now, the good news is their power, although it's real, is limited. We know that Jesus Christ has the victory, which then, of course, brings us to the ultimate answer. What we do about this, we take refuge in Jesus Christ. And, of course, Charlie Kirk was always proclaiming that. But looking at the big picture here, how much of this is demonic? You know, you used, Grant, the word deranged, and that is also true. With the kind of people that you showed us these videos just now, these are the most, first of all, the most ignorant people among us. They are the most psychologically deranged people among us. And at the same time, they are the most evil people among us. And we have to understand, those three things go together. You know, in the Catholic Church, when we have to do or suspect we have to do an exorcism of someone from demonic possession or demonic influence, the first thing we do is give them a psychological evaluation. Because when we think about people saying and doing evil things like this, it's not just one or the other. You know, either it's demonic or, oh, it's just that they're psychologically sick. Those things work together. The devil causes all kinds of sickness and derangement, and sick and deranged people are exploited by the devil. So it's yes to both. We've got natural things going on, and we've got supernatural things going on.
All right. I'm going to play this woman I just played for you before. And it's interesting what you bring up, because maybe it is a combination of both the psychological aspect and the demon aspect to all of this. Play her again.
When that happens, and it will. It will. Not only will we be insensitive, that'll be the least of your worries. But it's gonna be the biggest celebration, the biggest, most beautiful celebration on planet Earth. On planet Earth.
Father, she's talking about the assassination of President Trump that is to come. And I will say this, as much as it gives me chills to watch her, I actually have compassion for her. She needs help, Father.
Yes, you know, on a natural level, one of the problems is these people hate themselves. They hate themselves so much because deep down they know they're espousing the wrong position, that it hurts too much to direct consciously that anger to yourself. So they have to have a displaced target for their anger. So that's what's going on a psychological level. On a spiritual and demonic level, we have to understand something. This, what has happened right now, brings to the surface something that has been there all along. You mentioned the battle between good and evil. So many of the voters in the last election recognized this was a battle between good and evil. It is demonic when someone stands up and says there's no such thing as truth. It is demonic when someone stands up and says it's okay to kill a baby in the womb. Jesus said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. The devil hates truth, and he destroys life. So any of these positions, even if someone is not acting as outrageously as these lunatics that you just showed here, nevertheless, it's still demonic to embrace positions. And unfortunately, we have an entire political party that is embracing and advocating these anti-life, anti-God, anti-freedom positions. That's all demonic. So we have got to take a step back and realize, you know, there's not going to be, you can't just come together on a superficial level. Oh, let's all get along. Let's not demonize one another. You know, let's condemn political violence. Of course we condemn political violence, but we're not going to solve the problem we're in right now unless we realize we have got to condemn relativism. We have got to condemn the idea that you can just kill people or that you can just deny that there's such a thing as truth. Our founders established this country on the reality of truth and of God. And as long as we have people that are going to insist that those things aren't real, we're never going to be united and we're never going to solve these problems.
Father, real quick, if you can, and this may be hard to do in 20 or 30 seconds, but are we going to be okay here? Are we going to win this battle between good and evil in this country?
Well, we are for two reasons, Grant. Number one, we are not just working for victory, we're working from victory. That cross that's right behind me shows us Jesus Christ has already conquered this evil. It's an unfolding victory. We have to embrace him. We have to proclaim him. And the other reason, Grant, is that, as is said in the early church, the blood of martyrs is the seed of Christians. We see it happening already with Charlie. More and more people coming forward to do what he did. And God forbid any other assassinations. It's only going to energize us more and bring people to our side.
Yeah. God bless you, Father Frank Pavone. I appreciate you coming on. As always, your words are always an inspiration to me and helpful to everybody else out there. Thank you, sir, as always.
You're welcome.
All right. Good to see you, my friend. All right. You know, Father talked about people doing good. We've got hundreds of independent whistleblowers out there, is what I'll call them, that have literally gotten hundreds of people fired from their jobs because they were spouting the most awful things about Charlie Kirk on social media, and employers didn't want people who were awful like that working for them. I saw this video coming out of Office Depot. These two workers got fired. They refused to print vigil flyers for a Charlie Kirk memorial.
For a vigil tonight?
Yes.
For somebody that passed? It's not
it's propaganda. I'm sorry. We don't put that here.
Alrighty. So, what's your name?
I'm Carol. I'm print supervisor. I'm one of the managers.
Yes.
So, unfortunately, we
so
do
if they say they don't print political propaganda, so this is somebody that passed away a couple years ago.
That's political propaganda, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
Political propaganda. Well, thank you. Office Depot did the right thing and fired that individual. There's literally hundreds of these people out there, like this woman who got fired for espousing some horrible things online.
I don't know. That's what I keep saying. I just don't know. It's not fair. I think it's unfair that somebody would be that malicious to do that to me. I would never hurt anybody.
Never hurt anybody. You hurt the family of Charlie Kirk. You say awful things, and then these people think they're getting fired for their words over free speech. It's not about free speech. The employers realized you have no compassion, you lack empathy, and you embrace violence. That's not somebody that anybody wants to have working for them. I want to bring in now investigative reporter and conservative news breaker. Our man Nick Sorter is back. Nick, welcome back.
I appreciate you having me, Grant. I'm in D.C. right now, but I wasn't supposed to be. I was supposed to be in Arizona, but the flights coming out of here, man, and I'm not making this up. Ask anybody that's trying to get out there. They're full getting to Phoenix. It's crazy. It's amazing because, people are going out there for Charlie Kirk.
Well, certainly anybody right of center in Washington, D.C. knew Charlie Kirk and is probably going out there to celebrate his life and mourn his loss, clearly. Nick, though, I got to ask you, what do you make of what we're seeing online today of those of the Charlie Kirk haters and those on the left?
Well, I'll tell you what right now, Grant, Americans have bullshit fatigue at this point. We're tired of hearing, it's really funny to watch these people like on TikTok or whatever. There's a reason that I like hardly ever use the app is because it can only take so much of this brain rot. And they cry after they dance on Charlie's grave in front of his wife and children. And they ended up losing their jobs because, it takes a pretty mentally unstable person to celebrate the assassination in front of 3,000 college kids of a peaceful figure that was merely just speaking to people. Charlie was one of the least violent people that I met. Look, I would love to be half the person that Charlie was. And a lot of these people, they're not even 1,000th of the type of person that Charlie was. And so I expect nothing less out of them. I'm not surprised to see leftists lashing out like this. They think that they're warriors. In reality, they're keyboard warriors and cowards that can't have any sort of debate. And so they've just got to off you. I mean, Charlie was so effective at what he was saying that they had to off him for it.
Yeah. It's not just the keyboard warriors as well. You have elected officials all across this country in blue cities. President Trump orders the flag to be flown at half-mast. Yet cities like the city of Los Angeles refused to do that. I'll show you video in Dallas. I go to the mall in Dallas, and we can throw that video up. And outside there, that's Nordstrom at North Park Center Mall in Dallas. They have the flag being flown full staff as well. And that too. This is the half. This is Neiman Marcus. I must have sent the wrong one to the guys. Neiman Marcus flew it at half staff. Nordstrom on the other side of the mall flies it at full staff. And so I called them. They lower it the next day. But L.A., you got these other places. It's a shame, Nick. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, and I mean, because in reality, the Democrats, they're not mourning this. They're excited. They honestly, they'd like it to happen more. They just had a prayer vigil. Speaker Johnson just held a prayer vigil right here next door at the Capitol. And Hakeem Jeffries couldn't be bothered to show up. I call him Dollar Store Obama. I think there's a much better term for him. Couldn't be bothered to show up for a man that was assassinated in cold blood for, his political views. I know Mayor Bass out there in Los Angeles actually specifically put out a memo saying not to listen to the president and not to lower the flags. So it's not just that they didn't do it. She specifically told them not to. She's an evil witch. You have the note right there. Yeah, I'm not making this up.
Yeah. No, you're not. An evil witch is a great way to describe Karen Bass and so many of the other leftists out there that just have no compassion. And I try to put myself, all right, if I'm on the other side and something like this happens to them, I promise you, Nick, you and I've known you for a while now, we don't act like this. There's no way. We may not be happy about flying a flag half-mast for somebody on their side, but you do it because it's tradition when the president orders it done, and it's the flag and it's America, and they just don't have it in them. Nick, I'll give you the last word real quick if you can.
Yeah, and to be honest, Grant, like I don't anticipate anybody from the MAGA Republican side ever doing this, so I'm not worried about ever having to be ever having the roles swapped. I'm just Nick, being totally honest with you.
That's about the best point that you've made, because it's true. It's not happening from our side, and it just isn't. They're the party, the violent left, and the party of left. We are not, and that's a fact. Mm-hmm. Newsbreaker Nick Sorter, always good to see you. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Grant.
All right. In Loveland, Colorado, folks, you want to see what some vandals did to a memorial for Charlie Kirk outside? Take a look at this. They burned the fence and the sign down, then smashed the family's window out. I can show you what it looked like before. We have that photo, before they lit the place on fire. And you know, the family was home. That fire could have spread to the house. That's what it did look like. Who acts like this? Well, I want to bring in now the very homeowner of that Colorado home where they had a memorial out for Charlie Kirk. He goes by Michael. Quite frankly, he's afraid to give his last name out, and I don't blame him the way the left has been acting. Michael, welcome to the program, and I'm sorry what happened to your house and Charlie's memorial there.
Thank you for that. I just want to put out there, my dad's a longtime listener and fan of yours, and he just wanted to say hi. And I didn't know who you were, sorry, but I looked at some videos and I love you. I like it. I like what you have to say.
Right back at you. You tell your father he gets an instant promotion in Stinchfield's Army, and I'm just happy you came on with me to talk about what your family went through. Can you explain when you learned they had lit basically your home on fire?
So when the fire department woke us up at 11:15, they said, "Hey, your fence was on fire, and it looks like somebody busted out your back windshield." I was like, okay, well, let's go look at this. And all I know is there's hate in the world, and it's unacceptable. We all need to start waking up and loving one another. The person that did this could have came by and had a conversation with me and, maybe had a beer or something. I don't know. But I think we're getting out of control when we just get to this point in our lives. So I just know that the community in Loveland has been so helpful and have stood by us. They have brought flowers and money and food and hugs and handshakes, and they all stand by us, and that's something that I haven't felt in a long time. And, it just is not what I wanted it to be, but it is what it is. And I love Michael, you, Charlie. I love your family. We love you,
I think what we're looking at is the redo of the memorial that you guys put back up there. Yeah. And it's amazing that you did. I mean, you're not going to be deterred. We know that. The other part of this story that makes me happy is I saw you on the local news station. And in many respects, I'm glad the local news covered this, because sometimes you think they try to bury this. But they covered, and you had mentioned that even Democrats in your neighborhood were upset for you and your family that you had to go through this, that they showed you compassion, that this is not everybody on the left. Is that correct?
Yeah, I couldn't, I always known that because I have Democratic friends, and we're able to have conversation, and so they try to paint a narrative that the Democrats are all one side. And it's like, no, that's not the case. And yeah, my community, if you watch the local 9 news that we did today, the lady that was speaking, is a liberal and Democrat, and and I'm okay with that. We've known this when we go to our yearly picnics. We have conversation, we joke, and it's brought us closer, believe it or not. And everyone that's come by has just been super supportive.
In many respects, it's why I wanted to end this segment with your story, because there is still hope for us as we all remain out there, keep battling, and you willing to talk to them and have a beer is really what typifies our side. Many on their side aren't willing to do that just yet, but we'll keep trying. Michael, thank you very much. I wish you and your family the best. Give your father a big thumbs up for me. I'm so appreciative of him watching. Maybe we got a new viewer now in you, Michael.
Yeah, you do. You definitely do. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much as well. And, let's hope that doesn't happen again. But this is what we're up against in this country, is that people are doing deranged things over what? Politics. But politics now has come to the point where politics and the war over it is a war for the soul of this nation. All right, which brings me to this. If you love this country, you cannot just sit back, all right? So here's what I want you to do. I want you to join AMAC like I did, the Association for Mature American Citizens. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're fighting for faith, family, and freedom every single day. AMAC members get exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and more. You'll also get great resources like the AMAC magazine. And right now, you can save up to 33% on a 5-year membership. That's just over $1 a month. Go to amac.us/grant. Do it now and join. Don't wait. America needs you. All right. The left is trying to distract us from Charlie Kirk's assassination because they are scared of what they did. It's next.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal.
Just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit GetDrainMagic.com.
So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. Order now.
Welcome back, everyone. The Washington Post is reporting that the suspected assassinator in this case of the killing of Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, allegedly confessed to the crime on a Discord chat just a few hours after he pulled the trigger, according to the Washington Post. He says this, and I quote, "I'm sorry for all this," read the message from the suspect's account. He says, "Hey guys, I have bad news for you. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this." That on a Discord chat. Now, the evidence against this suspect is growing. This is Kash Patel, the director of the FBI.
And what decisions I needed to make. And having the support of President Trump and the full support of the White House was what we needed for these resources to happen. And I can report today that the DNA hits from the towel that was wrapped around the firearm and the DNA on the screwdriver are positively processed for the suspect in custody.
All right, so that's all helpful. What we need now, though, of course, is ballistics to match the gun to the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk. Because right now what I'm seeing, there are a slew of conspiracy theories flying around. And I believe there's very little, if any, basis to any of them. One of the biggest ones right now is this alleged hand signals. We'll show you this on here. This hand signals.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been?
There you go. So we're alleged hand signals, okay, by Charlie Kirk's bodyguards there that you saw. That's not the case. I believe they're literally just moving their hands around. I've talked to people close to Charlie Kirk's family that have complete trust in the security forces, and I've talked to the FBI. There's no idea of that, including another conspiracy theory that somehow the shot came from a different direction from a cell phone gun.
This is your assassin right here, guys. Right here. It's unbelievable that people can watch this and say, no, you're just delusional, or no, you snorted cocaine, or you're just stupid. Like, you can't see what I'm seeing? That is a palm gun.
So I believe what's happening is you have people out there that are going after clicks and likes. And they know in the end they build a follower base because people want to hear what they want to hear in all of this. I heard the shot. That shot isn't coming from a cell phone gun, okay? You'd be lucky if you had the sound of a .22 rifle from a cell phone gun. Lucky. So again, I would urge people to take a step back and think about what this investigation really entails. And that's finding out to make sure that they have the right man in custody and make sure we know if there are any others connected to him. And Dan Bongino said there were at least 20 other people. Of course, this is the deputy director of the FBI. 20 other people they're looking at that could have known about this crime before it happened. I want to bring in now former police lieutenant, retired U.S. Navy intel officer Stephen Rogers is back with us. Stephen, great to have you on.
Pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Stephen, what did you make of there's literally dozens of conspiracy theories out there. What do you make of it when you start to see those flying around?
I've got to tell you, these are sick people, Grant. They have absolutely nothing to offer with regard to the solutions that we need to at least solve cases like this. I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you credit, my friend. I've heard no one on television except you at this point who's taken on these conspiracy theorists. And my hat's off to you. And it's about time that maybe the other news hosts should do this around the country. But getting back to this point about what's next, okay? We have to find out if anybody else was involved. We have to find out who knew about this. In my mind, a few people did know about this. This guy not only chatted on the internet, he chatted to people in person as far as I'm concerned. I have no evidence of that at this point, but I believe that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. So he started to talk, and there's your evidence.
All right, let me read to you some of the chats on this Discord channel that they've now been able to obtain. The first one is from somebody named Naraja Galvez, and it reads, on September 9th, it says something big will happen tomorrow. The next one from F.U. Josh Incel, which you go figure that guy's name. On September 5th, he says something big will happen soon and you will know it when you see it. And then the last one I'll read for you, Steve, is number 17. This is at Cherry Silv on September 10th, he posts. This is the day Charlie was killed. Read this if you're gay. This is from the Steam page saying, be careful over this S word. You say online, end-to-end encryption messaging platforms like Signal exist for a reason, or just use PGP. And yes, this is directly referencing a very specific thing that happened. Appears to certainly, Steve, be talking about the murder of Charlie Kirk. It seems like there were people in this Discord chat that was with the alleged shooter that knew about this. What happens with them?
And no one said anything until this point. When you see something, say something. I'm sure somewhere in that chat room, somebody had to be scratching their heads thinking, boy, something terrible may happen. Law enforcement does not have the manpower or the equipment right now to monitor every single chat room across this country. But the people do. What will happen to them? Nothing. It's not a crime not to say anything. But I've got to tell you, those who were close to this killer, this murderer, who had conversations with him and verbally were told by him that something was going to be done, they, as far as I'm concerned, are part of the big problem we have. And maybe there's something in the legal journals that could drag them into this where they'll pay a penalty.
What do you make of the roommate, who also apparently, according to the FBI, was very helpful with giving up many of these messages? The roommate, a transgender, apparently a male, trying to transition to a female in a relationship with the alleged shooter. What do you make of him and his involvement and where we go from here with that side of the story?
Well, there's no doubt in my mind that this individual somehow, some way knew what was coming, that he had conversations with Charlie's killer. But saying that, we must keep in mind that there, I believe, Grant, will be the weak link. They've got overwhelming evidence against this guy. But to have someone close to this killer, as his roommate is, to actually tell us that, yes, he did say this and he did say that, and by the way, may point us in other directions that we don't even know about right now, that's going to be big. So they've got to be real methodically in interrogating this person.
Steve, last question for you. I believe there was Antifa rhetoric that was etched on some of these shell casings. I believe there's a bigger picture here. Whether it's Antifa, this anti-fascist chaos group, they want anarchy in America, whether it was them directly helping him or just inspiring, we've got to get to the bottom of that. President Trump talked about labeling them a terror organization. Your thoughts quickly about Antifa's involvement in all of this?
In my view, Antifa is a terrorist organization and they should be dealt with as terrorists. But also keep in mind, we have enemies overseas. We have communist China. We've got Russia. All these people who hate us are going to jump in on this and try to distract us, continue to divide us. We're stronger. We're tougher. We're Americans. We will overcome this, but we must do this united.
Yeah. Lieutenant Stephen Rogers, I appreciate you coming on. As always, great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant.
Absolutely. Back at you, sir. All right, folks. Coming up next, we're going to talk about Potter Valley. Governor Newsom is at war with ranchers in his state, and he's going to drain them dry. Well, there will be no water left to drink. Apparently not for humans, not for cattle, not for anybody. The Trump administration taking a hard look at what they can do to help. Next.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me. If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Folks, we're about the only outlet, the only show, really, covering this story in Potter Valley, California, Northern California, where Governor Newsom is okay with Pacific Gas and Electric cutting and removing these dams to basically drain the valley dry of water. Ranchers, farmers, unable to water crops, unable to water the cattle. The cattle will die. We're now getting word that many of the families are not going to have water even going to their homes. 600,000 people live in Potter Valley. Nobody seems to be doing anything about this. Well, we've been covering this ad nauseum. And now, apparently, Secretary Rollins of the Department of Agriculture has been in contact with the farmers. We saw this tweet from her earlier this week. I spoke with farmers, ranchers, and community leaders in Potter Valley, California. PG&E is cutting water flows and pushing to tear down the Scott Cape Horn dams. Once again, the California governor and his legislature are putting fish over people, destroying century-old farms and leaving families vulnerable to more drought and wildfire. She says she's working with Secretary Burgum, the USDA, and Interior to deliver real solutions. Working is good. We need the solutions fast. Here with me now, Potter Valley ranchers Chris and Jolene Logan. Chris and Jolene, welcome to the program. I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Jolene, I'll start with you first. Can you tell me what the situation is now? Are you getting any water? Do you have cattle, crops? What's the situation?
Well, I'm a sixth-generation Potter Valley farmer and rancher. My family came to Potter Valley in 1859. Since then, we've, farmed hay and cattle and sheep. Currently, we have about 90 head of cattle in the valleys. In the summer, they come and they graze the pastures, which is irrigated. And so if we don't have any water, we don't have green pastures, which we can't then feed our cattle. So right now they've reduced the water. They've lengthened the time that we can get the water. So it's like 3-week periods or more when we can finally get water. And even then it's been reduced. And the water that we do get is reduced, so it takes longer to irrigate. So we're irrigating for twice as long, which is probably costing us more money. And the grass is not doing well; it's not growing. So we actually a couple weeks ago started feeding a month early our cattle, which is not normal because of this.
All right, Chris. What happens if this water gets cut? And by all accounts, it appears they plan on cutting the water.
Even during the drought, when our last time our water was restricted, there were wells that if they missed an irrigation, their wells wouldn't keep up with the demand of their houses. So, and that was on a 3-week rotation. So, I mean, if that goes away, all our wells, a lot of the wells will go dry. Typically, our wells in the valley are around 30 feet deep. And without that water to replenish, I think we're going to lose half of the wells in the valley.
Well, you lose the wells, you can't survive. I mean, with no water. I mean, you can't. So what happens to the property, Jolene? And then how do you sell property that you can't get water to? Who would buy it?
Exactly. The values of our homes are going to plummet. The property here is actually worth quite a bit of money. But, with no water for your house, even, the values of our homes are going to go down. And we won't, who would want to buy that?
Yeah. Chris, can I ask you, Chris, what is your message? Because I would imagine Governor Newsom could step in here. He's so concerned about the fish and spawning for the fish of taking these dams down so the salmon can still run. What is your message, Chris, to Governor Newsom?
I don't understand. I mean, there are some great tributaries to the Eel River. Why can't we get the fish back into those tributaries before we try to rip out the dam? There's water there. Why are you going to take out a 100-year-old system that is God-given gravity, doesn't require anything? The removal of the dams is going to cost the state over $500 million, is what I'm being told. And then you want the expense of a pump station. And then they've already met to raise Lake Mendocino when we have a system that works. Why can't we work together and find a way to bring some fish back? I don't think removal of the dams is your only option. And that's all they're giving us.
And a lot of this dam removal is for the fish, but there's a lot of other issues besides the dam. So the fish aren't really at the dams. They have low records of fish coming over Cape Horn Dam. And there's so many other factors that they are not even looking at. It's like they have blinders on. They're not looking at the pike minnow that eats all the baby fish. They're not looking at the seals eating them all in the mouths of the rivers in the ocean. They're not looking at the illegal take of water by illegal marijuana grows in the river. They're just using the dam as they just want the dam out, and that's all they want, just for less than 4% more spawning habitat for these fish that aren't even really there.
Chris, I would imagine, I look at the story and I say it's common sense. You got to put people over fish first. I mean, you have to. So it's common sense. I would imagine you're probably starting to feel pretty helpless. I mean, it's great that Secretary Rollins is stepping in. We're going to keep the pressure on the federal government and Gavin Newsom. But are you at a point where you feel helpless that nobody seems to be helping through all of this?
Yes. I mean, it's hard. You're actually starting to hear about it now. And I mean, people are just not aware of where their water comes from. There are people below us. They have no idea that the water even comes from our watershed over the hill.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you what, I know everybody watching this program is going to be praying for you and your family and everybody in Potter Valley that the government in California. Now, I do radio out in Los Angeles. It's going to take a lot for the government in California to wake up and do the right thing. They haven't done it yet in anything I've seen, but we certainly will be praying that happens, and maybe the federal government comes to your aid. We'll be doing everything we can to help you. Chris and Jolene Logan, God bless you both. Thank you for coming on the program tonight.
Thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. And again, this kind of stuff works to get politicians pushed in the right direction. Even Democrats in California, I would think, if they would see that segment, would do something about this. It's people, man. People. All right. We got more coming up next. Stick with me.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
All right, folks, you want a quick fix when it comes to health, or do you want lifelong solutions? I go with lifelong solutions because they last. Watch.
I started this because I wanted to get off my blood pressure medicine. Several years ago, I was on 3. My blood pressure was stroke level, but my blood pressure is going down. I have arthritis in my hands. The swelling's gone down. I don't have the pain in my hands when I'm driving. I have psoriasis on my scalp. And I saw a dermatologist for 15 years. They put me on Humira, which was $5,000 a month. That's getting better. I had a LPR, a reflux. That's gone away completely. I don't have that at all anymore. It's great. I'm happy.
Happy is an understatement. That's what happens when you get hydrated at a cellular level. Energized Health can help you do that. EnergizedHealth.com. That's EnergizedHealth.com. As we do every Monday, we bring in the founder of Energized Health. John Jubilee is here. John, welcome to the program.
Hey, Grant. Hey, great to be here. And just want to quickly say to folks that, hey, we'll love to help you at Energized Health. But I really would like to take today, Grant, just to honor one of our friends, Charlie Kirk, and was honored to not only meet Charlie, but every week. I'm on your show. I was on his show every week for about a year and a half. I got my last few texts here from Charlie, now they mean 1,000 times more to me. But I just want to honor, him, Grant, and, what he has done and will continue to do even in his death. And I want to share an encouraging word with people too. A lot of people might not know this, Grant, but I just know that Charlie's lifetime goal was 20,000 Turning Point USA, on campus, 20,000. He had 3,500, but his goal was 20,000, which was a big goal. And then Grant, here in just 4 days of him passing away, there's 35 or 38,000 new requests for campuses. Charlie Kirk's dream has come true before he was even off the planet for 1 week. And I know that Charlie would be thrilled to know that his lifelong dream actually came true. That really was his true dream. That's what he did everything he did for. And I do want to share one other, kind of a private note, but it's probably out on the internet by now. But, before the election, Grant, Charlie Kirk shared with his pastor backstage. He said, "Pastor, please pray for me." He said, "I really believe they want to kill me." He said, "I really believe, somebody may kill me." And he said, "And if Trump doesn't get elected, I believe they may incarcerate me." But Grant, look at the courage of this young man, 31 years old. He was looking at two options. Being incarcerated was the good one, or being killed, and he still never let his foot off the gas. He was going 100 miles an hour as fast as he could to help get Donald Trump elected, to speak words of light and life and truth on these campuses, to impact these young people's lives. He never hesitated, even though he truly believed he could be killed. He knew he could be killed, and he still went full force, full power. And I truly, Grant, believe he is this generation's Martin Luther King. To those young people, he is their Martin Luther King. He's their messenger, and he's their martyr.
Look, I agree with you 100%. It's the reason why he was such an inspiration to so many people. And I think what people behind the scenes, or what people don't understand, that behind the scenes, guys like you and me, John, we get to be friends. You and Charlie, you get to be friends because we deal with each other so often, whether it's work, but we also bond in common themes. And one of that was Christianity and religion. I know you're a spiritual guy. I know you're a great Christian. And I know Charlie obviously was too. And I'm sure that's part of the reasons why you two bonded as much as you did. And Energized Health is infused with all of that. And with that, John, I'll give you the last word here.
Yeah. Well, I just would encourage, my fellow believers with this, that, Charlie Kirk was looking at 2,000 people, and in one moment he was looking at Jesus and saying to Jesus, "What are you doing here?" And Jesus said, "Well, actually, you changed locations." So in a moment, a split second, Charlie Kirk, Charlie knew where he was going, Grant. He did not fear death. He did not fear death. He embraced his eternal destiny that God had for him. And I just want to encourage people that, you know what, he's in an amazing place with Jesus. He finished his race early, way too early. But amazingly, his destiny was fulfilled and exponentially accelerated, even with something bad. Only God could turn that into something good.
Yeah, great words of wisdom from John Jubilee, the founder of Energized Health. I'll just say this, John, it seems not the right place to give pitches, but if you just like what you hear from John, this is what Energized Health is all about. EnergizedHealth.com. That's EnergizedHealth.com. John, it's always great having you on the program. Thank you.
Great seeing you, brother.
Absolutely. Great seeing you as well. And I mean it, folks. That's what they embody over there. Again, EnergizedHealth.com. All right, on a lighter note, Cracker Barrel has officially bent the knee again. I thought they stood up. They bend it again, I guess.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, gold has protected wealth through every kind of crisis. Birch Gold can show you how to move your retirement savings into an IRA in gold, legally and tax-free. For decades, they've helped thousands of Americans protect their IRA or 401k from unexpected events. To learn more, click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
All right, folks, check this out. Cracker Barrel. Not only are they going back to the old logo, putting the old signs back up, they're changing the inside of these places back to the old Chotsky decor. They're taking out the new stuff and putting the old stuff back. Cracker Barrel, heard us. There is strength in numbers. Maybe we are really turning the corner here. It's going to do it for us. Stishfield's Army rolls. We will see you back here tomorrow night. Thanks for watching, everybody.
All right, 8 o'clock, brand new week. Welcome on in. Real America's Voice live from Studio 6B, 8 p.m. on the East Coast, September 15th. Glad you're in. Look at the full panels here. We got an exciting night special guest, but let me go here to my left. Mr. Paul Nolan's here. He's going to do the news. Mr. Nolan, how are you?
I am well, my friend. I'm excited for a new week.
How was your weekend?
It was very nice. Sunday, you know what I did?
What? Watch the Giants?
Like basically what you and Vin do every day.
Bailed slick out of jail.
I was
watching the Cowboys
watching that in the 6th precinct.
I lounged around the house all day.
Good.
I did nothing, nada.
All right,
Guts.
Very good. Slickster, I know what you were doing on Sunday. You were sweating it.
Man, that was a rough
pulled
weekend.
It out. How are you?
I'm doing good, Big D. I tell you, I would have had to take off, I think, until you leave on, Wednesday night? I was going to be sick for 2 days, at least, because I could not come and face you if they lost.
After what you said, after what you said in the chat to me before the game started.
Exactly.
That's right. So, Rick, Slick's going to do sports, of course, sponsored by our friend Mike Lindell and MyPillow. Rick Delgado's here. He's going to do the news. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am good.
How was your weekend?
Do you really want to know? Because it was awesome.
Oh, okay, good.
The weather was awesome, so I got to be on my bike as much as possible, so that was awesome.
How many miles did you ride?
About 120. And then my mom is doing good. She's bouncing back quickly from her eye surgery, so that's good. That's awesome.
Good for her.
I detached from social media for the most part. So that was awesome.
That was good.
And then I discovered that I'm on the right side of all the nonsense we saw in the past week.
Yeah.
I can honestly say, despite what some people out there might, not like when I use certain words, which is fine. That's your opinion. That's fine. I still find myself on the right side of history, so I'm good.
Okay, very good. We'll get into that, I'm sure. Please, Aaron and Fran holding it down as they always do here on a Monday. But please welcome our special guest here joining us for the first part of the show. And he can stay as long as he wants to stay. He is the chairman of the Suffolk County GOP, Mr. Jesse Garcia. Friend of the show returns. Mr. Jesse Garcia, how are you?
Great to be here. Thanks so much for having me. Who kicks a 64-yard field goal?
Crazy.
What is that?
Brandon Aubrey, the best in the business.
We had to separate
How
Jesse.
do they pay these guys?
They were playing
Not enough.
for a 64-yarder, too. It was like they knew they had it in the
They
bag.
closed stadium. It's got that little small opening.
They had the air conditioning all blowing in that direction.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
It was clearly in the bag.
Whatever help we can get, we'll take
Jerry was doing
450
something.
yards, and we throw an interception in the last play. That's
Jesse asked to move his seat because Slick's got.
We moved the helmet too.
We moved it. We actually moved it. There we go. Good.
I have enough pain. I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough year in New York, I think. But
What else?
that might be an understatement. Let's get serious. It's great to have you here, Jesse. We love having you on. It's been a little bit. I said to you in the kitchen that last week felt like about 3 months.
Really did.
For 7 days, starting with the arena. Was it arena? I think arena.
Yeah.
On the North Carolina train.
Yeah.
Then obviously 9/11. And then, of course, it'd be before 9/11, obviously Charlie Kirk and what we saw there. So I was going to start with the Newsday caricature that they had to put up and apologize for. I mean, it's just so stunningly despicable.
Unbelievable.
But I guess give me your thoughts on everything we saw last week before we get to Newsday.
It's one of those very difficult weeks. I mean, if you look at it, from Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday with 9/11, it's one of those tough weeks. As you said, it felt like 3 months. But this, we're a great nation of people, and I know that maybe we may go down on bended knee for a moment, but we will stand right back up. And it just demonstrates that there's still a lot of work to be done. There's still a lot of unity that needs to come forward. I think a lot of Democrats at the national, state, and local level have to get their act together and understand that we are a country and a nation first of Americans before we have our party labels. And we just need to move forward. Unfortunately, it just demonstrates that we're on the right track. And thank God we have the elected officials that we do in Washington, here locally in Suffolk County and and Long Island, and in parts of our country, because this type of activity we can't stand for this. And we're not going to stand for it. We're going to keep fighting to make sure that we, make our communities safer, we secure our communities, and we make everything more affordable so we can thrive with our families here.
Yeah. You think about where the country was like on 9/12/2001. The day after, and in those days, and then the Yankees came back to play, and what everybody was feeling. It was that feeling of what you just described. We're all Americans first before we put a party label on it. Just because I'm interested, where were you on 9/11?
9/11, I was actually on the day of. I was on my way to LaGuardia with then Congressman Felix Gucci. I was his chief of staff. And we were on our way to LaGuardia to take a flight to D.C. Ironically, we were on a flight the night before, but it was canceled. And as we were driving out there, the first tower was hit. I remember listening to Don Imus on 66. I was a big Don Imus fan. And he announced that they hit the first tower. So, of course, we contact the staff, reroute us, because we know the airspace is going to be taken out. So we're going to try and work something out of MacArthur right here in Islip. And then the second tower was hit. And there was no doubt about it. This country was under attack. And we got locked down. We mustered into Congressman's office in Patchogue. We started getting on the phone with our Washington, D.C. office, the White House, the governor's office, the county executive's office here, making sure we could try and figure out what we could do, what we could answer. And unfortunately, that was one of the darkest days in our history. But we rose up, like you said, September 12th. There was a sense of patriotism, a sense of unity, a sense of togetherness. There was an assault on all of us that we were not going to stand for. And we made sure, and I have to give Congressman Grucci a lot of credit. You know, everyone remembers him from being the fireworks king. But what he did in that time period to make sure that New York got its $20 billion to rebuild, that everything was needed for the rescue and recovery effort first, that it was there, that New York received it, that our first responders, our police got what they needed. That was first and foremost. It was, working hand in hand with then Congressman Peter King. It was one mission, and that was secure America, secure New York, and then rebuild.
You know, on 9/11, I said last week that you had obviously an outside of the country influence that tried to come here and attack us and silence us and try to change the way we live. And in some respects, I felt like last week, what happened to Charlie Kirk was very similar, but just obviously from the inside of the country. They wanted to send a message of you're going to just go shut up and not stop talking about this. And I think what you just said, I think, is what we've seen over the last couple of days. The Kennedy Center last night, the lines, the churches, the gatherings. People are just not going to stand for an attack like this on all of America.
They're not, and it is an attack on all of America. It's an attack on the first tenet of America, the First Amendment, right to free speech. That's what that was being attacked at that point. Unfortunately, Charlie Kirk was the victim of that. But I agree with his wonderful wife, Erica, and our prayers and our thoughts go out to Erica and her 2 children and everyone associated with Turning Point. When she stood in front on an international audience and said, you may have tried to snuff out one voice. You've created millions of voices. And that is what happened. Over the weekend, we had thousands of people in Nassau County having a vigil for Charlie Kirk. We are seeing people fighting back. We're not going to accept the fact that it's okay to mock the political assassination of one of our fellow Americans because he was speaking his mind. And Charlie Kirk was a man of faith. He was a man of country. He was a man that loved America. And certainly trying to snuff that out, that's not going to happen. His unfortunate passing is going to lead to a movement that's going to get supercharged on steroids, and no one's going to stop. And we're seeing that. People are being fired. People are not accepting that it's okay to mock, the death of someone who was just speaking their mind in the best of ways, and a public discourse, public debate of ideas. That's America. That's us. That's our neighbors across the fence.
Yeah. And we were talking amongst us on the show last week. I guess it shouldn't be surprising, but it still was the level. And this brings me back to what Newsday did. Besides the Newsday thing that they had to retract and apologize for, but when you looked at the celebration that there was going on, it wasn't just like what we would joke about pink-haired, liberal wackadoos making videos in their mom's basement. It was doctors. It was lawyers. It was anesthesiologists. It was administrators. It was teachers. It was everyday Americans that we would be in contact with, our kids would be in contact with at all levels of not only government, but society and jobs and businesses. I mean, it was just stunning to see.
It really was. And you know what that says to me is that the common sense Americans stood up and said, no, we're not going to have this. This was an attack on our family. This was an attack on our country. And we're not going to make fun of this, celebrate the murder of one of our Americans for political violence, to shut him up because we did not agree with him. That's not what America's about. We debate. We come together. We compromise. We work together for the whole. You know what? I credit those individuals that were in a position of authority that said, we're not going to have this. I don't want you to be part of our organization. You're not credible enough. You're not credible to teach our students to work in this medical institution or in any walk of life. You're just not there. We don't want to be associated with you. And that's why we had to take this very strong stance with Newsday this past weekend.
Yeah, for those who maybe on the national level don't know, Newsday, the paper here in New York, put up a cartoon, I believe it was the day after, and it showed the tent that Charlie was sitting under, and it said, prove me wrong on it, just like his did. and it showed an empty chair, and the banner that was behind the chair showed a splatter of blood. And this is what they printed in the paper.
It was repugnant.
Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, there was really no way. I actually called Newsday and tried to, 4 times I dialed to try to get somebody on to complain. It was repugnant. This is a liberal rag New York paper. It's a disgrace to call it a journalistic source anymore. It's a rag. And was that also now part of the Altice family that when Dolan
I think they broke apart.
Either way, it's a disaster.
But it highlighted the kind of those broader issues that conservatives and J.D. Vance spoke to this today. I don't know if you happen to see. He hosted the Charlie Kirk show from the White House. And I've pulled his intro and his outro as clips tonight. And in his outro, it's a little long. It's like 13 minutes. But I have to tell you, it's one of the finest speeches I've heard in really talking about where the conservative party, where we have to be as conservatives, what we should be willing to engage like going forward, and what we should not be willing to tolerate. And I'll play it tonight. It's pretty powerful.
But we shouldn't have to tolerate that type of journalism or publication or celebration. So just to give you some background.
Well, yeah, let's hit the break, then we'll come back. We'll talk more about Jesse. We've got a lot more questions. We'll get into what's going on in New York City, and the New York governor, and who she endorsed to be the mayor of New York City. All of that when we get back right after this, live from Studio 6B.
He was with.
I love it.
All right, chat. I don't know why Rumble's not working. For those of you asking about Rumble, I have no idea. But wherever you're watching, welcome on in.
YouTube, $10 super chat. Big D, LSU Patriot coming in, finally saved up enough dollars to make it to see you all at the warehouse, but decided to use it to go to Charlie's funeral. Flying out of New Orleans Saturday. I'll start saving up again to see you guys in New York. Well, that's okay, LSU Patriot. I don't feel bad about being preempted for that. That's a great move. And travel safe, my friend. That should be
LSU Patriot, right? Isn't he going through something as well?
That I don't know.
I know Mikey AZ is. We're praying for you, brother.
Let's see. Damon, will we have to explain 100 times? What does that mean? Farmer Brook? Damon, will we have to explain 100 times? I don't know.
I don't know.
Tripoletti called it New Yorkistan. I think that's pretty funny.
That is funny.
That's a good one.
Hurts. Howdy. Twixters. Go to the YouTubes.
We can only get the rest of the state to think like Nassau and Suffolk, right, Jesse?
Yeah.
My goodness.
I mean,
what a great job
would we
you
be
guys
paying
have done.
property tax if we weren't carrying the rest of the state? If Long Island was its own state?
We wouldn't be paying as much.
No, for sure.
Boy, what a rally in London, huh? Did you guys see that?
Oh my God, 1 million in Londoners.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable.
That estimate nearly 2 million. There was one overhead. I don't know how to estimate that many people, but it was fantastic.
What a testament, right? What a reach to London. That's incredible.
But it's really also, they've been so oppressed. Their free speech has been slaughtered.
Their free speech is under attack.
Oh, yeah.
Big time.
They don't have free speech.
Yeah,
they go to jail.
Yeah,
that's true.
Unless, never mind.
Well, you can say it. They can't hear you.
No,
Don't trust Delgado.
I don't want the big guy over here associated to my stupidity. Let's protect his career. He's doing a great job.
Good stuff.
I don't want to be associated with your stupidity.
The scary part is, I raise your IQ by like 3 points.
All right, 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. Brand new week getting started wherever you're watching. We appreciate it. And, of course, we appreciate every night, 8 to 10. You've given us a couple hours of your weekday nights. Paul Nolan's here. He's going to get into some news. Slick will get into some sports. Delgado will get into headlines. Aaron and Fran holding it down. But Jesse Garcia's joined us on set, and we're so honored to have him. He's the chairman of the Suffolk County GOP right here at Suffolk County, Long Island. And, you know, we always kind of joke because people talk about, you guys in New York got to get out of New York. And sometimes I think people don't realize out here in Suffolk County, and, of course, you're a big response. You're one of the big reasons this is the case.
Yep.
This is Trump country. This is Republican conservative country out here in Suffolk County.
Suffolk County used to be a purple county, and you know, by the great work of thousands of committee members, outstanding candidates, and the voters finally giving us the trust to do what's right, we've been rewarded. I mean, we have six of 10 towns are Republican. The county, which once had a district attorney that was a Democrat, a controller that was the only Republican, and then the county executive and legislature, all in Democratic hands. All those are in Republican hands right now.
Yeah. I saw somebody joking that Long Island should really be the 51st state and separate itself.
That's joking. I've been floating that and looking at that over the last couple of times.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
All right, Jesse.
Especially what's been happening lately. You know?
That's getting traction nowadays.
If that actually ever have a chance, could that be pushed? Because it would be nice.
We will push it. In fact, we're working on a couple of different avenues to see what we can do to make ourselves a 51st state. But the problem is that we would have to have the ability or the authority, in part, if I'm not mistaken, from the state legislature. And there is no way they're going to, the Democrats in Albany are going to let this ATM go anywhere or spend money on itself. So, but we're still going to do the good fight, because the only way we can do anything is by creating a grassroots groundswell of support where it basically shames the Democrats in control into doing what's right, whether it be term limits, the death penalty. We've done that a couple of times in Suffolk County and the state of New York. So if we can shame them enough and force them enough with our voices going up, they'll have no choice but to change.
Jesse, how do you shame the shameless?
That's true. That's true. By keep beating them at the ballot box.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
And
let's talk about New York City. You put out a statement criticizing Governor Hochul's endorsement of Zohran Mamdani, who the numbers tell us right now looks like he's on an unbeatable path to be the next mayor of New York City, a literal communist.
Literal communist.
Yeah, literal communist, as President Trump says. Tell me about your statement, and how do you think his election, because, you know, the suburbs are more diverse than they've ever been.
Yes.
But we know, starting under Obama, what they're trying to do with FAHO and they're trying to bring the city to the suburbs through housing, and they're trying to ruin single-family housing, and all of these kind of policies. Tell me about your letter, and then what do you think his election will mean to a place like Suffolk County?
Sure. First, his election to places like Suffolk. Number one, I feel bad for anybody who lives in the city, who works in the city, owns a business in the city. You know, in about 50 days, it's going to be a bad time for them when Mamdani gets elected. And you know what? The governor, from whatever party, in this case, Governor Hochul, could have demonstrated leadership and said, no, we need to go a different way. But she did, is that she doubled down on the failed policies that are already out there. This is a communist. A Mamdani administration means that we're going to have higher property taxes, higher utility rates. It's going to be new Long Islanders like us in Suffolk County paying for all these free programs that have not worked in any other venue or any other political jurisdiction, whether it be Venezuela or in other parts of this country. So we're going to now attach Governor Hochul, directly to the hip of Mamdani, because they are one. They are the face of the Democratic Party. They chose that this is going to be the face of the Democratic Party. And on a political side, I'm going to demonstrate. I'm going to tell the truth about their policies, about cashless bail, about coddling criminals, about handcuffing judges, police officers, and prosecutors at the expense of the middle-class voters and the middle-class families. And I'm going to show them how real tough Republican leadership on both budgets, on the economy, and criminal justice, which is fair and just and transparent, that we're going to be able to make our community safer, more secure, and more affordable.
Yeah. I mean, it's really amazing when you look at that a guy like this not only can be even taken seriously, but could win elections. Yeah. And we're raising a generation of kids who are looking at this and they think that this is the way. They think these policies are the way. They're growing up. I saw Mark Levin talking about this a lot the other night, that we're raising a generation of kids who are just, because of like guys like him and government, they push more government, then you have these kids who are going, well, the reason I can't buy a house is because of him, or the reason I can't get successful is because of him, or the reason I can't do this is because of the governor, or the system, or the white guy, or the this. It's never about them. There's no individual responsibility. There's no individualism. There's nothing. It's just government. And this guy's talking about grocery stores and more government, and it's just
free busing, everything.
Yeah.
And taking away property rights. Allowing squatters to be there. I mean, who's going to have, where are your affordable housing, true affordable housing going to come from? You know, there is a segment of our youth that is being indoctrinated into this type of belief. But I have faith in the young people. I have faith in the young people that came across the aisle and turned to Donald Trump in 2024 and said, no, we tried the Democratic way. They lied to us about paying for our school college tuition. They've lied about us having jobs or having safe communities, and they turned in droves. And Charlie Kirk was part of that, and others that made that movement from the Democrat to the Republicans. We saw Donald Trump and Republicans grow in every demographic there was. A lot of that is because these people over the last 4 years, these groups saw the failures within their own communities of these Democratic policies. We're going to double down on the successes that we do here locally. We're going to amplify them on the state and national level. And I think we're prime here. You know, well, my dear friend, who's the EPA administrator right now, Lee Zeldin, he blazed a path. Came within a handful of votes to becoming the first governor since George Pataki in almost 30 years, a Republican governor. You know, he blazed a path. He set the table. I believe that we have a number of candidates here in New York that are going to be able to bring the fight to Kathy Hochul and the Democrats, and Kathy Hochul's actions by endorsing Mamdani. That's going to probably be, when we all do the analysis at the end of 26's election, that's going to be was the beginning of the end of her tenure.
Just quickly, and I'll let the guys ask some questions too if they have any of you, but just as obviously elections are heating up now, Suffolk County, what is your priority that you're talking to, or kind of spreading the word top down on the priorities of the Republican Party? Is the number one thing cost of living still for people on Long Island?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Taxes and affordability are number one on everyone's top 10 list. The second one is safety. Everyone is concerned about their public safety. They see not so much the public safety they have around their communities, but what they see around, like in New York City and other states. So our priorities are going to be continuing the platform that the Republicans have under County Executive Ed Romaine, and the head of our ticket this year, District Attorney Ray Tierney. As you know, he's the one who solved the 13-year-old cold case Gilgo Beach murder. That's going to be going to trial, and he had a big win just last week on DNA evidence. But he's ahead of our ticket, and we're going to demonstrate to everyone through our legislature. That's our big race. For the first time in 1996, Republicans in Suffolk County hold the county executive and a supermajority in the legislature. We're going to maintain our majority and grow our majority. We're going to go after 2 or 3 Democrats and keep them on their heels and really make them have to work. And we're going to be surprising them in a couple of different races, like Laura Endress in the 5th Legislative District, Chad Lubinacci in the 16th Legislative District, and Guy Leggio in the 9th Legislative District. And we're going to try and grow and go from, I'm going for a baker's dozen, more than a baker's dozen. I want more than 13 because I will feel better as someone who calls Suffolk County home that these elected officials I know will work tirelessly to make sure that we're safe, that we're secure, and that we have an affordable community to grow our businesses, grow our families.
All right, we'll do a couple more minutes with Jesse Garcia when we get back. Live from Studio 6B on a Monday. Glad you're in. We're back right after this.
Do something. I would have no problem trying to rally some of the other.
I know they did a. I'm not sure what would be appropriate.
Wanted
I don't want to
seafood?
politicize it.
I know.
You know, I think that I'm glad they did the vigil and it didn't get too overly political.
Chat. What's going on in the chat?
But if you guys have any suggestions, let me know. I mean, I would definitely.
Yeah, I don't know. Rumble's not working tonight. We have no idea. Our connection from the studio to Rumble is not working. Not sure why.
You know, I actually thought this was you. From
He thinks it's him.
He's got his own mic.
Delgado.
Yeah, but that was a gift from one of the viewers sent that to me.
Yeah?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was an awesome
I'm going to
gift.
send you a Giants helmet.
That was sure, fantastic. I'll give it to Delgado. Put it under his desk. Oh, that's funny. Good stuff. Yeah.
Facebookers.
Everything looks good though in the races locally, right?
Yeah,
we look good, right? Yeah,
Yep.
I think so. I know Anthony Piccarillo's got a gnat that he's dealing with, but
He's got a gnat. I mean, it's a nuisance campaign.
Totally.
You know.
Yeah.
That guy, he never stops working.
No.
And but really, we're good. The only places I have to watch is always the first re-elect for Catherine Stark in the North Fork, because it's always just a little bit of.
Okay, it looks like it connected now.
And then
I totally deleted it and then put it back.
Stephanie Bontempi, but I always just watch.
You know who's strong out there is Big League.
Oh, Jody.
He's a rock star. Annie Oakley.
That tough little cookie's been on the show with us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, she's great.
And Doug Smith.
Doug's lovable.
He's been on the show many times.
Oh, good.
Doesn't Doug just have that like harmless country boy? Like,
yeah,
he's got
Doug cares, and Doug
just as he shivs you.
Yeah, and he's a brilliant guy.
He is.
He doesn't come off like, oh, you know it all. But he's brilliant. He's an educator. His parents watch the show. They love the show.
Jody Giglio, I'm on live at Studio 6B, and they're saying really like nice things about you. Did you pay them or something? Did you Venmo them money?
Venmo.
She's cute.
Oh, okay. Me.
Delgado, have you researched Project Bluebeam? Somebody wants to know.
Of course.
I'll give you a call right back.
Delgado lives in Project Bluebeam. What are you talking about?
Bluebeam.
I will.
And other things I just can't tell you. Shut up, Paul.
All right, good.
I'll send you another picture.
Wild.
I don't want the same affliction.
That's bizarre.
Holy shit! Has she got this place bugged?
That is like ghost.
I was going to say.
That's like a ghost.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, getting a brand new week started. Glad you're in, everybody. Jesse Garcia is the chairman of the Suffolk County GOP here on Long Island, New York. But, you know, a lot of what Long Island does, Suffolk County does, is resembles on the national level what President Trump is doing. President Trump's agenda continues to influence Republican candidates and strategists all the way down the ticket as far as when it comes to obviously immigration, economic growth, things like that, cost of living, inflation, and that's everything that I know Jesse's focused on. Delgado, what do you have for Jesse?
Something he said in the last segment. Talking about how you're going to focus on the state, going after who's going to be the. Have you guys kind of zeroed in on who you're gubernatorial candidates going to be just yet?
I think we have
got a few.
I think we have a few good candidates. I mean, certainly you have, my neighboring county executive, Bruce Blakeman, is in the mix. He's standing for re-election this year. So I mean, it'd be appropriate for him to go through that first and then go through his decision-making process. We also have Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. She's the head of the House Leadership Conference, an outstanding and dynamic representative in her own right. So I think we have a good stable of candidates that are going to come forward. I do believe that in the end, though, honestly, the conversations I've had with the White House, with their political directors, and with one of my dear friends and my dear political mentor is Tony Fabrizio. He's a pollster and consultant. He's been with me since I've been in campaigns as a staffer, and now I keep him around when I'm chairman of this party, and he's the president's pollster. So I'm in touch with him. The president's going to weigh in on who the governor's going to be.
All right.
I mean, he's already done that a little bit by making sure that Congressman Lawler, who's a great member of Congress as well, and a great elected official, that he sticks in his seat to make sure we maintain that Republican majority.
Now, let me ask you this, though, because we see it all the time with the members of Congress. Somebody kind of gets out there, they promise us the world, and when it comes to delivering, they don't deliver. They become the weak-kneed, zero-spine Republican once they get in office because, I had to say what I had to say so I could win. Mm-hmm. Now I got everything that I need. Who wants to make deals? That's what I think we want to avoid, because I think we've seen the results of that type of nonsense when it comes to the people in Congress, where the president can't seem to get judges pushed through. He can't seem to get some of these agenda items pushed through that he wants. That meanwhile, all these Congress people are like, no, we're all Trump, and then they turn around and they say, well, maybe not, because they've made side deals. Mm-hmm. How do we go about making sure we get somebody who's not going to side deal their way through a 4-year governorship?
Well, I think that, number one, you got to look at what their record are. I mean, you have two elected officials, Stefanik and Blakeman, that have a body of record that is about lower taxes. It's about empowering small businesses. It's empowering communities, more about local control than, God forbid, local control and the Democrat control. So I think you look at their body of record, number one. Mm-hmm. Number two, at that point, I think that if you see, we have some tough cookies here in New York. And I will tell you the one benefit of having a slim majority in the House of Representatives is that you really can't have people equivocate. And I got to tell you, God bless that we have Speaker Johnson as the head of our caucus. He has been able to do what other speakers has not been able to do with a majority this small. He has brought them together. We have demonstrated in Washington that we're able to legislate for the middle class. The big, beautiful bill, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, securing our border, every major tenet that we needed for the economy and for small businesses in the middle class were included in that bill. And it was tough, including for us here in New York in a blue state. We needed an increase in the deduction of SALT, state and local taxes. Yeah. Now, not everyone in the Midwest, members of Congress, are going to understand that. They have good governors that, reduce their tax burden. We have a blue governor that wants to tax us even further. But they came together and they demonstrated that they can legislate from different points of view. So I think what we're going to see is you look at their body of work, you look at their ability to work together and come together to get an agenda done.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't fans of the big, beautiful bill, me specifically, just because I just don't know when we tackle the debt and deficits in this country. And the budgetary gimmicks that they play on these bills where it's all backloaded. It never happens. You just explode the deficit. September 30th is coming. We're not going to get 12 appropriation bills. We're probably going to get a long, big, fat CR for God knows how long. And every time the Republicans get in charge, and I'm sorry, now we hold them all, they never tackle it. There's always some reason that it has to be put. Well, you got to swallow the CR because the next time we were told last time at the end of Biden, we had to do it because we had to get into the Trump era 2.0. And then we got into Trump era and it's like, well, we can't slow down his agenda in the first 100 days. We got to kick it again. And here we are September 30th and we're going to kick it again. And it just, when you look at the spending and the deficit spending in some of these bills, the tax cuts, great. No tax on this, no tax on that. All of that I get. But when you look at all of it in the grand scheme, boy, I don't know when they tackle it, Jesse. I mean, it just seems to, it's like the third rail of political talk.
I think what you look at is for 12 of the last 16 years, Democrats have been in charge of Washington and have been spending like drunken sailors. You're not going to fix 12 years of wasteful spending and unaccountability in 7, 8, 9 months that we're in here for. It's not my mistaken, and please don't hold me to the number, but I believe there's about $100 billion or several trillion dollars of deficit reduction there. Also, the pundits said that tariffs were going to be killing this economy. Tariffs are actually helping the economy grow a bit, and it's going to reduce our deficit. Here's the thing we need to do. I think that what the Republicans are doing is that what we did with Reagan. You embolden this middle class. You embolden Main Street instead of big corporations and such to grow the economy. There are more tax revenues that's going to adjust and attack the deficit. The other thing I also like, you know what? Able-bodied Americans who are receiving benefits like Medicare and such, they should be doing some type of work for that. 20 hours of work a week is not too much to ask. So you see the beginnings of addressing changes and abuse of programs and the deficit. Also, what they've been doing by eliminating programs such as USA Aid and everything that's going forward. Is it going slower than we expected or wanted to? It is a bit. But for that purposes, they're moving forward in that direction. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that you're not going to fix 12 out of 16 years of problems in 9 months.
Yeah.
Yes.
Paul?
Well, I just love to know, how can we have more transparency on the books of New York State? We generate so much tax money. We generate, such a massive money amount every year, but we never know where it goes. And it's one article after another. We look through the paper, we see that this money was wasted here. This was fraud here. Even the lottery money looks like they just found another hole in all that. Like, where does it all go? And I'd just love to know, could we have a Doge at a state level? Just because the transparency is just torture. On my tiny little 3-bedroom ranch, I'm at $19,000 a year in taxes. It's outrageous. I mean, I paid for my house. Now they'll take it from me, but what do? I can't fight it. There's nothing I can do, and it's a helpless feeling. I never thought I'd be somebody who would leave New York.
To that point, have you seen what DeSantis has been pushing for in Florida to get rid of the property tax if you've paid your mortgage in full? I mean, that's something you could look at?
I would certainly take a look at that.
If we got a Republican governor, obviously,
yeah, exactly.
we could.
Well, listen, to answer your question first, how was that done at the federal level? We changed the president. Yeah. That's what we did. Yeah. New York needs to change its governor. We need to finally come together. We need all those groups. And Lee Zeldin put together a coalition of different type of groups that propelled him to almost to that governorship. Now we have 4 years of failure under Hochul. Yeah. And she's embracing the absolute worst part of her party, the Mandamis and the communist and socialist agenda. We need to now come together and understand it's our future. We now need to change the way the government does, because that's the best way of doing it. And I will tell you, one of the darkest years we've had here in New York was in 2018, when we lost the Republican Senate in the state Senate. That was the check and balance to the Democrats running roughshod, and we've been suffering since then.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
39 past the hour. We're speaking with Jesse Garcia. We appreciate his time and giving us extra time here. Slick, I'll let you close it out. Anything for Jesse?
Yeah, more of a statement, actually. I just want to thank Jesse for being the backbone of the Suffolk County GOP. What this guy has done is incredible. For selfish reasons, I want him to stay in Suffolk County, but I like to see this man on the national level, because Suffolk County should be the template for how the entire 50 states should run in this country, the way they operate. I got to tell you, the elected officials that I deal with on my level, and I don't talk about it a lot, but I do a lot for small business through the Chamber of Commerce for the entire century so far. And I got to tell you, working with the current leadership now that's in office that Jesse's been able to provide and put in place, it is incredible the way this county spends money now efficiently. We're doing work for our small businesses, our roads, our highways, our quality of life. Suffolk County is the place to be. Thank you for sliding them from purple to red, making it what it is. Nassau County's also done a great job. But Jesse, I want to thank you. I'm very proud to work with you, work with your team. Exceptional. And I'd love to see you on the national level. I think that's where you are. But we'll keep you here in Suffolk County.
I appreciate that. I'm flattered, but I love Suffolk County. And truly, I will accept those kind words on behalf of the 1,300 committee members of the Suffolk County Republican Committee. They are the ones that go door to door. They're the ones that go. In fact, they started hundreds of them, thousands of them began on Saturday for a 6-week program to help our candidates and identify voters and advocate for our candidates. Excuse me. They're the ones that they hold the coffee clutches. Sometimes they dig into their pockets for a few bucks to help our candidates get their message out. But they are the ones that volunteer. They're members of the community, and they have a vested interest in how this community goes. They are the engine of the Republican Party in Suffolk County, and I am ever grateful to them.
And they think the world of your leadership, too, from the other side. That's what I hear. So thank you, Jesse.
You said it best. You said you love Suffolk County. You think Hochul ever said she loves New York?
No.
I don't even think she loves Erie.
She's just a well-placed puppet. She was taking her marching orders. She is bought and owned, and let's hope
to find out who is giving her these stupid marching orders. I mean, this is crazy.
Is it the Pagulas? Every billionaire class loves her. Probably. I wonder why.
Well, let me ask you this, because you mentioned about the people that are starting to get out there because the upcoming election. Do you have a Scott Pressler lined up? Because somebody like that could help turn New York. You saw how close Trump came to doing that. You saw how close Lee Zeldin came to doing that. And how do you plan to take on the gerrymandering?
Well, let me take the first one first. We have an outstanding group of young Republican groups, the Suffolk County Young Republican groups that work in that. We have college Republicans that do this. You can see a lot. Our committee has gotten younger over the age. They've gotten younger in the elected officials, and they've gotten younger in our committeeman spots and such. We're bringing their talents to the forefront, and they are advocates door to door and in these different groups. Additionally, now, so I would like to tell you that there are a couple hundred Scott Presslers that we have. But nonetheless, I would invite Scott Pressler to come in. We would love to have him here. He's been here a couple of times already, but and I guess we've learned from him a little bit. But the issue is, in terms of, what was your other question?
Gerrymandering.
Gerrymandering. We are going to continue to fight that fight. We were very successful in court. We were successful to make sure that the overreach of the Democrats in their first congressional seats we're thrown out in court. We fought for a good seat, and we're going to just continue to work the courts, whether it be on a federal level or a state level, to make sure that we have proper representation here.
All right, cool.
The great Jesse Garcia here live from Studio 6B, the chairman of the Suffolk County GOP. We appreciate you giving us all this time.
Thank you so much. It's great to have you.
The great Jesse Garcia here live from Studio 6B. All right, we're back. Do some news right after this.
She did a great job. I got to tell you, she did style across the aisle.
All right, chat. What's going on?
She just, her personality.
Her
and my wife are their friends. Thank you so much.
Bum. What's going on in the chat? Chat.
Oh. David always has to stand like 6 feet behind. Don't. And me and Delgado always hit me close. Thanks again, boys. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Of course.
All right, Jeff.
You got it, man.
Jess, just keep fighting that good fight. We appreciate it.
Whenever you need anything, let me know, guys.
Thanks, Jess.
I have a parking ticket in. No, never mind.
I know people. I was going to say, David ordered DoorDash.
I think I have one too. No, yeah, go back to your seat. You were nice enough to give it up for your friend. The man. Jesse's the man.
Well,
Aaron's the paparazzi. That's right.
Well, he's a very likable guy.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
He's fantastic.
Very, very likable
He's really
guy.
led the resurgence in this county since 2019.
Incredible.
It's it really
we haven't
is
seen this in
incredible
40
that, like,
years. We haven't seen this kind of run in the county.
You know, because Suffolk used to have like this, almost like this trashy, rednecky, like side of it, which was blue,
right?
And it's gone. Everywhere you drive out here, it's like the old Nassau County. Now Nassau County feels like Queens.
Okay.
I tell you what, it was impressive though to hear him say how powerful Nassau County's Republican committee is. You know, which I've obviously heard, but I wouldn't expect the guy from Suffolk to speak so highly of it when the competition is probably alive and well. You know, which is great, which makes them strive to go to the next level.
Hey, Aaron. Yeah. Ticked off Patriot says, "Tell Aaron go Bills."
Go Bills?
Yeah.
To go away.
Now she's ticked off.
Yeah, Jupiter. I did see it. That Jupiter says in the chat. Go look at the 2026 New York State budget online. It's unbelievable the amount of money spent on unnecessary things. It's no question about it.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, Real America's Voice, September 15th. Glad you're in. Want to thank Jesse Garcia for giving us the better part of the first hour, but it's important stuff. And anything we talk about with him here, it really applies nationally as well. Like I said, President Trump and what he's doing on a national level, obviously, really filters down to the local. And then Jesse has really led the resurgence for Republicans here in Suffolk County, and there's about 3 million people here, so he's done a great job. Slick, let's do some sports a little bit here. 13 to the hour. Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell. We were all texting on football weekend. I don't even know. This odds makers probably shouldn't count, but yeah, Slick did great, so he wants it to count. Aaron would rather not count it.
We need to.
Because Aaron couldn't find the broadside of a barn. So sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Slickster, what's going on?
Yeah, it was a interesting weekend, I have to say. I know Aaron was at the Jet game. You have any footage of that, Aaron, for us from the week from yesterday? No.
No, not that could make it to air. I was just cursing.
Boy, Aaron was the last Jet fan left. She was the only Jet fan left in the stadium right at the end of the night.
I
terrible.
was.
Yeah, so rough weekend over there. And Cowboys-Giants game was absolutely ridiculous, something that I don't think anybody could have predicted, the amount of offense that was put up. Russell Wilson had an absolute career day. He looked like Dan Marino back in '83, the way he was throwing that ball, unstoppable, with the Cowboys secondary playing his zone Tampa 2 defense that they're not accustomed to playing to, and almost cost them the game. But Brandon Aubrey kicks 65-yard field goals like they're extra points on a Sunday. So he's, it's really incredible the way that went down. So, but rough weekend overall. College games, I was hit or miss with that, Big D, but it was pretty good. But I don't have a full recap on that, and it's really not necessary in light of my mind was in a lot of different places. And as much as I enjoyed watching football, of course, I couldn't get Charlie out of my head all day, and I just want to run a story about that, and a disappointing story at that. 5 NFL teams declined moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Each celebrated George Floyd back in the day. So this is Warner Todd Houston at Breitbart. With week 2 of the NFL winding down, 5 home teams refused to sponsor a moment of silence for murdered conservative activist Charlie Kirk, even though each of them held memorials, made statements, and donated money.
I legitimately don't know who they are.
Neither do I.
All right, let's guess. First, I'm going to go for sure Minnesota Vikings.
Check.
Okay. One of the LA teams, I don't know which one, maybe both, but no? Okay.
No.
What's your guess, Paul?
The 49ers?
No.
No, he just said no California. No,
no California. I'm sorry. I thought you said no LA.
How about Chicago?
No.
Oh?
How about New York?
No.
Oh, I give up.
Wow. Okay. Sorry, where are they?
Cincinnati Bengals.
Okay.
Really?
Detroit Lions, Michigan, of course.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Baltimore Ravens, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You missed that one. And Indianapolis Colts. along with the Minnesota
surprising.
Vikings. So, very disappointing. And each of those teams, not only did they do memorials for convicted criminal and drug addict George Floyd back in 2020, but they also raised money as well at the stadium. The Ravens participated in what was called a National Day of Mourning in June of 2020. The Bengals locked arms in solidarity against supposed radical injustice. The Detroit Lions released a statement honoring George Floyd and had multiple events in his name. The Colts also made statements, donated money, and held events in honor of Floyd. The Vikings created scholarships in Floyd's name, invited Floyd's family to opening day, and multiple Viking players had team-sponsored visits to the George Floyd Memorial. So you see the difference, and then the complete silence. I will say I was proud to see my Dallas Cowboys. Big TV, big screen before they took the field against the Giants. Made sure I showed my wife. Jerry Jones did the right thing. They had a nice recognition and a moment.
Many nice ones.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful. If you want, I wish I had the footage, but we can't with the NFL. But it was really a nice celebration of life for Charlie and recognition, and I thought that was absolutely fantastic. Of course, we have some sports people that also reached out and said the wrong thing as well. But I'll get to those stories a little bit later. But on a positive note, we thought it was a good week 2 in the NFL. And obviously, I'm going to get into the pennant race because that's starting to come down to the wire now too. Major League Baseball, just 2 weeks left. Season wraps up on September 30th. And what do you know? Hockey preseason's ready to start too. Paul can't wait to get those Islanders on the ice and see what they have this year with the number 1 overall draft pick. And that's a wrap in sports for this segment. Big D. I'll come back with a little bit more.
All right, it's very good. And obviously, we understand sports is not high on everyone's list right now, and nor should it be. Obviously, as everything is still raw and new and old. But we got to do something other than, we got to try to move on a little bit to some things other than just can't get pounded over the head all day, every day. So we're trying to mix some things back in here in a respectful way. So let's do some news and some headlines. Rick Delgado, what's going on?
Well, the greatest headlines in the world. Of course, President Trump was speaking today at the White House, had a lot to say. We talked about the appearance. Did we mention you mentioned the J.D. Vance appearance on Charlie Kirk's show, so that was going on as well.
It was...
You have the clips for that?
I mean, I know people that got their hair on fire on the left over it, and other people in the media just absolutely, they can't. There's some of the, again, I mean, it's just the same kind of responses as if the whole thing with Charlie Kirk had never happened. It's still unhinged. Just unhinged. They've learned nothing. They're not going to change.
Yeah.
But J.D. Vance was brilliant today.
Yeah, it was quite the appearance, you might say. I don't know if you wanted to play some of that. Or
I do, but we only
got for the next hour.
Yeah, we'll play at the top of the hour.
Let's do that. Here's a quick one though. The war on terror continues as the U.S. military carried out another strike on Venezuelan narco-terrorists in international waters. Venezuelans targeted it while trying to transport more drugs to the U.S. I guess they didn't catch the video from a couple weeks ago when President Trump was grinding a little narco terror too, and blowing up another boat. He announced the military carried out that second strike on the Venezuelan cartels as the administration continues to crack down. Trump shared the video of what he called kinetic strikes, which resulted in the death of 3 male terrorists. He posted on Truth, said this morning on my orders, U.S. military forces conducted a second kinetic strike against positively identified extraordinary violent drug trafficking cartels and narco-terrorists in the Southcom area of responsibility. The strike occurred while the confirmed narco-terrorists from Venezuela were in international waters transporting illegal narcotics, a deadly weapon poisoning Americans headed to the U.S. Outlining how the cartels pose that threat to the nation, Trump confirmed several terrorists had been killed. The first strike again happened against a suspected Tren de Aragua drug boat September 2nd and left 11 suspected terrorists dead. At the time, Senator Marco Rubio indicated that on a visit to Ecuador that the U.S. and its allies were working on a tougher approach to these cartels. He said cooperative governments would help the U.S. identify drug traffickers and blow them up if that's what it takes. And that's plain speaking from not only the president, but also from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, which is, again, great to see. We don't want to see the old time, what they're called, rhinos out there. Just, just talking and telling people what they want to hear while not really appealing to what we actually want done. So there you have it from that. Also, Trump border czar, you know him, we know him, we love him, Tom Homan. He has announced the Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago targeting illegal migrants across the city is working very well. Local authorities strengthened, of course, their opposition with their Know Your Rights campaign, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. But President Donald Trump has repeatedly said that Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker are focused on fomenting more crime. And, of course, they're out to stop it. He also announced today that Memphis, they're going to be getting the National Guard over to Memphis, Tennessee. He announced that in a press conference today as well.
Signed a memorandum. The governor and the 2 senators and a lot of his other cabinet members there. All right, hour 1 in the books. Hour 2 coming back live from Studio 6B right after this.
This guy Destiny's the scum of the earth.
Chat. What's going on in the chat?
This is the guy who said, let's see him today. Got a good page and he's got really good content all the time, so. He's got 500,000 followers. That's a good number, right? It's always so clear and it really encompasses a subject with great clarity.
Jolene on X, thank you. How are you? Thanks for the comment. What kind of motorcycle does Delgado have? I don't think he has any.
No, I don't.
Delgado couldn't ride a motorcycle.
I used to have a Kawasaki KZ400.
So a crotch rocket, bike. In other words.
No, it wasn't a street. It wasn't a crotch rocket, actually.
Oh, no?
No.
Sounds like it.
It wasn't. And I also had when I was a kid, I had a KDX 80, a little dirt bike that I used to tear it up with.
You didn't tear anything up.
I tore it up.
Did you guys see this guy today go through social media, the guy with the suit?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
That's a really nice clip.
Isn't that great?
Yeah. Charlie Influence.
It's a $300 suit. I've never owned a suit.
This guy was just like...
Yeah, I watched that this morning. It was great. I was great up around. I was going to play it, and then he dropped the F-bomb a couple times towards the end. I was like, oh, we got to edit it.
Yeah, and he catches himself like I'm trying to be better, and then he uses an F-bomb.
Yeah.
All right, 9 o'clock. Hour 2, live from Studio 6B. Back on a Monday, September 15th. Brand new week. I have to say, with the little that I didn't see a lot of it. I was out last night, but the vigil at the Kennedy Center looked really beautiful. And I have to say, and I said this on Friday closing the show, but the Real America's Voice team, man, they edited a cold open for that vigil that was just beautiful. And I'll tell you, the other opening they did today was the first segment of Charlie Kirk's show, which J.D. Vance didn't even start talking to the second segment, because the first segment was just a montage put together by, I think, Rav, some of the producers there, and it was just fantastic. Absolutely moving and fantastic. So J.D. Vance hosted let's do the second one, the outro, because I think that's really the one that hit me. His intro was fabulous as well in segment 2 of the show. But this was the last segment of the show. And it's long, but it's so worth listening to a little bit of it. Roll that, Aaron.
Shortly after Usha and I left Charlie's family and Charlie's remains in Arizona, I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits. The very evidence she provides, this hack of a writer, shows that she lied about a dead man, and yet she wrote it. An esteemed magazine published it. It made it through the editors, and of course, liberal billionaires rewarded that attack. Now, of course, even if Charlie had uttered those words, it wouldn't mean that he deserved his fate. But consider the level of propaganda at work. Charlie was gunned down in broad daylight, and well-funded institutions of the left lied about what he said so as to justify his murder. This is soulless and evil. But I was struck not just by the dishonesty of this smear, but by the glee over a young husband's and young father's death. Quote, she says, "He was an unrepentant racist, transphobe, homophobe, and misogynist." The Nation wrote, who often wrapped his bigotry in Bible verses because there was no other way to pretend that it was morally correct. He had children, as do many vile people. That's what they said. He had children, as do many vile people. Now, hours before this smear was published, my wife and I had the honor of escorting Charlie's body back to his home in Arizona. We took his wife, Erica, we love you, his parents, his sister, and a few of his best friends with us. And as they offloaded Charlie's casket from Air Force Two, I worried that Erica would collapse with grief. Now, I'm a very lucky husband to a very wonderful wife, but I have never been prouder of my wife than that moment as she held Erica in Erica's very darkest hour. And I thought of Erica as I read that disgusting attack on Charlie. He had children, as do many vile people. That's what they said about him. I said the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And I asked Usha what Erica had said to her earlier in the day in a private moment, and I asked Erica's permission to share this. My wife told me, she asked me for advice. Erica asked me for advice on how she should tell her children that their father had been murdered. She asked my wife how to tell her beautiful kids that their father and my dear, very dear friend is no longer with us. And as she was doing it, there were people dancing on that father's grave. Now, I have heard many calls in the last few days for unity and for healing in the wake of Charlie's assassination. You have no idea how desperately I want that, how gratified I was when Democratic friends and even former Senate colleagues reached out to offer their condolences to me. I'm so thankful. And I know there are so many like them all across our great country. I am desperate to wrap my arms around them as we all unite to condemn political violence and the ideas that cause it. Psalm 133 tells us, "Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head." Oh, how badly have I craved that precious ointment in recent days, and I believe we can have it. But first, we must tell the truth. It's the only way to honor Charlie, for what was he, if not a man who told the truth in every place, in every environment? Now, the most important truth Charlie told is this, that long ago a man, begotten, not made, came down from heaven, and by the Holy Spirit was incarnate of the Virgin Mary and became man. For our sake, he was crucified under Pontius Pilate and suffered death and was buried and rose again on the third day. Charlie believed, as I do, that all the truth he told flowed from that fundamental principle. I really do believe that we can come together in this country. I believe we must. But unity, real unity, can be found only after climbing the mountain of truth. And there are difficult truths we must confront in our country. One truth is that 24% of self-described, quote, very liberals believe it is acceptable to be happy about the death of a political opponent, while only 3% of self-described very conservatives agree. 3% is too many, of course. Another truth is that 26% of young liberals believe political violence is sometimes justified, and only 7% of young conservatives say the same. Again, too high a number. In a country of 330 million people, you can, of course, find one person of a given political persuasion justifying this or that or almost anything. But the data is clear. People on the left are much likelier to defend and celebrate political violence. This is not a both sides problem. If both sides have a problem, one side has a much bigger and malignant problem, and that is the truth we must be told. That problem has terrible consequences. The leader of our party, Donald J. Trump, escaped an assassin's bullet by less than an inch. Our House Majority Leader, Stephen Scalise, came within seconds of death by an assassin himself. And now, the most influential conservative activist in generations, our friend Charlie, has been murdered. This violence, it doesn't come from nowhere. Now, any political movement, violent or not violent, is a collection of forces. It's like a pyramid that stacks on top, one support on top of the other. That pyramid's got a foundation of donors, of activists, of journalists, now of social media influencers, and of course, of politicians. Not every member of that pyramid would commit a murder. In fact, over 99%, I'm sure, would not. But by celebrating that murder, apologizing for it, and emphasizing not Charlie's innocence, but the fact that he said things some didn't like, even to the point of lying about what he actually said, many of these people are creating an environment where things like this are inevitably going to happen. A couple of months ago, I headlined a fundraiser in Southern California, and since we'd be out there anyways, my wife and I decided to take our kids to Disneyland one weekend. We had fun, and to be clear, most of the guests said very nice things, or they just left us alone. But there was a loud and very cool minority that would shout at my children, who were 8, 5, and 3, whenever they got the opportunity. You should disown your dad, you little shit, one middle-aged woman yelled at my 5-year-old. Tell the Secret Service to protect the Constitution, not your father, screamed another. Are these women violent? Probably not. Are they deranged? Certainly. And while our side of the aisle certainly has its crazies, it is a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left. After Charlie died, one of his friends and one of our senior White House staffers had left-leaning operatives in his neighborhood passing out leaflets telling people what he looked like and where he lived, encouraging neighbors to harass him or, God forbid, to do worse. While he was mourning his dead friend, he and his wife had to worry about the political terrorists drawing a big target on the home he shares with his young children. Are these people violent? I hope not. But are they guilty of encouraging violence? You damn well better believe it. We can thank God that most Democrats don't share these attitudes, and I do, while acknowledging that something has gone very wrong with a lunatic fringe, a minority, but a growing and powerful minority on the far left. There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree. Did you know that the George Soros Open Society Foundation and the Ford Foundation, the groups who funded that disgusting article justifying Charlie's death, do you know they benefit from generous tax treatment? They are literally subsidized by you and me, the American taxpayer. And how do they reward us? By setting fire to the house built by the American family over 250 years. I am desperate for our country to be united in condemnation of the actions and the ideas that killed my friend. I want it so badly that I will tell you a difficult truth. We can only have it with people who acknowledge that political violence is unacceptable, and when we work to dismantle the institutions that promote violence and terrorism in our own country. Now, our government, you heard me talk to Stephen Miller about this, will be working very hard to do exactly that in the months to come. We're not always going to get it right. We will sometimes move more slowly than you would like. We will sometimes move more.
That's about 30 seconds left in that, but you get the idea. We got to hit the break. 13 past the hour. We'll come back and talk about that speech.
That's the truth. I shared a little B-roll clip. I'm good. It's a minute. No. What is it? I mean, does it really bother you that much? Because this is the best one because it's the shortest with the full scope. Okay. And if you want to kill it at like the last 10 seconds, because it says go. So I'll tell you, this is all right. Yeah, the Guardian comes on at but I'll just tell you how the tape is. It's nonsense.
Chat, live in the chat. Almost forgot we're live in the chat.
Yeah, we're live.
The Rumble is working, so the Rumblers are there. Rumblers. Brownie Bow, Susie 321, MAGA Patriot 63, Drake 99.
What?
Joe Jr.
What?
2 reads.
She's getting herself a cookie.
Hot Dog 1966. Do we have cookies?
We have hot dogs?
I don't know.
Where?
Are you seriously leaving to go check if
I can tell you what we don't have. We don't have coffee anymore.
No, we don't have cookies.
We have no coffee either. Coffee pods are out, man. I didn't pick anything up. I forgot. You know we have no more coffee, Big D?
I do, as of looking for it tonight, yeah. All right, 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. When inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt's over $37 trillion, you ever stop and think maybe now would be a good time to buy myself some gold? Well, as a hedge against inflation, for peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold. And so they've created something special. Until September 30th, if you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, all you have to do is request an information kit right now. Just text America to the number 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for the rebate in free metals up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metal company that we trust here at Rural America's Voice, as do their tens of thousands of customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate up to $10,000 when you buy by September 30th. Text America to 989898. Text the word America to the number 989898. Claim your eligibility and get your free information kit. Again, text America to 989898. Well, if you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline or your books are just a mess, well, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties can add up fast. 5% a month up to 25% just for not filing. But there is help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or you haven't filed in years. Messy books, no problem. They've seen it all, and they know exactly how to clean it up. They have direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators that'll work on your behalf. Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to help you reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help you protect, from wage garnishments or bank levies. So don't wait for that next IRS letter. Call right now, 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or go to tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV, to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. tnusa.com/RAV, or call 1-800-905-8000. All right, 20 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Slicks here. He's going to do a little sports. Sports is brought to you, and news is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. Use our promo code at checkout. It'll give you a great savings. Let's do a little sports, then I want to talk about that JD video. Slick, what's going on?
All right, update on the scoreboard. We have a doubleheader in pro football tonight, Monday Night Football. 2 games, one going on right now. Just about 11 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. The Buccaneers lead the Texans 14-10 in a good game in Houston. And then coming up at 10 p.m. kickoff in Vegas, the Chargers and the Raiders get it on. Raiders are favored by 3.5 points. Major League Baseball, a couple of quick scores. Cubs 4-0 over the Pirates, bottom of the ninth. Top 9, Braves lead the Nationals 8-3. Rays blanking the Blue Jays 1-0. Top 8 there, bottom 5th. White Sox and Orioles knotted at 1. Twins blanking the Yankees 2-0 in Minnesota, bottom of the 6th. Top 7, the Cardinals just went ahead of the Reds 4-3. They may as well just check out the whole season, the Reds. Rangers 3-2 over the Astros, top 5. Giants taking on the Diamondbacks at 9:40 tonight. If I got time for one quick story, Big D? All right. Well, Dwayne Johnson's daughter's Instagram post shared hours after Charlie Kirk's assassination sparks massive backlash. Be kind or get assassinated. This is Simon Kent of Breitbart. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's daughter, Ava Raine, sparked a massive backlash for a social media post that appeared to be directed at Charlie Kirk just hours after the free speech advocate was assassinated. The 24-year-old is also a WWE professional wrestler, just like her father, shared an ex-post from comedian Gianmarco Soresi on her Instagram story, which read, "If you want people to have kind words when you pass, you should say kind things when you are alive." The New York Post first noted, although the comment did not directly name the celebrated Turning Point USA founder, she doubled down, adding a comment of her own in a repost on the X account. "And I'll stand behind this. Be kind now more than ever." Raine, whose full name is Simone Alexandra Garcia Johnson, she wrote. Her position quickly drew a massive backlash from WWE fans and followers, and WWE has yet to respond with any formal words as a
firing.
Yeah, terrible.
Any formal firing is what it should say.
Bye.
This is what J.D. Vance is talking about.
Yep.
Exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Anything else?
That's
Luke?
a wrap, Big D.
All right.
Back to you on that.
So getting back to J.D. Vance, just a couple thoughts, and we'll go around here. Number one, that is a presidential address. That's the way it seemed to me. Very Reagan-esque presidential address. That may be, and I know he's filling in, and he's kind of taking on the role of a host there, but he's not really taking on the role of a host. He's the vice president of the United States. He's someone who understands the stakes, understands the landscape, understands the problems of Republicans in the past, problems of Republicans currently, understands the landscape of the media. And that is someone who, I mean, to hear him recite the Nicene Creed and the Our Father, I mean, are you kidding me? How beautiful that was? And I mean, honestly, that we may look back on that and think that that's one of the most consequential political speeches that we've heard in a long, long time. And maybe that sounds weird because people are thinking he was doing a radio show, but honestly, that may be one of the more consequential speeches for where this country is now going. That we've heard in a long time. Paul, what'd you think?
Well, stats and facts, he brought them. You want receipts, he had them. You want the spirituality, you want the genuine decency, he's there. You want to talk about a guy with incredible ability for recall, a guy who, a great historian, great speaker. You got it, check the boxes on him there. The fact that he made it clear that he would like nothing more than to reach out across the aisle, the people who did. He would love nothing more than to somehow or another create some unity in this world, but he called out the lunatics. He called out the most despicable people in society, and it's it's truly repugnant what we're seeing here. And it reminded me of a quote I saw not too long ago. Was the death of human empathy is one of the greatest and earliest and most telling signs of a culture about to fall into barbarism, and he speaks to that right then and there because we see the left are so barbaric and they're so detached from humanity and reality. It's been nothing short of disgusting. In fact, I'll just give you the quick story. There's a streamer named Destiny. I've never seen him win a debate. He's just a great arguer and a crybaby and a whiner. He yells over his opponent, but he never brings receipts, never brings any substance to his debates. He's a clown, to be completely honest. He was quoted as saying that we need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events, so they look to their leadership and turn down the temperature. The issue is right now they don't feel any fear, like, I don't know. And he went on to say something to the effect of, we need conservatives to be afraid to get killed when they go to their events. This is coming from the probably leading left-wing, whatever you call this.
Really? I never heard of the guy.
Destiny?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a clown. Here's why I didn't hear of him. He's an idiot, but he's supposedly the big voice of the extended adolescent 29-year-old who stays in his basement playing video games and refuses to work.
You heard of this guy, Delgado?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, he's garbage. He's one of those garbage people.
All right, 26 past the hour. We'll get Delgado's thoughts on JD Vance and Slicks when we get back right after this.
They should have
presence.
way before. See me smack the
Impulsive little punk.
And he was upset. Yeah, some stuff was declined there.
No, but
Destiny was on Piers Morgan.
Right, the yards
Yeah,
are
many
lost.
times. By the way,
That
Andrew
opening
Tate
kickoff
on
set the
Piers
tone.
Morgan is always a pure fireworks.
That Aubrey is something.
Every time Andrew Tate starts screaming at Piers Morgan, it's like watching Roadkill. You want to help it, but you can't. Like, it's always so fireworks.
Please throw the ball to Mike Williams, Mayfield, once in a while. Throw him the ball. I need this guy to get a couple of points off this week. He will not even look at the guy. He'll throw it to the hot dog vendor.
dude, my fantasy team did so well yesterday, and my quarterback was Joe Burrow. And
Wow, he got hurt.
And I still won by like 30 something.
That's something.
Like, wow.
You got Brandon Aubrey as your kicker.
I don't know what
That comes in with a 22.
Damon, did you see Gutfield today? Takedown? No.
He annihilated
Tarlov, whatever.
Jessica Tarlov. Because she's just a dipshit. She really is a dipshit. Who?
Mike Evans. Getting old, but he's good.
Dude, it's only the second game.
Do you have that story
It's
of the
second game.
It's 2 weeks in a
do you
row.
have the story of the nurse who stood up to that doctor?
See, she got her job back.
Yeah, and he got his
fired?
resignation.
Yeah.
Throw the ball, Mayfield, will you?
Oh man,
Oh,
He's
no.
a bum. I don't like Mayfield. He's terrible.
How many wins did he have last year? How many terrible guys get that many wins?
I don't like him, Paul. It's my own opinion.
No, but I just think it's an exaggeration.
Don't like him. Don't like him. I just said I don't like him. I didn't say he's bad. I just think.
I thought you said he's terrible. That's what I was.
Well, he's terrible. His decision making is terrible for me. Yes.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday night. Paul's going to do some news here in a second. Rick Delgado is going to do some more headlines. Slick's doing sports, but right now we're talking about JD Vance, who not only hosted a show today, he was great at that, but he ignited a swell, I don't know what, he ignited a fire or something. I don't know what he did, but he gave 13 minutes there in the closing that was, I think, as consequential as we're going to look back and and realize of any speech we've heard, political speech in a long time. And as I said, a guy who understands what's at stake here. And that was a presidential style delivery. Just really fantastic. What did you think, Delgado?
I thought it was very well said. I think he conveyed a lot of what we all kind of think and
especially
believe.
on the unity thing.
Excuse me?
The unity thing. You're hearing a lot of unity. The right's got to tone it down. The right's got to give into unity. The right's got to do this. And I thought he just tackled that part of it. I thought so well.
Yeah, about basically blowing up that argument, because it's not for us to come to the table while they try and shoot you. That's basically what he's saying. He's like, no, we're not doing that anymore. And I think you're hearing that a lot across the board. And and Paul's mention of how barbaric the left has gotten, and your mention last week, because I think we keep seeing it over and over again, right? We see the doctors, we see the lawyers, we see the teachers, we see all these people that are supposed to be pillars of community. They're actually indoctrinated. And that's the scary part for, I think, a lot of people. The one thing that we saw over the weekend, remember that nurse who came out and actually resigned her position, or she got fired, right? I think that's what it was. She got fired for her position. Mm-hmm. I have the story here. I'll just give you her name real quick. Well, turns out the nurse, let's see. The nurse, Lexi Kunzlel, she's sued Inglewood Health and Dr. Matthew Jung, alleging that Jung cheered and celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination, and she was forced to lose her job. Well, now she's been rehired. She now has her job, and the doctor is now resigned, which couldn't happen to a nicer person. Just go away. Like he said, these people shouldn't be allowed in polite society anymore. No, you forfeited that right. Basically showing yourself that you don't believe in humanity. If you don't believe in humanity and you're a doctor, you're not a doctor.
And this is the story that the doctor said some offhanded comment, and she looked up to him and said, you're a doctor, basically like that. Like, you're a doctor. Like, what?
Right.
How could you possibly be happy a man was murdered in front of his family?
Right.
And there was like 11 or 12 nurses around and staffers, and she's the only one who had the guts to say something.
To say anything, yeah.
And she just stood up to him. And it was just another example of Charlie was strong enough to go on every college campus. It's really up for us to no longer be afraid of the gaslighting and the woke mob. It's up for us to constantly speak up and be like, no, you're gaslighting, you're lying. And she did it, and good for her.
Yeah, but again, it speaks volumes to that segment of society. We're talking about people who are professionals, who are doctors, who are lawyers, who are teachers influencing the young. And you want to know how it's done? It's done on purpose.
Yeah.
Right?
The college education is an indoctrination.
Not only that, but it's done. And again, I'll grab these quick quotes if you don't mind, Damon. Throwing these quotes up from Mike Benz regarding on how they do these kinds of things and how this rot has kind of infiltrated. You mentioned the attack from the inside. This is how they did it. This is cut number 4. Here's Mike Benz talking about how the CIA uses these tactics to start a riot. Cut number 4.
Here's a declassified CIA guide written in 1983 to train CIA operatives in the field on how to organize riots in foreign countries. And here's a tab on using agitators, including hiring professional criminals to manipulate mass meetings and assemblies of people in person, which can result in general violence. And you will see that they advocate for general violence, where the CIA tells the case officers, our psychological war team must develop in advance a hostile mental attitude among the target groups so that at the given moment, they can turn their anger into violence, demanding the rights taken away by the regime. So make these ethnic minority groups so mad at their government in a general sense that whenever we snap the trigger at the given moment, they will turn that general anger into physical violence against the state that we want to overthrow.
Yeah, And it links. It probably that statement probably links right back to the modernization of the Smith-Mundt Act, right?
Yeah,
back
which
in
is something
2012,
we've been talking about for a while here.
which basically is now no holds barred when it comes to the media. The media can now spread propaganda because of that one particular move by modernizing the Smith-Mundt Act.
Yeah, that was Obama's dirty hands covering his dirty butt on all his criminal behavior and all his, his cohorts. I mean, that legalizing propaganda against your own people. Yeah. How could that go wrong?
And it's amazing how many people in the news media just so happen to be, married to people in the intelligence community. Cut number 5. You want to know about the doctors and lawyers and teachers? Here he is talking about that. Mike
But this
Ben's
is a
cut
CIA
5.
guide on getting teachers, doctors, attorneys, and businessmen in a cluster cell recruited as social crusaders for the CIA-backed cause. And then note what it says. Through a gradual process, these cells, your 10 super teachers with a lot of influence in the teaching realm, your 10 lawyers with a lot of influence in the legal realm, your 10 captains of industry with a lot of influence in business, your 10 medical professionals with a lot of pull over the hospital systems will each work within their own spheres of influence. And at the appropriate time, their influence will be used to fuse the groups together into a united front. Using the tactics of a force of 200 to 300 agitators, one can create a demonstration in which 10,000 to 20,000 could take part. All we need are 200 back channels, 200 human assets that we've capacity built, and we can get 20,000 people to commit a violent riot in a fury of violence against their own government.
Yeah. So again, if you're looking for disappointment and being, how could they think this way? It's by design.
When did he make that? This had nothing to do with Charlie, right?
No, this was about June, right?
This I found I think back in June I found this, him talking about this.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with his work. I watch everything he does, and he's one of the few people who will constantly expose the CIA. And let's just leave it at, because I don't want to get in any more trouble. They're mischievous. They have put their dirty paws in everything and have absolutely subverted this nation from within. Right. As Ron Paul said, it's time to dismantle them.
You know what's funny about that? I was having dinner with somebody who, if you asked me, I would say he's political. The wife's not political. I would have said it all. He's maybe a little. We don't really talk politics when we're together, but we went to dinner. And Paul, the whole conversation, the whole night, I was saying, he asked me what I thought about certain things, and I'd said some things about this Charlie Kirk thing just didn't add up to me, and still don't. And the whole conversation from there went on to just that there is this, that even normal, we talk about it, we kind of joke about you and Delgado being out there, but to be serious, even what I would call normal, almost non-political, just kind of on the surface people are looking at this going, there is some bigger game here that none of us have any idea what's going on. And that goes for not only this situation, but just a whole of government situation we have no idea about. These are people that don't, I've never heard talk like this.
Yeah. This is the erosion of civics and public trust. This is the erosion of confidence in American politics and the nation itself. This is the end result of 60 or 70 years of operation after operation, from MK Ultra to Operation Paperclip to Operation Timber Sycamore to it's endless psyop after psyop after psyop. And what they've done is they completely destroyed all public trust. The fact that the first thing I said when Charlie, when the smoke cleared, it's like, the worst thing about this is I feel like the first story I hear I know is going to be BS. Mm-hmm. And I feel like I'm never going to know the real truth or any detail of what really happened, because I do not trust the institutions that are going to run these operations even a little bit. And if you look just on the surface right now of what's going on through the Discord chat and the Discord owner deleting the history that these online trans community were talking about, the the plan, the plot, and all this stuff. And now you look at some of the way Kash Patel and so things that had handled along the way where he wasn't supposed to release the people, that he's praised for releasing the information. And then we have him in custody, that we don't have him in custody. It's just been an endless frustration. And I'm trying my best to let the dust settle before I start digging in, but I can't help myself. I'm looking into all of the external videos that are coming in. I'm looking at these tweets. What is there, 7 or 8 tweets that predicted this was going to happen?
Yeah.
And then those accounts have been deleted. So this is nothing about this story has sat right with really anybody who is even remotely aware of what's going on. And that's the thing. Even the people you don't think are remotely aware because they keep their mouth shut, everybody knows now, almost everybody knows that we are being endlessly gaslit and lied to and manipulated.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Any other headlines, Delgado?
Well, I know you wanted to go to Slick too on his thoughts on J.D. Vance.
Yes. Like, what'd you think of JD?
I thought he was great. Obviously, definitely presidential. But I liked what he said about his wife supporting Erica. I thought that was fantastic. The way she held her up, and sure. What do you tell your children? And I thought that was really good that she did that, and he shows the unity amongst those two, the vice president and his wife as well. Was that they call that the second lady? Is that what that's official term? Yeah.
Because we don't have a lot of time, but I'm just curious, if J.D. Vance wasn't actually vice president, I feel like he's one of the few brains and people who could almost match Charlie's ability to do what he did. He's young enough, he's bright enough, he's articulate enough, he's patient enough, he's Christian enough.
For sure.
Very few people can really. It's going to take 10 people and Erica to.
Well, the answer is there's no replacement, right? Yeah. It's like saying we wait for the next Rush Limbaugh. You're going to wait forever.
Yeah,
there's never going to be one.
Yeah.
There's never going to be you can't replace these men. They're so you just
generational.
You just don't replace them. There is no replacement for them.
That's the truth.
So
yeah, but just be careful of the charlatans that try to.
Always. All right, we'll wrap it up for a Monday. Live from Studio 6B right after this.
Seconds, I figured he was going to throw one deep, and it'd either be a flag. And with this kid, he's ready to be top. He already is one of the top. He's ready to be the top guy. He's playing. You're gonna pay for. He's insane. See the way he elevates? Oh, and his hands. Oh, I know that. Saw that. I know. Donovan Wilson draped his hand right on his eyes. That was the hand that also picked off that ball the next series. That was the hand that picked it off. Oh, the chat. Hey, Sue Saddleborough. How you doing, Sue? In the YouTube's chat. Ruby Ivy. How you doing, Ruby Ivy? Peggy P. Cats B. Of course, Michael Sanders always in there. Pamela. Suzette. Suzette told me it was Dan Marino's birthday today. I mentioned Dan Marino.
Today?
Isn't that funny? Yeah, that's what she said. I didn't fact check her, but I'm going to say Suzette is probably right on the money. Thank you for that. Lindesh, Troy Malone, of course. Broke Spoke. We love Broke Spoke, of course. Marianne Mack. She said goodnight also. That shout out she probably missed. Chris Allen in the chat, of course. Love it. We got a great Take Me to the Sea. I haven't seen Take Me to the Sea in a while. Good to see you in the YouTube chat. Take Me to the Sea. And Glittery Reiki Master. Hello, Slicky. All right, Glittery. I like that one. And JB 4-Piece. Hello, Slick Rick. Lindesh, of course, again. Good stuff.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday night. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's going to get some more headlines in here. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Let's get to some other news that's going on in the world. I guess it's all related, but Paul, you've got a couple things that are interesting you. Give me what's on your mind.
So I just I find it fascinating that like the world has kind of had it with globalism, and I thought what happened in London over the weekend. If you want to roll that as B, so if you look at the screen here, I want you guys to try to think about how many people this really looks like. It's obviously not easy to guesstimate this, but if you look at NBC News, tens of thousands join far-right rally in London. Okay, and then it was clashes in London as 110 joined far-right rally against immigration. Over 100,000 attend London far-right activists break out in clashes with the NPR. So it's Al Jazeera says, BBC. Police hurt during Tommy Robinson's London rally. So, anti-immigration protest draws over 100,000. So this is the nonsense of the mainstream media here. Look at this video that just keeps on going and going and going. Wow. So the estimates now are between 2 million and 5 million people.
I was going to say.
And look at it. It doesn't stop.
Like about 1,500.
And obviously there was a great, like the Charlie Kirk shot has to be what finally sent the people of London over the edge. The rallies were fantastic. They talked about there's no more you're going to tell us that, that our nation shouldn't keep its culture, shouldn't keep its history. We're not far right. We just love our forefathers and what they've done for us and where we've been as a nation. We want to keep our colors. We want to keep our laws. We want to keep our history. We're not far right. We're not extremists because we love our nation. We are sons and grandsons and great-grandsons of the nation, and we don't want to be told that we're evil. Look at it. It just
That's
continues
incredible. I am blown away.
And go. I mean, some estimates are as many as 5 million, but at this point, by the corrupt media, to call this 100,000 is another example of the endless, relentless gaslighting that they do to manipulate souls, hearts, minds, spirit, and they try to defeat you. So this to me was a great victory for liberty, and it's just, to me, it's worth us to let this entire 1 minute play out. Because, as they say, nothing can, you can't kill a good idea. You can't kill, freedom and liberty. And so, I just wanted to get that one out there.
Well, but, if you want to put that in context, kind of, you can look back on and every year at New Year's Eve in Times Square, they usually get about 1 million people. I'd say that's 3 to 4 times bigger.
Yeah, that's what I think
Easily.
too. So, I just was thinking about something that,
good point.
You think about how people rally, like the elite can't stand these rallies. And just remember how there was Occupy Wall Street and all the far left people were going against the banks. And then next thing you know, the Tea Party arises and it's the far right people I don't even want to say far left, far right. The left, against Wall Street, and then it's the right against the bankers. And they can't have that kind of unity, because the truth of the matter is the root of all evil comes from the central bankers. They're the ones who have endless resources, endless power, endless control. You control the currency, you control the people, and by having endless amount of money, you control every narrative you want. So people have had it, and the globalist days are coming, and just never forget Charlie. Just never stop fighting.
Amen. Any other headlines stuck out you want to hit before we wrap?
Just real quick. Of course, vigils were all over Saturday night. Right here on Long Island, the people of thousands of people descended on your neck of the woods there, Paulie, over in Seaford. The event called Light Up the Sky for Charlie. Here's a little bit of B-roll of that, cut number 3. You can check that out. Was organized by Kevin Smith, the founder of the Loud Majority and advisor to the New York Young Republican Club as well. Billed as a solemn vigil for Charlie Kirk and his family following the assassination last week. And you can see just thousands of people showing up, holding candles and chanting Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Again, seen on Long Island. So Long Island, showed up as well as all over the world, it seemed like.
Yeah. Everywhere.
And I don't know if you guys caught this. Our very own Ben Berquam, he was down in D.C.,
at the Kennedy Center.
At the Kennedy Center, and he ran into this kid. Listen to this quick little interview he does with this 14-year-old boy who's online, who wants to go see, who's online for the vigil and wants to get in. Cut number 1. Our own Ben Berquam. Check this out.
Young man, you want to say why you're here, what Charlie Kirk meant to you?
He was my idol. Like, I remember watching his videos, wanting to be like him. Like, I would just see the way he would debate, and he would just stay calm while the left was just yelling at him, and he was just so nice about it. And then they hated him so much because he knew he was right, but they just didn't want to admit it. So they ended up hating him, and they just killed him for it.
What's your name? How old are you?
I'm Bryson Levy. I'm 14.
And you're already
God bless you, bro. Where are you from?
I'm from here, Oakton.
Man, I pray a blessing on Bryson. This whole generation, Lord, raise them up. Give them extra strength, extra power, wisdom, and favor, Lord. I just pray your angel armies go with Bryson everywhere you go, brother, that God makes you a man, a warrior for this generation, my man.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's our very own Ben.
How good is Ben?
Yeah.
He's the best. Incredible.
That's a great clip. Anything,
that
it, Doug?
That's all I got.
That was great.
All right, Slick, give us a little wrap in sports. What else is worth knowing about that's going on tonight?
Well, Monday Night Football right now, game just coming down to the wire, about 40 seconds to go in Texas. The Texans leading the Buccaneers 19-14. Buccaneers on the move, 52 seconds to go in the fourth. Raiders taking on the Chargers in Vegas tonight, 10 p.m. That game is coming up. And just a quick report tonight with tonight's game. The Texans, where we're talking about this game here, have pre-game moment of silence for victims of violence, but don't mention Charlie Kirk. Armando Salguera of Fox News added the Houston Texans to the list of teams that used their home game during the NFL's Week 2 schedule to pause for a pregame moment of silence, although the team's effort before the Monday night game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did not mention Charlie Kirk. And at approximately 6:40 is when they did the broadcast, and no mention of our slain Charlie Kirk. So really a shame there, but is what it is, Big D. That's a wrap in sports for tonight.
All right, Slick, very good. I didn't really get to a ton of stuff that I had tonight, and that's fine. I'm happy that Jesse Garcia came on and talked about some of the things we talked about with him. But there was an article in the American Thinker today. Jim Davis wrote, Charlie Kirk's assassination has galvanized our movement. And it's really worth the read. I linked to it on our social media, and I think when we think about what the next 6 months, a year is going to look like into the midterms, and then obviously Erica hopefully taking over TPUSA and trying to continue to grow that as they continue to do their events, continue to do their college tours, continue to do their bigger events like they do in December, and to speak to what the vice president talked about today, the galvanization of this movement and what that looks like. He actually goes back to one of Charlie's more powerful speeches that he gave to a group of Christian conservatives. And And it really is quite amazing, the spiritual battle that the country is in, his recognition of it, being able to lay out the case, very similar to what the vice president did, making the case, understanding the stakes. It is a fabulous read today. Charlie Kirk's assassination has galvanized our movement. It's on our social media. You can get to it tonight, but check it out. So, as always, we salute our military, active, inactive, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, all emergency personnel, everybody that keeps the country moving forward, all our truckers, all our farmers. Thanks to everybody on the show. Aaron, Fran, great job as always. Most of all, though, thank you to Live from Studio 6B audience, best audience in television. We so appreciate you giving us a few hours of your weekday nights, 8 to 10. We'll see you tomorrow night back here, 8 p.m., live from Studio 6B.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0299.
Good evening and welcome into Turning Point tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. I will be completely open and transparent with you. We're not entirely sure how to move forward just yet. At the end of last week, we kind of thought, well, let's get back into the news of the day, but it didn't sit right with us this morning when we were kind of plotting out the show, especially with Vice President Vance hosting Charlie's show and, you know, all of the emotion that came with that. So we're going to continue talking to our friends in the Turning Point family about Charlie, what he meant to them. We'll talk to Monica Page about the direction of the organization, especially after Erica Kirk's moving speech on Friday, and as well as Stephen Davis, who is a Turning Point USA contributor. But right now, I want to get to a show favorite, Savannah Hernandez, Frontlines reporter and TPUSA contributor. Savannah was, I don't want to get too into the weeds too quickly, but Savannah, I want to open the floor up to you. Your relationship with Charlie, what that looked like from a work environment on a personal level, and what he meant to you overall as a reporter and someone who does work as important as you do.
Well, first off, thank you so much for having me, Joe Bob. This is actually the first time that I'm speaking on a show about Charlie since everything has happened. I was actually in Europe covering the migrant crisis for Frontlines TPUSA when we got the news. And, this has been such a difficult week for all of us. But honestly, I feel like I've been focusing on how impactful Charlie's life has been on so many people. I put a video out on my X last week when everything was very fresh, and I just stated that I think that Charlie's one life saved millions of us. Yeah. I think that the Lord knew that the world was so dark and depressing, and so many of us were really struggling even to hear him in the midst of all of the darkness. And Charlie was just such a light, and losing him just made so many of us run straight back to the Lord. So I just want to start with that Charlie was so impactful. His legacy was so impactful that even in his death, he's still working. Even now, his legacy is still so powerful. So thank you, Charlie, for that. Regarding what he meant to me personally, he was a great mentor. I wouldn't be where I am today. My voice would be, it wouldn't be where it is today if it wasn't for Charlie Kirk, if it wasn't for TPUSA. Charlie would get me on his show as, a reporter. I've been with Turning Point for 3 years at this point, and they have sent me from the West Coast to the East Coast of the country to report on everything. And Charlie was just one of the most supportive people you could ever meet in your life. And he had a great way of making everybody feel so special. Mm-hmm. So, I just personally want to honor Charlie's legacy by continuing to push that attitude. He talked so much about being a happy warrior, and this is such a dark time for so many of us, but I know that Charlie wouldn't want us to be sad. I know he wouldn't want us to despair. I know he would want us to keep moving forward even more forcefully than we were before, even more positively than we were before, and continue his work, continue his legacy. So, he was a great inspiration. He was a great mentor. He was a great person. I put up sorry to ramble on here, but I put a photo up of Charlie and I last week, and it was from Mar-a-Lago last year after President Trump got elected. And Charlie had seen me, how we would see him beforehand, and we would kind of have our powwow with Turning Point and everyone before all the donors came in. And he saw me in passing. He said hello. And during the donor dinner, he kind of shouts out, because during the end of the year, he talks about all of the accomplishments that Turning Point made. And it's kind of crazy too, Joe Bob, because I think a lot of people think that Turning Point is just the college chapters. They don't realize that we have high school chapters, that we have curriculum for kids, that we have Turning Point Faith, that we have the contributor program, that we have Frontlines TPUSA. And then on top of all of that, Charlie was working with the admin. He is reaching out to people personally. He was just such a force. Despite all of that, he saw me in passing, and then as he's speaking to the donors, he shouted out my work to all of them. And that was just, it meant so much to me. It means so much even more now. And I feel like that's just a testament to who he was. At the end of the year, after working his butt off and putting in 158,000%, he was shouting out us. He was shouting out, the regular Americans every single day. He was shouting out the high school chapter leaders, the college chapter leaders. He was never, ever proud in anything that he did. He was so humble, and he was always shouting out somebody else. So we lost a great American hero.
Savannah, to kind of expand on something that you had mentioned, there were so many different facets that I feel like people don't quite understand. Yes, he's known for going on college campuses, and there's the action side, and then there's the high school. But then when you go layer after layer after layer, it's incomprehensible to go, holy cow, this guy was doing all of that. In your specific field, there is a desperate need for more reporting power on the conservative side of the aisle. The left has all the reporting power. They've got, your big newspaper outlets. You got the New York Times, the Washington Post. You've got all of the broadcast networks that all have extreme reporting power. We just don't have that to the extent that they do. Charlie was adamant that we build that part of the conservative movement up. You were an integral part of that. Can you kind of speak to the broader sense of why on the ground journalism is so important and why Charlie thought that it was important enough to put a huge amount of effort behind not only yourself, but the broader Frontlines team over at TPUSA?
Absolutely. I think that the media has played a huge role in getting the nation to the devastating place that it is today. They have been pivotal in pushing a lot of the rhetoric, the misinformation, or even just hiding the truth about on the ground news stories. And it is independent journalists. It's journalists at Turning Point USA and Frontlines that have been, again, supported by Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, that have been directly able to combat and fight with a multi-billion-dollar media industry.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize, right, what we're up against. I don't think people realize the power of the independent media and how important it was that Charlie fought back against this and utilized his platform to push out independent voices. We have a multi-billion-dollar media industry. We have the Hollywood industry, the entertainment, like every single industry compromised. And so being out on the ground and being able to show the bare minimum truth of what's going on, how our politicians are responding to things on the ground. If these protests during BLM were really fiery, but mostly peaceful, we were able to tell the truth such a large capacity. And I think even the revival of what's going on college campuses is something that was so important to highlight as well, because for so long it felt like the left wing was winning. For so long it felt like we were fighting this uphill battle, but because of the independent media, because of Turning Point USA, because of everybody who's been boots on the ground, we've been able to see the complete 180 this country has taken in terms of a want for truth, a want for light, a want for Christ, and, just a complete pushback of the political narratives that were being shoved in our faces every single day that we just knew were not true.
Yeah, it is unbelievable, the undertaking that, again, one guy had. And again, I don't want to sound repetitive because we've been talking about this for the last several days, but it truly is just, for lack of a better word, unbelievable. You can't really fathom that one person can get all of that stuff done, especially in such a short amount of years. He's 31 years old. Savannah, you mentioned behind the scenes, right? When me and you would have these small close-knit meetings before we'd go out to these big events, and in so many ways, we'd almost feel shocked of what he was asking us to do. There would be times, specifically at Mar-a-Lago, you mentioned there's meetings that the contributors all had beforehand, like, hey, this is what the event is, this is what we're going into, here's our roles. By the way, we're giving you all microphones. And we've talked specifically with so many of our contributors about the trust they had in other people to do all the things that he just physically couldn't do. What did that trust feel like to you? Because obviously you've got a platform, and some people who have those platforms feel kind of leashed, whereas Charlie's, hey, whatever's got going on, say it, do it. I trust you. I have confidence in you. What did that mean? What does that mean to you as a journalist, as a reporter, in your line of work?
It's incredible. Not many people, actually very, very few people in the media industry are allowed to truly just state how they feel, have a voice, don't have somebody lording over them saying, why are you saying this? Why are you saying that? What are you reporting on? Charlie gave us so much freedom, and it was such a beautiful thing. I mean, every single day he lived out the ideals that he was preaching, and what you saw on camera was what you got, whether that was very serious, focused Charlie, whether that was fun Charlie. I mean, he was so focused, so, driven. And again, he trusted so many of us. And what I keep hearing from so many people time and time again is that Charlie didn't look down on the youth, right? He didn't look at you and say, I don't know, you're kind of new to the organization. I don't know if I trust you.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, you're kind of young. Maybe we should have somebody vet you, or maybe we're going to give you some talking points to help coach you through what to say. No, he fully 100% believed in anybody who believed in America, anybody who was willing to fight for our freedoms, for our rights. He believed in them wholeheartedly. And I think that it was that trust that inspired so many of us to be our boldest, most brave selves. I'm getting emotional, Joe Bob. Like, Charlie was just so incredible. And I feel like he just sparked an entire movement. I mean, I just feel like he wasn't even a man. He was a movement, right? And that movement will never die. And all I can say is, like, we lost a great American hero. And I hope and I challenge every single person who does feel the despair and the sadness and the emptiness to live their lives for Charlie, because Charlie modeled Christ so well. And the best way you can honor his legacy is by modeling Christ for Charlie.
Savannah, in the last couple minutes here, you know, I hate to take you out of your, one emotional state and possibly put you into the next. How fired up are you at this point? Because we've talked to every single person is ready to run through a brick wall at this point on the warpath. Rhetorically speaking, by the way, in case Media Matters chops this up and say they're promoting war. No, rhetorical warpath. How fired up are you?
Very fired up, Joe Bob, more fired up than I've ever been to continue Charlie's legacy. You know, Erica's speech was perfect.
Yeah.
She was the strong leader that we all needed to hear from last week. And the fact that she got up in front of the nation and she showed that strength, she showed the true power of God and what he can do and how he can work in people was incredible. And that was a beautiful gift that she gave to this entire nation. I am so fired up to continue Charlie's legacy. And like Erica said, the left wing has no idea what they unleashed. They have no idea, not only on the United States of America, but the entire world. Because if they thought that Charlie was going to be silenced, if they thought that they were going to scare us into silence, well, guess what? We're going to get 100 times louder. We are going to be your worst nightmare in the best way, meaning that we're going to be on every single college campus, turning everybody conservative and continuing Charlie's legacy, continuing his voice, and making sure that everybody is fully aware of exactly what's going on in college campuses, exposing the media, exposing the evil in society, and completely making sure that we are being the good stewards that Charlie would want us to be.
Yeah. Amen. It's, again, in a tragic situation, there is hope that, we're going to continue to prevail like Charlie would have wanted. Savannah Hernandez, Frontlines reporter, TPUSA contributor, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks, Joe Bob.
Like I said, guys, there's no template for this. There's no roadmap. We're trying to figure out how to handle this as a show in terms of getting back to the news of the day, like we had been doing. But as we're doing this, it feels like it's going to be a slow transition. Coming up, we are going to talk to a couple more Turning Point contributors and get their thoughts on the various different intricacies that Charlie had, not only in their life, but in their specific roles in the movement, as well as a little bit of news-ish of the day, if you want to call it that. The left in response over the weekend was disgusting, and we'll play some of those videos for you, not to get you riled up, but to show everybody people's true colors and how they are acting, learning about the death of, again, Charlie Kirk. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where we are still charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Remember, you can email anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. It has been honestly amazing and cathartic to read a lot of your emails of the memories that you have of Charlie, what he said that influenced your life, and anything you've got thoughts-wise regarding Charlie Kirk can be sent to tpt@tpusa.com. As we always do, let's check in with White House correspondent for Turning Point, Monica Page, at the White House. Monica, there's a lot of stuff to go over. I also, we haven't really talked at length about, Charlie's impact on you specifically and young women as a whole. But first, let's get off with the president. I also have some headlines or some thoughts that I've seen from Lib Media that are just ridiculous. But what did the president say over the weekend regarding Charlie and the horrible tragedy last week?
Yeah, well, the president, of course, as always, has been really hurt by the events that unfolded in recent days. And of course, still finding out more information as this investigation is ongoing into what exactly happened, who exactly is involved in this. Was there more than one person involved in this? And of course, the president has been standing by Erica, Charlie's wife, and family's side. He is very much looking forward to traveling to Arizona this upcoming Sunday to honor Charlie's life. And, you can tell by the way the president speaks about Charlie that this really hit home for him. And, you hear it not only from the president, but also members of this administration. Stephen Miller getting choked up on Charlie Kirk's show this afternoon, hosted by Vice President J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance did a fantastic job, but you can hear it in his voice. Charlie left a lasting impact, not only on just the everyday person, but also real powerful members of this administration. No matter who you were, your life has been impacted by Charlie Kirk in one way or another. And I think it's a very powerful message. And it feels almost like a sense of calm to know that this administration kind of has your back and has our back as the Turning Point USA family.
Yeah. Monica, I hate to take this, dark, I guess, but I do want your perspective as someone who's around the president. This was a headline in so many media outlets on the left. Specifically, this is from the Daily Beast. Trump snubs Kennedy Center's Charlie Kirk vigil after weekend at golf club, effectively saying Trump decided to play golf instead of going to the Charlie Kirk vigil. My thoughts immediately are, I don't think people quite understand how, I don't want to say difficult, but how expansive the president going anywhere is. President Trump obviously is going to the funeral, but attending a vigil at the Kennedy Center would have made it way more difficult for so many more people to go there. Yeah. And in a way, it would seem, gracious that the president didn't go to that so that more people, again, can have more access. Again, as somebody who's been around the president, what does President Trump, but I mean, just really any president going somewhere, how does that impact the people there? Not necessarily emotionally, but just from a logistics and a security standpoint, because I read that headline and I go, you idiots. You have no idea how difficult that is to move the president and what kind of effect that has on the people that actually want to go and celebrate the life of Charlie.
Well, 2 points here, Joe Bob, that you raise. One is these are the same reporters that will ask about anything other than Charlie Kirk. They'll ask about other countries instead of our own American people. They just ask anything that just doesn't have to do with the American people. The second point is that there hasn't been a day that's gone by where the president hasn't spoken about Charlie Kirk. No matter where he is, he always has stopped to take the time to take the questions about Charlie Kirk and honor Charlie and bring up his own personal memories of Charlie. And I think that there's something to be said about that. From a logistical standpoint, it's incredibly difficult to have a president go anywhere without completely clearing out the place. You got to do multiple sweeps, which means Secret Service, police have to come in and have bomb sniffing dogs, go through the entire event, go through everybody's bags. It would have been a logistical disaster. And, you're right when you say that. I think really the president wanted everybody and anybody to come out to support Charlie without there having to be a whole big thing where some people got to wait outside. You get doors open at this time, but you have to get here at hours before. But the fact that the president is going this Sunday to the official tribute, which is exactly what Erica and his family wanted, speaks volumes.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to nitpick anything of, well, this is President Trump is bad. It's honestly disgusting. I'm tempering it down because You know, I don't want to get too angry here.
It's true colors, Joe Bob. True colors are released like when things like this happen. So I think we all need to pay attention to how the mainstream media has been covering this and the comments that have been made on social media.
Oh yeah, and we will get to that soon. We kind of held off on talking about that last week, but I think now we are ripe to fire away at some of these awful and disgusting comments. Back to the positive, Monica. You have mentioned before and talked about your personal experience with Charlie, as well as his impact on young women everywhere. I think there's it would be hilarious if it weren't so disgusting. A trope being thrown out, Charlie's a misogynist, which is hilariously so far from the truth. You almost want to laugh if it didn't make you so angry. Can you talk about, one, your experience, but also his impact on young women around the country?
I'll be briefly personal here. I did not lead a life of good morals in my early 20s. I wasn't a good person. I feel like, I was in college. I wasn't really paying attention to church, going to church, or, partying. That was that was my main kind of worry in college, was I going out enough, etc. It wasn't until that I started listening to Charlie that he completely changed my life. And I think a lot of women everywhere kind of feel that connection to Charlie, in a sense of, Charlie kind of softened me. He brought me into my femininity. He made it seem like I can have a job, but it's also even more important to have the job of being a mother and a wife. And that was always something that kind of not scared me, but always made me feel like, what does that look like? I'm unsure if I can do both, but the most fulfilling and the most rewarding thing that I can do as a woman, that I'm made for, is to be a wife and a mother. And Charlie made that attractive to me and attractive to so many other women who see that lifestyle as oppressive, to be at home with the kids and be a wife. And I'm so grateful that I'm no longer kind of living that life, partying, and I'm now more living my life of, I'm so happy to be a wife. I cannot wait to be a mother. And even though I've been with Turning Point for a short 10 months, if you can believe that, Charlie always wanted me to be part of what he was doing. He came here to the White House. He made sure to stop by and say hello. He wanted me on his show when I first got here on behalf of Turning Point USA. And what I think is also incredible is that I was supposed to go with him. He wanted me there in about a week and a half to go to Virginia Tech with him onto that college campus on September 24th. And unfortunately, I don't see that happening, but he wanted me to be part of it. He saw my value. He was a cheerleader for me. He was a cheerleader for everybody. And I don't think there'll be anybody else like him ever. You can just see how many people were gravitating towards him, just how he made people feel special, no matter who you were. He always made you feel special. And I think that that's a really amazing thing.
Monica, I think if I were to be completely candid, from Wednesday afternoon up until Friday, yes, you had this sense of, we're going to keep going, we're going to keep moving. But there's also this kind of ambiguity of like, well, what's going to happen? Is this going to go off course? How is this going to affect, everybody in the Turning Point unit? And then on Friday night, when Erica was delivering her remarks, all of that, any sort of doubt, and I wouldn't necessarily even call it doubt, any of that ambiguity was just gone. Just, we're going to soldier on, and this is going to be bigger than it ever possibly could have been dreamt of. That's how I saw it. I would love your perspective, of Erica right now, as a wife yourself, as a woman who's in this conservative movement. What did you think of her speech, her remarks, and her steadfastness to what Charlie fought so hard to continue?
It's incredibly inspiring. I mean, not only does Erica every day make me want to be a better wife to my husband, just seeing her overall composure and seeing such strength in such a really difficult time. There was nobody, I think, that loved Charlie more than she did. And to see her stand tall, speak the truth, and say, we're not going anywhere, that was powerful. That made me, Joe Bob, want to run through a brick wall and say, I am not going anywhere for this organization. I am so ready to take on more than I can chew. I'm reached out to my college campus. I went to Marist College, now Marist University. I actually reached out to the Marist Republicans and I said, hey, if you guys need help, let me know. I am all for this. If you need me to come to upstate New York, we will do this, because that's just how I feel now. And God bless Erica and everything that she's been doing for her children, their children, his family, her family. She's got a lot. She's got a lot on her plate right now, but I know that she can do it because she's Erica Kirk, and it's going to be amazing to watch her grow Turning Point even bigger than any of us could have ever imagined, and truly live Charlie's legacy.
Yeah, it's honest to God, on Friday when I heard she was doing a statement, I was like, oh my gosh, this feels soon. Not that, of course, I thought she wasn't ready for it, but then she again stood up there like a brick wall and delivered what I think was an eloquent response and encouragement to everyone out there in a world of Cardi B's. Be an Erica Kirk.
Well said.
Yeah, that seems to be the perspective of everybody who watched that on Friday. Monica Page, we'll continue checking in as the week goes on. Although it's been difficult to cover news of the day when there's so much happening on this front, but I appreciate you taking the time, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Joe Bob. God bless.
Thank you. We'll be right back. Turning Point tonight after the break. Don't go away. We'll see you after the break.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison. About a year in prison. 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison. J6ers have been treated like terrorists. And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing. If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back to Turning Point tonight, where together we are still charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Remember, as always, you can email the show, tpt@tpusa.com, if you have fond memories, well wishes for Charlie Kirk or the Kirk family more broadly. You can send them on over. It's been nice to read all of them. Again, in a tragic time, it is good to know that there are people out there, and this is obvious, that really, really cared about Charlie Kirk. So tpt@tpusa.com if you feel inclined or compelled to send any of your thoughts, memories, wishes. I wish we could get back to more of them. We'll read some more, continue to read some more as the show goes on. But right now, we want to talk to longtime Turning Point contributor Stephen Davis, also known as MAGA Hulk, also known as many other online monikers. Stephen Davis was there when I got there. He's been around for as long as anybody knew Charlie well. Stephen, I'll just open the floor up to you. Thanks for being here, and what's going through your head? Anything that you want to say?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for having me on. This is obviously, we're all still in shock when it comes to this situation. This is absolutely ridiculous. It's a senseless murder when it comes to one of our foremost leaders, an inspirational man, a moral man who was all about his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I mean, this is the type of person that would stood on the forefront of this movement and promoted Americanism, patriotism, dedicated his life to study, dedicated his life to his nation and to the youth of this nation and to his wife and to his kids. And we forget that this man is not just a leader, but he's a leader of his family. This is unbelievable. You don't take a father, you don't take a husband, you don't do these egregious things just to prove a political point. It's absolutely egregious. We as a country need to wake up, need to come back together, because at the end of the day, this is what Charlie would have wanted. So we need to come together as a country, reunify as the United States of America, not the divided, but the United States of America, and move on towards the future.
You know, Stephen, you mentioned something that I think I've mentioned a couple times before that I think is just a really interesting dynamic in the movement broadly. He said, moral guy, a man of character, a guy who's devoted to his wife, which is all true. And I think we both understood, well, you didn't have to worry about any sort of like scandal coming out with Charlie. You didn't have to worry about, oh, hey, you were going to find out something about him that he was doing in his personal life that would not be becoming of the guy he said he was. That was all just like not a concern, which I think allowed us to be more proactive in calling out other people on the other side specifically, because there was never any fear of like, okay, well, this is going to look hypocritical if this comes out or people find out about this, because there just wasn't anything there. I don't know. Did it make you feel like you could say more because of that? And what kind of comfort did that give you, knowing, again, you're not going to have to be faced with any sort of like calls of hypocrisy or anything like that, because Charlie was such a good dude, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. I mean, that's the name of the game. I mean, when you look at this political landscape, it's all wrought with all kinds of scandal, all kinds of foolishness, all kinds of double standards and hypocrisy. And this is something he also talked about quite often, is the fact that he said that if the left didn't have any double standards, they would have no standards at all. But when it came to him, he made sure he walked what he taught. He did exactly what he said he was going to do. He lived the way the Bible called him to do. He did the things that he expected out of us. And at the end of the day, that emboldens us to be able to go out there and stand as he did, because he is a leader. And as a leader, people are looking to your example. And if you have a life that's you live in such a way that's above reproach, you can better believe it empowers everyone else to do the exact same thing. So it makes us all raise our game. And I'm glad that he lived such a life, and we're going to continue to uphold that legacy.
Yeah, I know. It's like a sinking or a rising tide lifts all ships. It was easy to be better around a guy who was holding himself to the highest possible standard. Stephen, I hate to bring this up, but being a black guy, this is obviously one of these terms that are floating around, and we will play a clip later on in the show that is going to infuriate you. And I don't mean to do that specifically, not you specifically, Stephen, our audience. But it makes a declarative statement. This guy was racist. What do you have to say to the people that are saying that right now, and what's your message to the broader movement or broader country as a whole that for some reason thinks that?
Well, first and foremost, when I became an ensconced in Turning Point USA, I was on the Charlie Kirk show, and we talked about pretty much extensively about the Black community, almost exclusively about the Black community. We talked about the Black community and the problems within the Black community and how to fix them, because he wanted to help his fellow man. That's the type of man he was. That was the type of heart that he had. And when TPUSA got a hold of Blexit, that's exactly what he did. He poured resources into this organization for the education and the betterment of the Black community, which resounds to the betterment of the entire country. So he had a heart for the Black community. He had a heart for those. I mean, the amount of resources this man wanted to focus on and pour into Blexit to be able to help the Black community is absolutely astounding. So I'm so sick and tired of these narratives that because this man spoke truth, because the man said the hard things that everyone else shirks away from, because this man actually spoke to the heart of issues and not placate to identity politics and not bend the knee and bow down to such individuals, he is now labeled a pariah, now labeled a racist, and all the different phobes that they try to label and put onto this man. It's absolutely egregious. I'm sick and tired of it, and it's time for us to stand up for this man who stood for us.
All of the different phobes. I'm going to start using that phobia, meaning the irrational fear. Clearly, the guy didn't have a not only irrational fear, just not really much fear in general in Charlie. I hate to put you on the spot here, Stephen. One of the fun things, not fun things, but one of the consoling things is sharing stories about Charlie. We talked about last week, remarked on how good he got at flicking those hats out of the air. Because when he first started doing the hats, those things are hard to throw. And I think that it's easy. It's not. It's not like a Frisbee. They've got this like certain curvature to them. So you've got to have the appropriate wrist flick. And I thought, I don't know, one of the things that I remembered, it was just how progressively better he got at a thing that did not matter to get better at. That's just kind of, he's like, I'm going to perfect this insignificant, inconsequential thing. And that's just the kind of guy he was. Do you have any stories of behind the scenes that share with our viewers of the good times with Charlie?
Absolutely. And first of all, yes, the hat Frisbee toss has gotten progressively better. And I must say, it's thank God it did, he was able to let those things sail. But, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to Charlie Kirk, we were, especially as a part of Campus Crashers, me and Anthony Watson, another contributor with Turning Point USA, we were, at a lot of his stops, and, the back and forth we would have with Charlie was absolutely fantastic, especially when he would arrive on the scene. Him being able to do his, prove me wrongs out there. And in the same time, me and Anthony Watson will be doing our own prove me wrongs within the crowd, be able to engage with the individuals who weren't able to get in line and speak to Charlie. It was absolutely phenomenal. I love the fact that he facilitated that. Also, I remember he set me on my course especially when it came to the Black community and the mission that I have. He gave me a book called Cynical Theories, right, by James Lindsay. Yeah. Yes, indeed. And Dr. James Lindsay and Helen Plucklos, he gave me this book. He said, I want you to know this. I want you to learn this. I want you to be a foremost authority on critical race theory. And I said, sir, yes, sir. And since then, I've been ensconcing myself into critical race theory, debunking it. And that's what I do when I go to college campuses, talk about the negative effects of critical race theory and what has happened on our country and our social cohesion as a country, and especially within the Black community, to turn us into the vitriolic, angry, agitated group that we become. So to see this man give us, he gave us missions, and it's incumbent on all of us to perfect and carry out these missions and complete them to their success.
Yeah, and we've talked about this endlessly too. One of his main goals was building other people up. Obviously, you were one of those. I think myself is one of those. Turned out he got so much confidence in you. You got a whole documentary series, Race War. Go check it out on Rumble, which again was fantastic, but also like a testament to he understands you can't do it all himself, and would constantly pour into people and allow them to, fill any of the gaps that he couldn't get to. So with that, will be missed greatly, but don't worry, we got it from here. Stephen Davis, Turning Point contributor, thanks so much for taking the time, man. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Remember, you can always email the show, tpt@tpusa.com, if you've got any memories, thoughts, well wishes for Charlie or the Kirk family broadly. TPT at tpusa.com. I said we're going to get to some interesting video. It may upset you. It infuriated me, but trust me, we're going to come out winning on the other side. That'll be right after the break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight. We're together. We are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Remember, TPT at tpusa.com if you'd like to send any emails in your memory of Charlie Kirk, well wishes to Charlie of the Kirk family, TPT at tpusa.com. I know several of you are going to email after we tell you about this because it is abhorrent, it is disgusting, and there's a way that we should deal with it, and a way that Charlie would have wanted us to deal with it. Now, I'm not going to show you this solely for the purpose of making you angry. It's going to make you angry and it's going to make you upset. But it's something that needs to be seen, and it's something that unfortunately is all too prevalent in the modern American extreme leftist culture. This, however, is an example of an individual with a place of prominence. He's the pastor of a church. Now, I use the air quotes to say pastor because after you watch this video, I'm not entirely sure that you would think he's deserving of that title. Glenn, let's go ahead and play clip 1, but I am going to cut it off at a certain point. So go ahead and watch this. And again, this is going to make you upset and make you angry, but there is stuff to talk about it. Check this out.
For a man who was a proud racist and spent his entire life sowing seeds of division and hatred into this land, tell me that I ought to have compassion for the death of a man who never showed compassion or respect for my life. Y'all, there's nowhere in Bible we are told to honor evil.
All right, go ahead and cut it off there. That is absolutely enough of this clown. That is Dr. Reverend, and again, I use those air quotes because in so many ways, I don't actually think he probably has the degrees that he claims he has on the internet, as is so often the case with people as vitriolic as this poor individual. Pastor Howard John Wesley, and I wanted to show you this picture because this is the screensaver, the front page of their church's Alfred Street's website, in which he looks so holy and humble of, oh, look at me, I am just this gracious man who's doing the Lord's work. Now, we could respond to every one of his accusations. I think they're all ridiculous enough to where there really isn't any need to respond. He said this avowed racist and then called him evil, literally said evil. I don't even think we need to make an argument here. There's really no sense in arguing against something that is this idiotic and this stupid. What it actually is him, an egotistical, narcissistic maniac, trying to gain attention to himself. Now, I just did a little bit of Googling. I don't even call it research. And, this guy had about 90,000 Instagram followers before this weekend. After this, at the time that we're recording this program, I'm not even sure where it's going to be at the time that this airs, he's got about 110,000. So he got 20,000 new Instagram followers. And I recognize that doesn't mean everything, but it is indicative of a person trying to gain success by saying the most awful thing they possibly could in order to garner themselves attention. This is something that a narcissist would do, which is why we don't even need to necessarily even make arguments against him. And here is what I think we should actually do. We should pity him. We should show pity for someone like this that harbors so much hatred in their heart. They feel necessary that it is incumbent of them to tell their entire church, all of their parishioners, that this man, Charlie Kirk, was evil and a racist, among many other things that he said. It's disgusting and it's vile and is not even worth our time arguing against. But in honor of Charlie and doing exactly what I think he would want us to do, well, there's a place on this pastor's website that could invite him to be a guest on a media appearance. Again, something that pastors generally have on the front of their website is, hey, book my pastor on TV. Well, we reached out. We will keep you up to date on whether or not Pastor Howard John Wesley of Alfred Street Church gets back to us. My guess is that he won't. But if he does, in the spirit of Charlie, we will have him on. And we will be in good faith. Now, we're not going to let him go on the things that he said, and we are especially not going to give him a platform to spout more hate, but I would love to see him defend his position and claim that he is a loving representative of a caring and loving God with what he just said at his church. Again, there's no sense in really even take him down. I'm done seeing him. There's no sense in arguing against this sort of thing. You don't negotiate with evil. And I recognize there's going to be some, left-wing rag that'll take this and say, well, you just called him evil, but he called Charlie. No, what I'm saying is this. The irony of somebody who says, hey, this is a racial thing, tends to mean that they're the racist. Somebody who says, well, this person is evil without any concrete evidence usually means that that person themselves are evil. There's really no reason to argue against clowns like this. Instead, we should, again, pity them. Pity the lack of intelligence, pity the lack of compassion, and pity the lack of love and character that this man carries around in his heart. Again, Dr. Pastor Reverend Howard John Wesley, you're more than welcome to come on this show and state your case. It will not be nice and friendly, but it will be respectful. And we look forward to hearing from you, which again, I doubt that we will. Coming up next, J.D. Vance, as you are all aware, hosted Charlie Kirk's show today. We will play a clip from him regarding how we should respond to the evil, vitriolic response to Charlie Kirk's murder from so many people on the radical extreme left. And again, we're being precise with our language. We're not saying all Democrats are all lefties, because of course there are several that were horrified by Charlie's assassination. We are again saying the extreme left, just like President Trump said, just like Charlie would say, and just like J.D. Vance said. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are still charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Got to remind you again, TPT at tpusa.com. If you have any thoughts about that pastor from the last segment, I don't know, send your guesses in on whether or not he's going to get back to our team and come on the show and defend his horrific and horrible speech to a congregation full of supposed Christians who applauded that nastiness. See if he's going to come on the show. Again, my bet is no, but I'm curious to see what you think. Maybe he's enough of a narcissist to think that he can actually wiggle out of some of the things he said rhetorically. Again, we would love to see him do it on the show. TBT at tpusa.com. Love seeing your emails. And also, again, well wishes and memories of Charlie are always welcome. Again, TPT at tpusa.com. So today, J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, of which I'm sure you're all familiar, hosted Charlie's show and had lots of very interesting things to say. But more specifically, what's been making the rounds is this clip. I know you've probably seen it many times on this network already, but it is, again, true to the point where it's worth repeating again and again and again. How do you respond to individuals, depraved individuals, who are responding with such hatred in response to Charlie's death? Well, this is a good example. This is, again, Vice President J.D. Vance on the Charlie Kirk Show. Watch this.
There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree.
There is no compromise with evil. You must destroy it. That has been the sentiment of everybody on the conservative side of the aisle, and even some people on the left side of the aisle. Bill Maher specifically just comes to mind when he roundly condemned any of the idiots out there celebrating. But the point that JD is trying to make, how in practical terms does that actually work? Well, I'll give you a peek into my own household. My wife has followed the news. Obviously, I tell her about the things that I'm doing day to day, but, you know, just like any other wife, she's not exactly the most attuned to every single thing going on. And I know some of you wives out there who are watching this are. Maybe it's that she's in a different stage of life. We've got a toddler. The house is busy all the time. We've got a newborn on the way here momentarily. But basically, the bottom line, what I'm trying to reiterate is she doesn't follow the news all that often. But on Wednesday, something changed. And I would argue that it's a change for the better. We have lots of friends. We have lots of liberal friends, like I've mentioned on this show before. And so many of them sent well wishes and nice messages and condemned, some of them did, condemned the horrific reaction on people that they vote with on the liberal side of the aisle. But what this looks like practically, at least in my household, is my wife decided, I'm not going to tolerate this anymore. Now, there's certain ways that you can get to people. Sometimes you need to have a relationship with someone in order to be able to bring them into the fold. And sometimes that actually works. There are several people that I can think of that we started off not agreeing on politics, and nowadays they are just as much as radical right-wing extremists as we are. There are success stories out there. And sometimes, time to cut people loose. What J.D. Vance was saying is there is no unifying, there is no compromise with people that are too far gone from saving. I'm not saying they are too far gone from being saved, but from us as individuals, the relationship that exists between us is so damaged, it is beyond repair, and at this point, there's no point to continuing that relationship. Again, what it's looked like practically in my household is that my wife, who generally, as she's scrolling through social media, would just kind of ignore some of the things that her friends who don't agree with her have said of, yeah, that's just them, that's how they think about things. Well, she no longer can ignore them. And I'm proud of her for doing that. She no longer can say, that's just them, they're just talking. Now, it is an immediate confrontation, albeit social media, so it's not as aggressive as it might be in real life, or just flat out blocking people. There is a point where a person can only be redeemed by God or their relationship with Jesus, and we're just out of the picture. Now, that's not to say that the door is entirely closed, because it never is. Everybody can repent, and you should be able to forgive those people. But at this point in time, in so many cases, there is no need to have a relationship with someone, not because they disagree with you politically, but because they glorify the assassination. They celebrate the murder of someone who, like J.D. Vance said words they disagree with. Because that is Charlie's only crime. I'm not even calling it a crime. I'm just telling you the verbiage that they've used. That is his only crime, disagreeing with someone. And for that crime, he was murdered in cold blood. There is no unity with someone who celebrates that. There is no coming together with a group of people who thinks that is a good thing. And like the vice president said, you cannot unify with those folks. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. I have no idea when we will be getting back to the levity that we would take in the news of the day, but that time is not now. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. God bless America.
talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. We're talking to so many voters that know it is time for change. They know that something is wrong. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. Today is our 2-year-old's birthday. And I look at my daughter, and that is my why. For those that are parents, you know exactly what I mean.
There is no mountain that stands tall as your faithfulness. There is no river that runs wide as your goodness.
Man, Charlie, I remember when we were starting these out, and it was that like that. You know, it was like this. It was like your average first 3 rows. It was like your average political meeting where there was like 12 people in a room, and this is awesome.
This, in my personal opinion, was the most over-the-top Trump event that I've ever covered.
This is the #1 boots-on-the-ground operation in the country. We're working directly in harmony with the Trump campaign. It's been vetted, it's been cleared, it's been blessed, as you can see there, and we're going to try to win this thing. No guarantees. It's what we do that matters. Mr. President, I can tell you this room is 100% with you, and we have your back. God bless you. We really do. Thank you. As you know, we are heading on campus here momentarily at the University of South Florida, throwing it down with the students. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are excited to continue this cultural movement that we have started at Turning Point USA. More high school chapters, more college chapters, and disagreement is not just welcome, it is invited. We want to have those tough conversations. That's what it's all about. Supposed to be involved in this. You're supposed to just kind of be on the vote for me every 4 years, give me more political power, and stay out of my business. And what has happened is we are seeing an explosion in citizen participation.
There is nothing else I'll ever need. All of my days, your mercy followed me.
Knock on that extra door. Go that extra mile. Talk to that extra friend. Because throughout voting month and culminating on the 5th of November, I believe it will go down as a day that people remember. As a day that is written about in history books. As the final battle from the golden escalator on down. From defeating Hillary Clinton. From the nonsense of 2020. From Butler, Pennsylvania, November 5th, it all culminates. Where we restore the promise that the founders gave us. And they said, hey, if the people want it, the people get it. And we, the people, take back America. God bless Arizona, and thank you so much. Every day, the American people demand certain accomplishments and victories. Disagreement is what keeps a movement alive, keeps a movement fun. Here in this country, we are a country of flourishing. We're a country of risk-taking. We're a country of building. We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
All my days, your mercy followed me.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Hey, everybody. JD Vance here, live from my office in the White House complex and filling in for somebody who cannot be filled in for, but I'm going to try to do my best. My dear friend, the great Charlie Kirk. The last several days have been extremely hard for our country. They've been hard for me, hard for my family, hard for the countless people in this building who knew and loved Charlie Kirk. And of course, they've been hardest most of all for his darling wife, Erica, and their two beautiful children. The thing is, every single person in this building, we owe something to Charlie. He was a joyful warrior for our country. He loved America. He devoted himself tirelessly to making our country a better place. He was a critical part of getting Donald Trump elected as president, getting me elected as vice president. And so much of our success over the last 7 months is due to his efforts, his staffing, his support, and his friendship. I don't think that I'm alone in saying that Charlie was the smartest political operative I ever met. Everyone knew him as this fearless debater, this guy who would take the conservative message into hostile places and inspire younger generations to have courage. One thing that's hit a lot of those young Americans over the last week was how Charlie was there for them when others were not. When they were afraid to speak their minds, when they were afraid of what a professor would say, when they were afraid that they would be shouted down by their peers, Charlie was there, showing them that they could be courageous and that they could be bold. Charlie was a visionary. He was a luminary. He brought together people. He didn't just teach people how to speak. He didn't just teach people what to say. He didn't just teach people they could actually speak their mind on campus. He created a whole social network for an entire generation of young people. I know people who met their husband, who met their wife, who met the best man at their wedding at a TPUSA event. Because as you guys all know, it's not just about speaking our mind, it's about making friends along the way and creating that support network that won an election and that staffed the current federal government. I owe so much to Charlie. I've had friends reach out in just the last couple of days who sent me messages, screenshots that they exchanged with Charlie in the run-up to me getting selected by the president as his vice presidential running mate. And it's such an honor to have people show me that Charlie said, we want JD to be the VP nominee. And I just had a conversation with the president, and I think things are actually going well. I think he's actually going to choose JD Vance. Do you know what it means to me that such a good guy, such a good friend, such a lion and visionary of our movement was advocating for me? So I wanted to use this show today to advocate for Charlie, to talk about him, to talk about what kind of a guy he was, to talk about what kind of a man he was, what kind of a husband and father he was, and to take people, most of them from inside the administration, but some of them from without, who knew Charlie best, and to talk about what he meant to them, what he meant to this administration, and what he meant to the conservative movement. Now, I was very honored a couple of days ago on September the 11th, 2025, to fly out to Utah, where Charlie was shot and killed, to meet his wife, to meet his mom and his dad, his sister, all just incredible people who didn't deserve to have this happen to them. And I was also honored to be able to take Charlie's remains from Utah to Arizona. It was an amazing, amazing thing. It was heartbreaking, and it was sad, and it was terrible. But what an honor it was for me and my family to be welcomed in to the Kirk Inner Circle at their moment of grief. There are a few things that I want to talk about just from that moment. First of all, when I first met Erica, his lovely wife, and such an incredibly brave soul. I'm not sure if you saw her remarks after Charlie died. If you haven't, I would encourage you to go and see them, because you see this raw grief and incredible courage all in the same moment. And that's what we need right now. We need to grieve, but we also need this courage in this moment more than we've ever needed it. She gave me a hug, and she was heartbroken, as of course she would be, and she said that she loved him so much. And I said, Erica, he loved you so much. He died way too young, but he died a happy man because of you, because of the family that you gave him, because of the home and the life that you guys had built together. And we sat for about an hour and we talked about Charlie. And, you know, in these moments, you don't know what to say. I'm a person who literally speaks for a living, and I had no idea what to say. And I didn't try to console her, because how can you console a person who just lost a loving husband and father? But we just talked about Charlie. We talked about who he was. We talked about some of our favorite stories. We talked about some of his idiosyncrasies and all the things that made Charlie Kirk who he was. And she said something to me that I will never forget. My wife was there. It was just me and my wife on my side, and then a lot of people from the Turning Points family, a lot of people from Charlie's family. And she said to me that Charlie never raised his voice, that he never cussed at her, that he was never cross or mean-spirited to her. And look, I'm a husband. I'm proud of being a husband. I think that on the great balance of things that I'm a pretty good husband, but I can never say that I was never unpleasant with my wife. I can never say that I've never raised my voice to my wife. Like most husbands, even the good ones, we're sometimes imperfect. And I took from that moment that I needed to be a better husband, and I needed to be a better father. Because of all these moments that I shared just in the last few days, the books that I've read to my kids, going up to their bedroom and kissing them and hugging them before bed, I just realized that all of these moments that I get to have, Charlie is not able to have them anymore. And Charlie's kids and his beautiful wife are not able to have them anymore. And maybe the best way that I can contribute and the best way that I can honor my dear friend is to be the best husband that I can be, to be the kind of husband to my wife that he was to his. You know, we talked all the time about the most important thing you could do is not vote for a particular candidate. It was to become, if you were a young man, a husband and a father. He talked about the joy that came from fatherhood, the joy that came from raising a family and being part of their growth and their development and all the incredible things that happen when you get to be a husband and father. And that is the way that I'm going to honor my friend, is to be the very best at that most important job that I can be. But that's not the only way that I'm going to honor Charlie. And there's going to be a lot of discussion over the next 2 hours of this radio program about what exactly that looks like. It's important, and Erica asked me this, to make sure that his movement, the movement that Charlie started, has to keep going. We have to build upon it. We have to add to it. We have to make sure that the next generation of young people feels confident and courageous to speak their mind and to speak the truth. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about why do we do this? Of course, we do this so that we can enact good public policy and take back our country. We're going to talk with senior officials in the administration about what we're trying to do to honor Charlie's legacy in that way. Of course, we have to make sure that the killer is brought to justice. And importantly, we have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years, and I believe is part of the reason why Charlie was killed by an assassin's bullet. We're going to talk about how to dismantle that and how to bring real unity that can only come when we tell the truth and everybody knows that they can speak their mind about the issues of the day without being cut down by a murderer's gun. We're going to talk about all of those things with friends of Charlie, with people in the administration, with people that he knew. You know, on a podcast a couple of months back, Charlie was asked about how he'd want to be remembered if he died. His answer, I want to be remembered for courage, for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith. And that was Charlie. And in this dark moment for our country, I think that's the greatest lesson any of us can take from Charlie. To have faith in the Lord and to be bold in how we glorify him. To be bold in our pursuits as Charlie was in his. So that's what we're going to spend a little bit of time doing this afternoon. Keeping this incredible show he created going and hearing from some of the people who were so fortunate to call Charlie a friend. We're going to pay tribute to his courageous legacy, and we're going to commit to keep it forever alive. I'm looking forward to this. Join us.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice News Break. I'm Terrence Bates. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says there is no daylight between the United States and Israel following last week's Israeli strike on Hamas leaders in Qatar. In the meantime, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying the Israeli government is assessing and getting final reports about who was killed in that strike. Secretary Rubio says the Trump administration is focused on what happens next and hopeful that Qatar will continue playing a, quote, constructive role in efforts to end the war in Gaza and free the remaining 48 hostages still being held by Hamas. Prime Minister Netanyahu also using the shared podium with the Secretary of State to offer his thoughts on the assassination of Charlie Kirk here in the United States.
That his legacy isn't struck down, that it continues to live. Now, you know, some people are irreplaceable. Charlie was 31 years old. My own brother was 30 years old when he fell in the rescue of hostages in Entebbe. And, you know, some of these people come once in a century. But it's their legacy that has to live on. So we're committed, I'm committed, and I know the President, President Trump is committed, and I'm sure that's true of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, to make sure that that legacy lives on.
As for funeral arrangements for Charlie Kirk, they are set this morning. The assassinated 31-year-old will be funeralized next week. In fact, it will be on Sunday. That's when his services are going to be. They will be held in Glendale, Arizona at a massive stadium there. Of course, in the meantime, there's still lots of concern about his family, and that, of course, will continue as we continue to cover all of this. Charlie Kirk, again, will be funeralized on Sunday in Glendale, Arizona. There will also be memorial services leading up to that funeral. In fact, just last night, there was a memorial service at the Kennedy Center in Washington. All right, we were trying to let you hear from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who was one of many people who spoke during that. We, of course, will have more coverage for you throughout the day here on Real America's Voice. For now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show, which is hosted by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Vice President J.D. Vance. Joining me now is Stephen Miller, White House Deputy Chief of Staff, dear friend of mine and dear friend of Charlie Kirk's. And before I get into the nitty-gritty of what I wanted to talk with Stephen about, you know, there's a lot of questions about the investigation, where we are in the investigation. I want to be respectful to the FBI's process, but just know that we are on top of this, and the entire administration is trying to do as much as possible to find everything that we can about what led to this, about how we got here, and of course, ultimately, how an assassin took Charlie's life. I wanted to zoom out with Stephen a little bit and talk about all of the ways that we're trying to figure out how to prevent this festering violence that you see on the far left from becoming even more and more mainstream. And you know, before I do that, Stephen, I want to do this with every guest because you're a friend of Charlie's, and one of the things I'm hoping that people get out of this is an understanding for the kind of guy that Charlie was, who he was. And so before I talk to you about what we're doing to try to prevent something like this from happening again, maybe you could just talk about why you love Charlie, what memories you have of him, something that would give our audience a sense of what he was behind the microphone.
Yeah. I've known Charlie for 10 years. He was a treasured friend. And, you know, it's going to sound, he made you believe more in yourself, is the best way I could put that.
That's right.
He was your biggest cheerleader. He would, if I was working on a hard project, an important executive order, a major new initiative, he would give me the strength and the focus to get it done.
That's right.
He was everybody's supporter, enthusiast, cheerleader, promoter. He made all of us better every single day. You know, the memory that I keep turning to is not a single memory. It's a period of a couple months after we won the election. And Charlie was in the campaign or the transition office every single day. And from dawn till dusk, volunteering his time to get into the weeds, the nitty-gritty of government. And he was so damn excited. I mean, it really hurts to think about it right now. He was so excited about all of us being here. And we would be talking about every executive order, every new regulation, every new policy plan. It was such a thrill for me to get to spend a few months of my life, because, he came from the nonprofit, the activist world. I came from the government world. And in this transition, to be able to work hand in hand, take all of his ideas from being the leader of TPUSA, spending time with college students, spending time with activists, and then be able to be with us at the transition to plan out the next step of our government, that was an experience for which I will always be grateful. And the last thing I'll say is that, to my earlier point, Charlie would send me messages all the time, just saying, great work, or here's a new idea, or here's what I think will take this to the next level. And I took them all to heart. And God, I just love the man so much.
He was our biggest supporter, Stephen, but he was also, if he disagreed, he would figure out how to get us to get where he wanted us to go.
Yes.
Always such a big cheerleader. Absolutely right. The darkest moments of my life, it was Charlie who was on the phone saying, don't let him get to you. Keep on fighting. Keep on going. You're absolutely right. So I want to be mindful of time here. A lot of people are very worried about how we got here in the first place. And you have the crazies on the far left who are saying, oh, Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, they're going to go after constitutionally protected speech. No, we're going to go after the NGO network that foments, facilitates, and engages in violence. That's not okay. Violence is not okay in our system, and we want to make it less likely that that happens. Walk me through, at a high level, like what you and I have been working on, what the whole administration has been working on to try to make sure that we don't reward and promote this craziness.
Yes, so it's an excellent question. I said this before, but it bears repeating. The last message that Charlie sent me was, I think it was just the day before we lost him, which is that we need to have an organized strategy to go after the left-wing organizations that are promoting violence in this country. And I will write those words onto my heart, and I will carry them out. If people ask me, what emotions I'm feeling right now, it's just something people say. I mean, you kind of know the answer. There's incredible sadness, but there's incredible anger. And the thing about anger is that unfocused anger or blind rage is not a productive emotion.
Right.
But focused anger, righteous anger, directed for a just cause is one of the most important agents of change in human history.
Charlie showed that. Amen.
And we are going to channel all of the anger that we have over the organized campaign that led to this assassination to uproot and dismantle these terrorist networks. So let me explain a little bit what that means. So,
I've got 30 seconds, so be quick, Stephen.
The organized doxing campaigns, the organized riots, the organized street violence, the organized campaigns of dehumanization, vilification, posting people's addresses, combining that with messaging that's designed to trigger and incite violence, and the actual organized cells that carry out and facilitate the violence, it is a vast domestic terror movement. And with God as my witness, we are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen, and we will do it in Charlie's name.
Thank you, Stephen. Don't go away. I'll be joined by a guest of Friends just in a few seconds. See you soon.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is wholly words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexaderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexaderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is scheduled to be in England for a full royal state visit tomorrow. He'll be the first American president ever invited twice by the British monarch. King Charles will greet President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump with the works. We're talking a royal salute, carriage procession, and a private lunch at Windsor Castle. However, this trip isn't just for show. Sources say a massive US-UK tech partnership may be announced. The deal will reportedly center on AI and cybersecurity. Back here at home, the assassination of Charlie Kirk is and will likely continue to grip the nation's consciousness. Utah Governor Spencer Cox says the man accused of killing Charlie is not cooperating.
He has not confessed to authorities. He is not cooperating. But all the people around him are cooperating, and I think that's very important. There were reports yesterday that we can confirm that his roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female. That's information that the FBI had mentioned yesterday. We can confirm that as well, and that he is cooperating with authorities as well.
The 22-year-old accused assassin remains in custody. Formal charges are expected tomorrow. In the meantime, federal agents are reportedly zeroing in on whether the assassination was part of a broader plot. Investigators are now saying that they're looking into the suspect's network and online footprint. Funeral arrangements for Charlie Kirk are set. The assassinated 31-year-old will be funeralized next Sunday, with the service being held at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. President Trump says he'll be on hand for the final goodbye. Next week's ceremony, by the way, reportedly being organized by Turning Point USA. That's a quick check of your headlines.
On air and on fire for the preservation of our nation. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back. This is Vice President of these United States, J.D. Vance, your host for today's Charlie Kirk Show. Joining me now, and I'm excited about this one, are a few guys who, like me, were lucky enough to call Charlie their friend. I have Taylor Budowich, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff. Kaylin Dorr, in the middle, is the White House Deputy Communications Director. And Andrew Colvett is Charlie's longtime friend and the executive producer of this show. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining me. Thanks for being a dear friend to Charlie. And I thought what I'd start with is, we all knew Charlie the man, not just Charlie the personality or Charlie the celebrity or Charlie the guy who did debates on college campuses. I want to start with you, Taylor. What's something that you wish people knew about Charlie that they don't if they just watch his clips on X or YouTube or wherever?
With Charlie, what you see is what you get, and I think that was true even from my first interactions with him on the 2020 presidential campaign. We'd always be doing these fundraisers. Don Jr., Kimberly Guilfoyle, who was the Trump Victory Finance Chair, would host these big fundraising events. Charlie was always the first one to show up, and we would do these team events where we make calls all day. And you'd always want Charlie on your team because the guy would get there first, make as many calls, and he was the best fundraiser that we had. But, you know, we have not just the privilege of being Charlie's friend, but seeing what he's built through Turning Point. And it became personal to me when my sister, who we're from California, and, you know, is trying to find her way politically, and said, you know, I want to get involved. And we have the benefit of, we can go to any event, any rally, any intimate setting. And I said, you know what, there's the young women's event that he hosts in Dallas. I said, how about we go to Dallas? And one of the reasons why Charlie's events, I think, have been so successful and why this organization has been so successful is he makes these events approachable to the person that hasn't done politics before, hasn't been engaged, but is curious and thinks maybe something is going wrong with the country, maybe that there's a way to get involved that's not the big rallies, that's not, you know, standing in lines for a long time, but just, and for my sister, it was for a conference room of girls listening to Taylor Swift music during breaks and kind of having approachable, but then also talking about life, talking about family, talking about, you know, at this event, you know, just relationships, and starting to build a path for young people that is both approachable but informed and thoughtful. And so for me, it was an ability and an opportunity for me to share with my sister something that I get to experience all the time. And I think it was something that she really appreciated, and I know millions of young people are appreciating. And by the looks of the signups pretty good, and they're going to appreciate it a lot more.
We'll talk about that, Andrew. So it sounds like there's been this blowout of interest in Turning Points USA and the mission. You know, one of the things I really hope is that this assassin didn't silence Charlie's movement, and I think that's the best way for us to honor him is to keep it going. You're one of the critical people at TPUSA. Tell us a little bit about Charlie, but also about what you've seen in the wake of Charlie's assassination.
You know, to put things in perspective, you know, there are, I guess, currently 900 official chapters of Turning Point on college campuses. And that's, you know, when you get at about 900, 920, give or take, kids graduate, you got to kind of rebuild a few chapters. That's about what you're going to get to. And we have 1,200 high school chapters, which was our big new initiative. And we were really proud when the high school chapters eclipsed the college chapters, because we were known as the college. And so there's about 23,000 high schools in America, 24,000. And I'll never forget this. This is a really funny moment a couple weeks ago in Aspen. And Charlie was like, we are going to have a Club America, which is the high school brand, on all 23,000. He didn't know the number. This is actually part of the story. We're going to have it on every high school campus in America. And the team is going, oh my gosh. And Charlie goes, we're going to have 35,000 high school chapters. And, you know, he just threw out this big, like, stretch goal, you know, like, and you know, we're like, oh, Charlie, and the whole team's freaking out because that's a huge lift. And he goes, they have to be on every single high school campus. And then I'm sitting next to him, I look at it, and I Google it, and it was like, there's 23,000 high schools in America, Charlie. He goes, oh, okay, 23,000, we're going to be on every single one. And then the team got him eventually to say, well, okay, the big stretch goal is 10,000. And it was amazing because now I tweeted out, and it's I don't know, it's like 10 million views or something. I think it made people feel good because we now have 37,000 applications to start chapters around the country. And, it almost brings a tear to your eye because that moment is like, we all remember, the whole team, we were all in the ballroom going through a presentation together, and he was adamant. We are going to be on every high school in America, and he's going to be proven right.
That's right. Well, he was, in a lot of ways, as you guys know, the ultimate cheerleader. And he saw in you things that you didn't necessarily see in yourself. He was a true friend in that way. And I remember, one particularly difficult moment, probably the hardest moment on the campaign trail for me. We had an event in Arizona, I believe with a bunch of faith leaders. And it was the one time on the entire national campaign where I gave my chief of staff a hug and apologized to him because I was just I hadn't seen the kids in 7 days. I was particularly cranky. And I get to this event, and I'm just kind of like, man, come on, we got to do this again. And Charlie comes back and he gives me a hug. And he's like, your kids, they love you, and they're going to realize eventually why this was so important to do this. And that kind of gave me this sense of, all right, my head's back in the game. And that was what Charlie was always good at, setting ridiculous objectives, but finding some way to motivate people to go after it, even though it was, it seemed unattainable until you got a little Charlie Kirk pep talk. Kaylin, what was your, what's the thing you miss the most about Charlie? What do you think is the most difficult part of replacing the great Charlie Kirk?
Well, I think, you mentioned him being everyone's best cheerleader. And the last time I saw him, I have a lot of peace in my heart because I had a very good interaction with him, as we always do. I was wandering the hallways of the EOB, and I must have had a horrible look on my face. And he literally, he jumped down the stairs, he put his hand on my shoulder, and he said, "What's going on?" I just mentioned, "Man, my baby's 6 months old. We are going through it. We are really I'm struggling, man." And he sat there and he prayed for me in the halls of the EOB for quite a bit of time. And he didn't need to do that, right? It could have been a quick check-in. And I asked him, I said, "Dude, how do you do it? How are you doing it? You're killing it. You're a great dad. You guys are doing an amazing job at Turning Point. I think you're doing everything you can." And he looks at me and says, "I have a great team." And I laughed and I said, "Cool. So are you going to donate to the Kaylin Door Nanny Fund after this?" And he said, "No, that's not what I'm talking about. I have a great team." I said, "You and JD and everyone here in this building are part of the team." And I know that he would be very excited to see all the work that we have going on here in the administration, but also all the testimonials. I mean, I don't know how the guy had the bandwidth. The sheer volume of people whose lives he touched that we're just now discovering is out of control. And I think, growing up, we didn't have a Turning Point. We didn't have a Charlie. We didn't have these kind of people in our lives who dedicated and put in the blood, sweat, and tears to go make sure that this was a thing that existed for people like us. And, the lasting message is that, and, I think I've said this at Turning Point events before, is that the left wins, the enemy, they win when you feel alone. And when you feel like you're the only one who thinks, eats, prays, breathes, lives the way that you do. And Charlie was so great at connecting those dots and connecting human beings. I mean, our friendships are all stronger because of him with one another. But people, I've never met Andrew, but I know I've talked to him through Charlie for years.
Yep.
And he was so great at doing that. And so I think it's our mission to go out there and embolden young conservatives, young Christians, most importantly, to go out there and continue to do his work, because it's exactly what he would want. He would want you to go find 5 people who don't believe in Jesus that day and give them, a good lecturing and walk them through everything in a way that is respectful and is, grounded in fact. And I don't know how we replace that, but I think the energy that I'm seeing amongst people is just palpable. It's insane.
Yeah, Kaylin, there was this incredible hope at the core of Charlie's character that you could solve so many problems just by communicating with people. If he wanted to introduce somebody to God, he would just go and talk to them. If he wanted to introduce them to a new idea, he would just go and talk to them. And it's what makes this particularly tragic, is that he was doing the very thing that he loved, the very thing that led him to inspire so many people, and that's when they tried to cut him down. At his strongest, doing the most important thing that he was doing for our country. I mean, Taylor, you mentioned his sister, or your sister, going to a Turning Points event. And the thing about Charlie, and this is, again, something I don't know that people fully appreciate unless you know him particularly well, is he was such a bright guy, right? He read theology, and he read political philosophy, and he knew all these crazy citations, and he knew every Bible verse for every particular case, or he knew something that was written by some 15th century political philosopher. You're like, Charlie, where the hell did you get that from? It's I just read a lot of books. But he could also deal with people at the level who didn't know anything about politics, who were curious, who loved their country, they wanted to make it better. Taylor, talk a little bit about that, because Taylor, those of you who don't know, is the lead in our communication shop here in the White House. He knows more about talking to people than pretty much anybody in the White House, or at least that's what you're supposed to know more than anybody else about. But talk about Charlie the communicator, because that's one of the things that made him who he was.
That I'm going to tie two things that they said together, because Kaylin's right. We didn't have a Charlie Kirk. Growing up, we had Barry Goldwater and Reagan, two guys that we barely were alive to know or overlap with. The future has Charlie Kirk. And, before Wednesday, Charlie Kirk was a young man inspiring young people. After he was killed, he has become a titan whose inspiration will move through eternity, inspiring millions of people for decades to come. And he does it through both the understanding of biblical terms. I mean, I spent, I'm sure like a lot of people this weekend, spent my weekend scrolling through old videos of Charlie, and one really hit me, the story of Jesus meeting the prostitute, where he says, those without sin cast the first stone. And Charlie points out, everyone forgets what he says next. And he says to the prostitute, go on, sin no more. And Charlie understood both the compassion of the Bible, but the honesty and truth-telling of the Bible. That is what I think has been missing in our political discourse, that you don't have to be nasty, you can be compassionate, but you should tell the truth. And so the future of the political movement is going to be informed by young people, brave and courageous enough to tell the truth, but compassionate enough to understand the suffering of those around them. And that's Charlie Kirk.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing all those stories, for sharing your time, for talking about Charlie. After the break, I'll be joined by Caroline Leavitt, our incredible White House press secretary. This is The Charlie Kirk Show.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam. This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being here with us. Funeral arrangements for conservative activist and Trump advisor Charlie Kirk are set. The assassinated 31-year-old will be funeralized next Sunday, with the service being held at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. President Trump says he'll be on hand for the final goodbye. Next week's ceremony reportedly being organized by Turning Point USA, which of course is the organization that Kirk founded. We're also hearing several private funeral and memorial events are scheduled leading up to the funeral itself, including some in the nation's capital. On Sunday, the who's who of Washington, D.C. came together to remember Charlie Kirk at the Kennedy Center. The list of speakers included Congress members Anna Paulina Luna, Andy Biggs, and House Speaker Mike Johnson. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., as well as Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, also took the microphone. But it was White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt who brought a message both from the White House and from her heart.
I would not be in this position if not for the heroic efforts of Charlie Kirk, who turned the political tide among young people in this country and helped usher in President Trump's historic victory on November 5th, 2024. President Trump's win in November was fueled in no small part by the tireless work of Charlie, the Turning Point organization that he built from scratch out of a garage, the true essence of the American dream.
While much of conservative America is still coming to grips with the murder of Charlie Kirk, a new week and lots of news is upon us. The Fed, scheduled to begin the first of a two-day policy meeting tomorrow, while all eyes will be on the meeting to see if the central bank will cut interest rates for the first time of this second Trump presidency. Many will also be watching to see if Fed Governor Lisa Cook will be in attendance. You may remember President Trump tried to fire Cook and amid an investigation into housing finance allegations against her. While a court has ruled that Cook can stay on the job, the Trump administration appealed that decision and could get an answer as soon as today. Also happening today, the Senate is expected to vote on President Trump's pick to fill an already vacant seat on the Fed board. That's a quick check.
Hello, everyone. Vice President J.D. Vance here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. So I am moonlighting as a radio host today, of course, in honor of my dear friend Charlie. And, I wanted to be like Marco Rubio. I wanted to add an extra job here as the radio host and vice president here in the West Wing, here in the White House complex. But I have another person here who wears many hats and is one of the most gifted communicators I've ever seen, right up there with the great Charlie Kirk. I'm glad to be joined by Karoline Leavitt, our press secretary. Karoline, so good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Very kind. I appreciate your saying that.
So why don't you kick it off and tell us a little bit. So those who don't know, who are listening or watching, you actually were involved with TPUSA very early on when you were in college. Tell me about that experience and about getting to know Charlie Kirk through that forum.
Well, I'm a Gen Z conservative, so I was really raised within the MAGA movement, and within the MAGA movement as a Gen Z conservative means you're very much a part of the Turning Point USA movement. And so my political education was not just through the rise of President Trump, but also the rise of Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
And watching him and listening to him, and I inquired about starting a Turning Point USA chapter on my college, St. Anselm College in Manchester, New Hampshire, where I went and where my political ambition and love of media and politics really began. And so just by watching Charlie from a distance was so inspiring to me as a young conservative woman. And then I got to know him personally when I decided to run for Congress, and he was a tremendous supporter and friend.
Great. So you literally communicate for a living. You're the person that speaks to the American people and the world on behalf of the White House every single day. Did you learn anything particular about the way that Charlie Kirk communicated with people? And what I always appreciated is that though he was very smart, and though you see all these clips of him owning people or of him getting the better of somebody in a debate, if you watch a full Charlie Kirk rally and all of the Q&A, and I was just talking with Andrew about this off camera, 90% of it is Charlie being kind and being compassionate and offering moral support to people. What do you take from Charlie Kirk, the communicator?
So many things, just by watching him and by being around him. But I think most of all, standing firm in your convictions and picking a fight, especially when you know you have the facts and the truth on your side, but doing it with a smile. And that's something Charlie did so brilliantly and well. He would go to these campus reform events and he would say to the crowd, if you disagree with me, come to the front of the line. And I find myself doing that in the briefing rooms, you know, picking on the reporters whom I know very much disagree with me and with the president. But as long as you believe in what you're saying and you have conviction in it and you have truth and the facts on your side, it makes it a lot easier to say it. And that's what Charlie did for a living. And I know he inspired me as a young voice for President Trump now, like you said, behind the White House podium. And, you know, before every briefing, I always pray to Jesus Christ. And Charlie was so outspoken with his faith, and I will continue to be in honor of him. But I'll also think of Charlie and just how brilliantly he was able to combat the lies with facts and to do it with a smile.
Absolutely. So, you know, I always think of Charlie Kirk debating sometimes these kids on college campuses and how the one part of your job that maybe would be harder if you went on college campuses is I think some of these college kids ask way better questions than the radicals do in the White House press briefing room. So that'd be like good preparation for you in a lot of ways. Yeah, exactly. TPUSA was actually the varsity. Right. Now you're kind of the JV level with your opponents here, but you do such an incredible job. And you were, of course, not just the White House press secretary. You were also the main spokesperson during the Trump campaign. And you know, I want to ask how important Charlie was to the victory, because there were so many events that we did with TPUSA where I would show up and they were incredible and the energy was off the charts. And Charlie would always tell me whenever I went to Arizona, he'd say, don't worry about Arizona, worry about Michigan, worry about Wisconsin. We've got Arizona. Talk with a minute and 10 seconds remaining just about how important Charlie was to our effort to win and make Donald Trump into president of the United States.
Look, the president has said it himself. The president's massive gains with young Americans across the country was in no small part because of the efforts of Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. And our team on the campaign was constantly checking in with him and keeping him apprised of what the president was doing and saying, because we needed his voice to relay that to his audience, which is made up of young people across the country. And the president spoke at many Turning Point events. He went into that lion's den at the invitation of Charlie to get his message across. And Charlie was incredibly supportive of the non-traditional new media strategy that the president took. And, you know, the president loved Charlie deeply. You know that, Mr. Vice President, and I know that. And I know he deeply is hurt by this loss because Charlie played an instrumental role in returning the president to the Oval Office. And I just love that clip from election night when Charlie realized President Trump had won. And he was speechless for one of the few times in his life. There were no words, just tears.
Thank you, Caroline. Up next, the great Tucker Carlson joins me. We'll be right back.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is totally words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. As you've been seeing for the last hour here on Real America's Voice, Vice President J.D. Vance is hosting the Charlie Kirk Show, and with that, he has also had a who's who of the West Wing of the White House join him. Charlie, of course, was viciously gunned down last week, leading to national mourning from the White House to the West Coast. Real America's Voice Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn joining us now from the nation's capital with the very latest. Brian, I know you were at the White House earlier this morning. What's the mood like there?
You know, the tone there on Pebble Beach along all the media tents, some of you are very familiar with that area. That's typically where I broadcast from for the morning show. I've had several foreign correspondents come up to me today to express their sorrow and their sympathies for what we're all going through as a nation, losing the great Charlie Kirk. And they're very sympathetic with that. It still remains a top story. People are talking about it. And certainly over the last hour or so, what we've heard from our great Vice President J.D. Vance, telling the stories of just how Charlie Kirk has literally flipped a culture amongst the youth of America and brought them to Christ first and foremost. Terrence, but also love of country, which is so important.
Brian, one of the things that strikes me, and quite honestly, particularly today, is that the sort of mourning we're seeing, the sort of reverence that is being paid to Charlie Kirk, typically in my lifetime has been reserved for presidents, for people of that sort, that ilk. But we're seeing something similar to that for Charlie Kirk, a 31-year-old.
We are. You know, we're seeing it with the death of, I can compare it to the death of Martin Luther King. The same type of admiration and respect for what he did for this country and for so many people. It's to be admired. I certainly appreciate the respect that the president has given Charlie Kirk and his family and what the nation is doing. And you and I probably spent time over the weekend looking on social media. And what's amazing, Terrence, is I'm seeing so many people that have been kind of agnostic to politics in general are now looking at the Conservative Party and Republicans, knowing that, let me look into what they stand for. And like I said, first and foremost, maybe finding Jesus Christ, and that Christianity is such a gift to all of us and what it brings through the blood of Jesus and his salvation. So if anything, on social media, hopefully that we can bring more people to Christ. And if you look at the numbers of followers across the board on Charlie Kirk's platforms, they have gone up. People are following what his message is and a turning point, and also following, obviously, all the things related to Christianity, which I think is far more important.
of all the things you've pointed out, building relationship with our Lord and Savior should be the primary. Secondary to that, however, is that work must go on. There is still work to do, not only in the name of Charlie Kirk, but in the name of the American people. Can you talk about what's happening there in Washington right now? To most of us, and I asked that question kind of in this context, Brian, to most of us, we feel that everything is stopped. Life is somewhat stopped as we continue to mourn. But there is still work to be done on Capitol Hill. Are you getting the sense that things are stopped there, or is the work still happening? Maybe not quite as furiously as at one point in time, but is there still work happening behind the scenes?
There's still work happening behind the scenes. Obviously, we've got a big budget to come together and come and pass, or look at the CR, come together on what needs to be in there on the budget. So as far as Congress is concerned, they're still working. And Terrence, you and I both know President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, they're always working for this country. They're the two hardest working people that we have, and so that always continues. But we must continue to pray for our leaders to take bold action against the radical left. And I know that J.D. Vance has been talking about that over the last hour. We must be bold and courageous and get legislation to stop some of these tragic events that's coming from the radical left. And there's legislation, Terrence, to do that.
All right, Brian Glenn reporting for us from the nation's capital. President Trump, of course, will be heading over to England tomorrow, but he will be back in the United States for Sunday's funeral for Charlie Kirk. That's going to do it for your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. Now, back to your regularly scheduled programming.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Joining me now is my friend and a close friend of Charlie, the great Tucker Carlson. Tucker, thank you so much for being here. And we have 10 minutes, Tucker. And just to give you guys at home a little behind the scenes, the producer just showed Tucker a sign that said rap. And Tucker looked at it and said, this is expand on your point, right? So if we end up going 35 minutes, you'll know it's not the host's fault. It's Tucker Carlson's fault.
We read what we want to read.
But I had, Tucker, I think you know this, and some of you know this because I wrote about it on X.com. But when X.com was Twitter, I did an interview with the Tucker Carlson Tonight Show on Fox News. And I got a message from a guy named Charlie Kirk that said, you did a great job. I really liked what you said. And let's keep in touch. And that began the start of my friendship with Charlie Kirk. That was the first time I had ever communicated with Charlie Kirk. So you've known him for a long time. You talked to him about a lot of issues. And I want to talk in part about how to honor Charlie's legacy, because I think that he modeled civil discourse within the right. He accepted there were big disagreements on all these issues, but he thought we were all on the same team and we could debate this stuff, but actually have a drink at the end of the day and recognize that we were all trying to accomplish fundamentally the good of the country. So I want to talk a little bit about that. Before I get there, just tell me about your buddy, Charlie Kirk. What was he like? What did people who only know him from radio or TV not appreciate about what a good guy he was?
That his Christianity was sincere and his commitment to Jesus was totally sincere. And it, sometimes isn't, especially in public figures who throw out Bible verses they don't understand and stuff like that. But in his case, not speaking to him in particular, but in his case, it informed every single part of his life, from his marriage to the way he treated his children, to the way he treated his staff, to the way he approached disagreement, to the way he thought of other people, which was always primarily as people first. And that was, he was much younger than I am, and I met him when he was a teenager, so he's literally the age of one of my children. So it was kind of hard to take him seriously at first. And over the years that I knew him, more than 10 years, I ended up learning from him. I'm not just saying this because he's passed. I mean that sincerely. And the main thing that I learned from him was how to disagree with people on topics that you take very seriously and that they take very seriously without hating them or without feeling bitterness. I mean, it wasn't, if people knew what was going on behind the scenes, there was a lot going on behind the scenes, and it was intense and it was bitter. And, because the divide, particularly in foreign policy questions, is very real in the Republican Party. The neocons versus the realists, or however you want to describe it, he was on the realist side for sure. But he was mad at the people who disagreed with him. He liked them as people. He agreed with them on some things. And he would always say that. I agree. In private, he would say that. And, I was involved in it because people were mad at him for having me at his conferences or for talking to me. And so we had cause to talk about it a lot up until he was assassinated. And I was so struck the whole time. I would say, I would use the ugly language I'm famous for in private, and he would never talk like that. He would say, well, I agree with him on this, but obviously I'm on your side on that. And he just never forgot there was a person behind the views, and that inspired me. And God commands that of us. That's a real commandment, in my opinion. And he lived it.
That's exactly right, Tucker. He treated everybody with respect, and because he genuinely loved people and he genuinely wanted their salvation, he wanted them to have a relationship with God, he wanted them to know the truth, he always treated them with respect, maybe especially when he disagreed with them. And I think about this. So you talked about foreign policy. That is one of the big divides on the American right now. And the thing that Charlie seemed to understand intuitively is that the coalition that made Donald Trump the President of the United States and J.D. Vance the Vice President of the United States, it included Tucker Carlson, but also Ben Shapiro. It included people who did disagree vociferously, but agreed on 70 or 80% of issues. And fundamentally, the question Charlie would ask is, if you're a good faith person and you're trying to do right, then you are part of the Big Ten. And I think that's something that we have to try to model together, because Charlie's no longer around to do it for us. And one way in particular, I was very touched by this. I actually texted Mark about this because you very generously have put out some donation link to help support Charlie's family. And think about it. Erica and the kids, most importantly, they're grieving the loss of a dear husband and father, but we're going to have to step in and fill the gap to provide for them in a way that Charlie no longer can't, because he was taken down by an assassin's bullet. I saw share that link was Mark Levin.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a really good example of how Charlie was able to bring people together from across our movement, so long as we were operating in good faith. That was the question. If you were good faith, you're on his team.
That is exactly right. And good faith is the measure. And I have to say, I think now is exactly the wrong time to appropriate the memory of someone and the emotion that comes with that, the really intense emotion that all of us feel at his murder, and use it for your own parochial ends. Like, he stood for this, and I think the reason that Charlie was able to bridge the gap, particularly in foreign policy, is because he had, for example, genuine affection for Israel. She expressed to me in private many, many times, like, I love Israel. I don't think we should have another forever war, regime change war against Iran. And I think that made complete sense to me. I sort of agree with that, actually. And so it allowed both sides to talk to him, because they felt like, this person doesn't hate me. It doesn't need to get existential. It's not about disliking me or some weird bigotry. But I don't think it's helpful for people to jump in, particularly foreign heads of state, to say, this is what, he lived for my cause or whatever. That's disgusting, actually. Don't do that. That turns everybody off. You don't help your own cause by doing that. And it's also literally untrue. So I just hope that we can continue in, I'm not exaggerating, the spirit that he operated in, which is one of love for other people, including people we disagree with, and don't make it, as small bore as that. That doesn't help.
Yeah, so one of the issues, Tucker, I agree with you, that he would express disagreements with the administration on. There are two that jump out. Is one, Charlie was a hardliner on immigration. He wanted us to control our borders as much as possible. Yes. He wanted us to ramp up the deportations. I remember having conversations with Charlie where he would say, why aren't the deportations higher? Why aren't you doing more? And I would talk to him. But it wasn't, hey, I don't understand this or I disagree with you and therefore I'm going to blast you and assume that you're in bad faith. It's, I'm a free citizen. I love you guys. I supported you guys, and I'm going to use my platform to try to accomplish as much good as I possibly can. And I think that made him such an effective operator. And I would talk to Charlie. I'd say, Charlie, well, look, here are the reasons why. And as you've seen, Tucker, we've ramped up deportation numbers. We have actually, there are a lot of people who are self-deporting because they don't want to be in the country knowing that eventually immigration enforcement will happen. But I think part of that success comes from people like Charlie applying pressure. Pressure as a friend, pressure as somebody who cares deeply about the issue. And that's true also, I know we have about 90 seconds left, but that's true about foreign policy. Like, I remember Charlie calling me and saying, I'm really worried. And this is back in the summer when the Iran strikes were sort of first being contemplated. He said, I'm really worried this is going to become another regime change war in the Middle East that we get trapped in. And I said, Charlie, first of all, have some faith here. The President of the United States is not a believer in perpetual war. He knows the mistakes of Iraq and Afghanistan. He doesn't want to repeat them. But Charlie was very clear that he could support Israel. And by the way, he did eventually support the strikes on the nuclear facility while simultaneously saying, no more. This can't become a bigger thing. This can't become a broader thing. And again, I think he modeled a really good way of applying pressure, of disagreeing when you do disagree, but also recognizing that so long as you're operating in good faith, we're all part of the team. And that's something I'm going to try to take from Charlie's legacy is not that we're always right, not that we can't take criticism, but that we all should try to work together.
It did worry me because I think your description is perfect. He was one of the very few who took that message and stood by it. I mean, right to the very end. This cannot get bigger. We don't want another regime change war. But man, some of the people who send money to Turning Point, his donors, were very tough on him. So tough on him that I could feel it. I talked to him a lot in the last few months, and he was under enormous pressure. He never bent. He never became bitter.
He kept his integrity to the very end.
To the very end. And I just think it's important to say that because it's true.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tucker. It's good to be with you. Don't go away. We'll be right back with our great Secretary of Health and Human Services, Bobby Kennedy Jr. You are listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the Garment and Upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being along for the ride. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says there is no daylight between the United States and Israel following last week's Israeli strike on Hamas leaders in Qatar. In the meantime, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying the Israeli government is assessing and getting final reports about who was killed in that strike. Secretary Rubio says the Trump administration is focused on what happens next, though, and hopeful that Qatar will continue playing a, quote, constructive role in efforts to end the war in Gaza and free the remaining 48 hostages still being held by Hamas. Prime Minister Netanyahu using the shared podium with Secretary Rubio to offer his thoughts on the assassination of Charlie Kirk back here in the United States.
That his legacy isn't struck down, that it continues to live. Now, you know, some people are irreplaceable. Charlie was 31 years old. My own brother was 30 years old when he fell in the rescue of hostages in Entebbe. And, you know, some of these people come once in a century. But it's their legacy that has to live on. So we're committed. I'm committed. And I know the president, President Trump is committed. And I'm sure that's true of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, to make sure that that legacy lives on.
Speaking of President Trump, he is set to head to Britain for a full royal state visit this week. He'll be the first American president ever invited twice by the British monarch. King Charles will greet President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump with the works tomorrow. We're talking a royal salute, carriage procession, and a private lunch at Windsor Castle. However, this trip isn't just for show. Sources say a massive US-UK tech partnership may be announced. The deal would reportedly center on AI and cybersecurity. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. I'm Terrence Bates. Now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show, which is being hosted today by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Joining us now is Robert F. Kennedy Jr., our great Health and Human Services Secretary. Bobby, thank you so much for being here. And one of the things that I always took from Charlie was this idea that we needed to grow the coalition and expand the coalition. There's probably no person in the entire administration who better exemplifies that than you, one of the leading consumer advocates, health advocates that has existed in our country, but until a few years ago, more aligned, given your name, You were a scion of one of the great political families on the Democratic side in American history. But now you're one of the most important members of the administration in a Republican administration. Maybe talk, if you would, just a little bit about Charlie's approach to politics and how it ultimately made you one of the most important people in the federal government.
Yeah, well, Charlie was probably the primary architect of my unification with President Trump. I actually announced my endorsement of President Trump at a Turning Point rally in Arizona, which was his idea. And he was, for people who were there, remember it, there was all these kind of fireworks and sparklers on the stage when we shook hands, and that was all Charlie's orchestration. That was his idea, and he insisted on that. But I first met Charlie in July of 2021. I had just written a book about Anthony Fauci, and he had me on his show for this very, very wide-ranging interview in which he really let me talk a lot, which was unusual at that time because I was not allowed to talk on most outlets. Sure. And I think both of us approached each other with some trepidation because we came from such different places. By the end of that interview, I felt like I'd met a spiritual soulmate, and our friendship blossomed after that. And even during the campaign, when he was strongly supporting President Trump, we always had a communication and outreach. And then after I made the endorsement, I saw him all the time, and he helped me a lot during the transition. Yep. As did you, as did Tucker. And helped a lot. Amaryllis, who's my daughter-in-law, he really kind of pushed her a lot to get the job that she has today. So, but the thing that united us was his total commitment to free speech. And now it had been a theme of my campaign. I had been subject to censorship like so many other people during COVID, and saw the threat that it was to our country, saw that once they understood, they could censor us. And Charlie and I talked about this, that the founders put the freedom of speech in the First Amendment because they knew all the other rights depended on it. If a government can silence its opponents, it has a license for any kind of atrocity. And, as soon as they realized that we were going to put up with that, they went after freedom of assembly, which is the First Amendment, with social distancing regulations. They went after freedom of religion, closing all the churches in this country, which is extraordinary. It's extraordinary that we let get away with that. And by the way, they kept the liquor stores open as essential businesses. They went after the Fifth Amendment. They shut all of our businesses, 3.5 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation. They went after the Seventh Amendment right to jury trial. Seventh Amendment says no American shall be denied the right of a trial before a jury of his peers. In case there are controversies exceeding $25, there's no pandemic exception. And yet they were able to give these broad categories of industry, these exemptions from any litigation, no matter how much they hurt you. They went after the Fourth Amendment prohibitions against warrantless searches and seizures by making us disclose our medical information. So the entire Constitution came under attack as soon as they realized that they could go after free speech.
So we have 80 seconds left on radio, and then we'll continue streaming for the folks who are watching live on the internet and other platforms. But to talk to me just a little bit about Charlie's influence and actually politically getting you to be the H&HS secretary, because I remember he was such a strong advocate for you. He was so proud of the president and of you when the president nominated you. Obviously, like all of our big nominees, there was a tough confirmation fight. Just give us 50 seconds on how important he was to making you have the position and the title you have right now.
Well, you know what the transition is like. You never kind of know what's going to happen. And he was a critical ally for me in calling President Trump. And at first, when President Trump asked me whether I wanted this job, I was tentative. I didn't know whether I wanted to handle the Medicaid and Medicare portion, which is the biggest, economic behemoth.
Sure.
And he really persuaded me that I should do it. And then he helped me not only making calls to the president himself, but telling me people that I should call. operating strategically. But I'll just say one other thing before we sign.
Let me pause there, Bobby. This will continue on streaming, but for those listening on radio, I want to thank the secretary. And again, we'll keep on going for another few minutes off the radio, but appreciate it.
Thank you.
And now that we're, I guess, off radio, keep talking about this piece of it, because
I think
he was strategically brilliant. And he was a good political operator in a way that I think so many people don't realize.
Yeah, he was. He was an impresario strategist. And he knew exactly, he did the same thing with Amaryllis. He told her, make this phone call, make this phone call, make this one first, this one second.
Yep.
And he knew exactly, he understood the use of power. And he understood what buttons needed to be pushed to move the ball across the goal line. So he was very good on that. So he was a pragmatist, but he was also one of the most idealistic people that I've ever met.
He was.
And his principal preoccupation was with conversation. He thought conversation was the only thing that could heal our country. We have all these forces, and particularly the algorithms now in social media, that are driving us apart. And it's inexorable. There seems to be nothing that could stop it. And he understood that the only thing that could bridge that gap was debate, was open debate, and that censorship was the enemy of that. And that in order to have real conversations, we had to end the vitriol. We had to stop being poisonous toward each other. We need to say what we mean without saying it mean.
Yes.
And he was just amazingly, he was so respectful of the people who disagreed with him. He gave them the most respect and the greatest hearing. He wanted their voices to be heard. I saw on, one of the networks just now that there's this big revolt against social media because of their contribution to the polarization that ultimately led to his death, this brewing up of hatred. Ironically, I think Charlie would revolt against that.
Yes.
Because he hated censorship.
Yes.
What he said is the answer is conversation and dialogue. And we need to learn to do that if our democracy is going to survive. If we're going to survive, we need to talk to each other, even though all these things are telling us not to.
Yeah, so I talked to Charlie. It was either the night of or the day after our debate with Tim Walz. And, he was excited. He told me how great I did. And obviously it's awesome to hear from a friend who tells you that you did a great job. But he asked what I thought of Tim. And I said, honestly, because you get in this sort of bunker mentality in the campaign, it's us versus them. And I was like, honestly, even though I'm glad that I think I did well, and I certainly don't want this guy to become vice president, I actually kind of liked him afterwards, after 90 minutes of talking with him. And Charlie said, that's why I do all these debates. It's like you can disagree vehemently with somebody, but if you're actually communicating with them, it's really hard not to appreciate at least a little bit as a human being. Even if you think they're 100% wrong on the issues, you can appreciate them a little bit as a human being, and that's what Charlie was so good at. So with all respect to you and all gratitude for being such a big part of his life the last couple of years, Bobby, good to see you.
You too, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you.
Man, Charlie, I remember when we were starting these out, and
it was like that.
It was like this. It was like your average
first 3 rows.
It was like your average political meeting where there was like 12 people in a room, and this is awesome.
This, in my personal opinion, was the most over-the-top Trump event that I've ever covered.
This is the #1 boots on the ground operation in the country. We're working directly in harmony with the Trump campaign. It's been vetted, it's been cleared, it's been blessed, as you can see there, and we're going to try to win this thing. No guarantees. It's what we do that matters.
Mr. President, I can tell you this room is 100% with you, and we have your back. God bless you. We really do. Thank you.
It's time for a whole new generation to wise up and rise up. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm J.D. Vance, and joining us now is a very special guest, the White House Chief of Staff, the person the President of the United States calls the most powerful woman in the world. It always embarrasses her, which is why I have to say it every time I introduce her. Susie Wiles, who is such a vital role of what we do in the White House every single day, such a vital role of the success of the 2024 campaign. Susie, I just want to say thanks so much for joining us here to honor Charlie here. I want to tell you a little story. You may not be aware of this story, and maybe you didn't pay attention to the social media chatter, but if I go back to probably 6 weeks after I had been selected by the president, I was the vice presidential nominee. We were campaigning hard, and there was a weird little social media campaign to try to get Susie Wiles fired from her job, and she was running the Trump campaign at the time.
More than a social media campaign.
It was a full-on campaign, and I remember Charlie Kirk called me, and he said, this thing to take down Susie is an op, meaning it's an operation meant to discredit us, meant to make us less effective. And the reason he thought it was so important to protect you is because he had such great respect for you. He thought you were such an incredible part of the team. You were sort of the person that held all the chaos together operationally in the midst of that very intense campaign. And so Charlie was thinking, as he always did, a little ahead of the curve. He was asking himself, what are the problems that are out there so I can be 2 or 3 steps ahead? And he was fighting for you, maybe even before you realized that there was this thing against you. And it was never a situation where anybody ever doubted Susie Wiles. But I wonder sometimes if the reason why you had such good and strong support from the very beginning is because you had such a powerful voice in the Republican Party standing with you every step of the way. So I just wanted to tell you that because it's one of the reasons why I admire and respect you. I know Charlie loved, admired, and respected you, but I've told my Charlie story. Maybe talk in those days of the campaign what an important part Charlie was of our efforts and our ultimately successful efforts to install the boss in the Oval Office.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thank you for doing this.
Of course.
I have a Charlie story that maybe hasn't been told, at least not enough. In the 2024 campaign, the law changed, election law changed, and campaigns were finally allowed to coordinate with outside organizations. One of the biggest expenses in a campaign is canvassing. The door-to-door activity that, particularly in a Donald Trump campaign, is critically important. And so we were liberated. We had license to coordinate with everybody, and everybody came to the table, and everybody was going to canvass at this level with this sort of fidelity to our plan, and included Charlie. And at the end of this whole odyssey, the person that really did everything they said they were going to do and more was Turning Point. He had an army of good people who were motivated and passionate, and they delivered 110%. And I don't know that Charlie gets enough credit for that. That was a tactical assist to the campaign. We didn't have to pay for it. We didn't have to think about it. We didn't have to follow up after him. It was an immeasurable help. And most of those canvassers were some of the same young people that voted for the president and convinced their families. Yeah. So in many ways, it was really a pivotal effort.
That's awesome to hear. And it's consistent, Susie, with this theme that I've been coming back to today, which is that Charlie was a brilliant orator and communicator and debater. He would go to these college campuses and give them the courage to speak, to build friendships with fellow conservatives and Republicans. But everybody knows that because everybody saw it. What they didn't see necessarily is that Charlie was this very effective strategic operator at all levels of politics. And, you know, one of the things that the president always talks about is that compared to really not just his campaign in 2016, but any Republican campaign for the past 40 years, we saw young voters shift in every county, in every demographic, white, black, rich or poor. Young voters shifted right in 2024 in this very profound way. Can you talk a little bit about what Charlie did to make that happen and why this youth movement that he really built? I mean, he was a kid when he started Turning Points USA, how this youth movement, without any of us probably being able to prophesize or predict it, ended up helping us deliver the White House in 2024.
Well, I explained the tactical benefit. We never thought again about Arizona or Pennsylvania.
Yep.
Charlie had it. And as for the youth vote, I mean, he evangelized. He was on every college campus in every part of the country, and he was broader than that. A Turning Point event was something you had to be at, had to pay attention to. I know President Trump felt that way. I think you did too.
Yep.
And I'm struck by, you had Secretary Kennedy on just a minute ago, and Charlie was instrumental, very, in Secretary Kennedy coming to the ticket, and you too.
Yep, that's right. I know that. And that's one of the things that, I'm sitting in this office here in the West Wing or White House complex. And if it weren't for Charlie Kirk, I would not be the Vice President of the United States. And I think about that a lot. I've thought about that a lot of the last few days. I mean, other than the president himself, Charlie was maybe the most important person in both getting us across the finish line, but actually getting me the nomination to begin with. It was his grassroots army. It was his advocacy that I think made me a credible selection for VP in the first place. And obviously the president makes the final determination, but it takes a team. And Charlie was such an incredibly important part of that team. It's one of the reasons why I feel so indebted to him. And one of the reasons, I worry, Susie, that he is fundamentally just an irreplaceable figure. And he is. There's no way that we can replace Charlie. I mean, certainly not for Erica and the beautiful kids. They're never going to get back what the assassin's gun took away from them. But the movement has to figure out a way of continuing to build on what he built and continuing to go to college campuses and talk to young people. And not just that, but when we won power, Charlie was a critical part of getting us the right people, of staffing. So talk a little bit about that, because other than the President of the United States, the Chief of Staff is probably the most important person, picking cabinet secretaries, picking all these important staffers. Talk about why Charlie mattered so much, and not just helping us get there, but helping us succeed now that we're here.
I think he worked in transition every day.
He did.
In one place or another, doing one thing or another. And so very much the Trump administration has his imprint. My worry about Turning Point, and I couldn't agree with you more, it has to be bigger and better and growing all the time, is one of Charlie's gifts was not talking at you, but engaging you where you were.
That's right.
And it's hard sometimes. Tough things are coming at you. He never shrunk from that. So whoever, I can't say takes Charlie's place because that will be nobody, but whoever comes in to be sort of a voice of Turning Point, they need to be somebody that's willing to engage at a level where you're not talking to the followers, you're talking to the people that are not, and engaging them where they are. That's going to be the hardest thing, I think, to replace.
I really agree with that, Susie. And I've talked to a lot of the Turning Point staff, and what they tell me is, operationally, organizationally, Charlie had built a machine. I mean, some of these people have been working with Charlie since he was literally a teenager, and he trusted them. Where I think he is genuinely irreplaceable is, for lack of a better word, on the talent side of it, right? How do you find a person who goes into these places, who takes very difficult questions, sometimes very hostile questions, and to your point, is actually engaging with them, is not talking at them. Now, there are all these social media clips, and I was talking about this earlier, so forgive me for repeating myself, but he was not just the super viral clips of him getting the better of a person in a debate. If you sit down and watch a Charlie Kirk event at one of these universities, it is 90% him almost acting like a big brother to these kids, right? If it's a young conservative who's very nervous about the crowd and nervous about asking a question, Charlie steps up and says, don't be nervous. I was nervous at one point. Just speak slowly, get your question out. He would coach them through it. If there was a young progressive who is getting jeered by some of the people in the audience, he'd say, no, guys, let her speak. Let him speak. This is part of open debate, is they get to hear from us and we get to hear from them. And I thought that was just such an incredible thing that he did. I mean, I've talked to a number of friends. I've talked to, Tucker. I've talked to Laura Ingraham. I've talked to a number of people about how we can try to replace that part of it. Not in the way that Charlie did it. Charlie is irreplaceable, but we can at least have a team of people try to step into the gap and make sure that we're carrying this message to college campus. Because if we don't do that, I think that's the way in which I worry about the assassin winning, is we've got to carry on the mantle. We've got to carry on the torch. And we've got to do it by continuing the message, that's why I'm doing the show today, is I just wanted to send a signal that we're not going to let Charlie's mantle be discarded. We're going to keep on carrying it. And one final thing that I wanted to talk about is, you mentioned Bobby Kennedy earlier, and obviously he was on the segment before you. What Charlie was so good at was marshaling political action into a policy outcome. Or a person outcome. And this is where I want to talk about Bobby. And so many of the really good nominees that we had, they weren't easy to get across the finish line. And that's no insult to our great nominees. Great people are actually always going to be a little bit harder. If it's a person who doesn't make any controversy, who doesn't say anything especially controversial, that person's going to be easy. But the president didn't want that. Mm-hmm. He wanted to staff the administration with people who had interesting things to say, who brought unique perspectives. And that meant that we were going to have some tough confirmation fights. Maybe, we've got about 2 minutes left. Talk a little bit about the role that Charlie played on the inside, on the outside, and making sure that all of these great nominations that we had actually got across the finish line in a town where we've got 53 GOP senators and we could only lose 3 for any particular nomination.
Well, I would say you and Charlie were a good tag team.
We were.
Let's take Bobby or Pete, for example.
Yep.
The president really didn't want a homogenized cabinet. He wanted different people that were, for whatever reason, a part of a movement that we need to keep. There were interest groups, there were coalitions and people that came to be Trump voters. We don't have an exact number, but it was certainly more than a few. And now we have 3.5 years to convert Trump voters to being Republicans.
Sure.
So that in 2028, we can keep the White House, the House, and the Senate. That's what Charlie helped us think through. I'll speak for myself. That's what Charlie helped me think through. Yes, his expertise was with young people, but he knew so much about everything. And he knew that there was this group of people we now call MAHA that were out there looking for a home. He found Bobby and introduced Bobby into our world. And now he's the Secretary of HHS. So that's the kind of thinking that we saw Charlie all the time do. And I think that the movement cannot be, or he cannot be replaced by any one person. He's got to be replaced by you, by Don Trump, by so many others that are good communicators and can be taking as well as giving.
You heard it from the White House Chief of Staff. It's up to all of us, including those in the audience, to keep on the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Next up, I have some closing thoughts to share about my dear friend. We will be right back. Thanks.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever. So call or click right now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The assassination of Charlie Kirk is and will likely continue to grip the nation's consciousness. Utah Governor Spencer Cox saying the man accused of killing Charlie is not cooperating with investigators.
He has not confessed to authorities. He is not cooperating. But all the people around him are cooperating, and I think that's very important. There were reports yesterday that we can confirm that his roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female. That's information that the FBI had mentioned yesterday. We can confirm that as well, and that he is cooperating with authorities as well.
The 22-year-old accused assassin remains in custody. Formal charges are expected tomorrow. In the meantime, federal agents are reportedly zeroing in on whether the assassination was part of a broader plot. Investigators are now saying that they're looking at the suspect's network and online footprint. Meantime, funeral arrangements for conservative activist Charlie Kirk are underway and set. The assassinated 31-year-old will be funeralized next Sunday, with the service being held at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. President Trump says he'll be on hand for the final goodbye. Next week's ceremony reportedly being organized by Turning Point USA, which is the organization Charlie Kirk founded. We're also hearing that several private memorial events are scheduled leading up to the funeral, including some in the nation's capital. On Sunday, a who's who of Washington, D.C. came together to remember Charlie Kirk at the Kennedy Center. The list of speakers included Congressmembers Anna Paulina Luna, Andy Biggs, as well as House Speaker Mike Johnson. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., as well as Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, also took the microphone. But it was White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt who brought a message from both the White House as well as from her heart. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Shortly after Usha and I left Charlie's family and Charlie's remains in Arizona, I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously. But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits." The very evidence she provides, this hack of a writer, shows that she lied about a dead man, and yet she wrote it. An esteemed magazine published it. It made it through the editors, and of course, liberal billionaires rewarded that attack. Now, of course, even if Charlie had uttered those words, it wouldn't mean that he deserved his fate. But consider the level of propaganda at work. Charlie was gunned down in broad daylight, and well-funded institutions of the left lied about what he said so as to justify his murder. This is soulless and evil. But I was struck not just by the dishonesty of this smear, but by the glee over a young husband's and young father's death. Quote, she says, "He was an unrepentant racist, transphobe, homophobe, and misogynist." The Nation wrote, who often wrapped his bigotry in Bible verses because there was no other way to pretend that it was morally correct. He had children, as do many vile people. That's what they said. He had children, as do many vile people. Now, hours before this smear was published, my wife and I had the honor of escorting Charlie's body back to his home in Arizona. We took his wife, Erica, we love you, his parents, his sister, and a few of his best friends with us. And as they offloaded Charlie's casket from Air Force Two, I worried that Erica would collapse with grief. Now, I'm a very lucky husband to a very wonderful wife, but I have never been prouder of my wife than that moment as she held Erica in Erica's very darkest hour. And I thought of Erica as I read that disgusting attack on Charlie. He had children, as do many vile people. That's what they said about him. I said the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And I asked Usha what Erica had said to her earlier in the day in a private moment, and I asked Erica's permission to share this. My wife told me, she asked me for advice. Erica asked me for advice on how she should tell her children that their father had been murdered. She asked my wife how to tell her beautiful kids that their father and my dear, very dear friend is no longer with us. And as she was doing it, there were people dancing on that father's grave. Now, I have heard many calls in the last few days for unity and for healing in the wake of Charlie's assassination. You have no idea how desperately I want that, how gratified I was when Democratic friends and even former Senate colleagues reached out to offer their condolences to me. I'm so thankful. And I know there are so many like them all across our great country. I am desperate to wrap my arms around them as we all unite to condemn political violence and the ideas that cause it. Psalm 133 tells us, behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head. Oh, how badly have I craved that precious ointment in recent days, and I believe we can have it. But first, we must tell the truth. It's the only way to honor Charlie, for what was he, if not a man who told the truth in every place, in every environment? Now, the most important truth Charlie told is this, that long ago a man, begotten, not made, came down from heaven, and by the Holy Spirit was incarnate of the Virgin Mary and became man. For our sake, he was crucified under Pontius Pilate and suffered death and was buried and rose again on the third day. Charlie believed, as I do, that all the truth he told flowed from that fundamental principle. I really do believe that we can come together in this country. I believe we must. But unity, real unity, can be found only after climbing the mountain of truth. And there are difficult truths we must confront in our country. One truth is that 24% of self-described, quote, very liberals believe it is acceptable to be happy about the death of a political opponent, while only 3% of self-described very conservatives agree. 3% is too many, of course. Another truth is that 26% of young liberals believe political violence is sometimes justified, and only 7% of young conservatives say the same. Again, too high a number. In a country of 330 million people, you can, of course, find one person of a given political persuasion justifying this or that or almost anything. But the data is clear. People on the left are much likelier to defend and celebrate political violence. This is not a both sides problem. If both sides have a problem, one side has a much bigger and malignant problem, and that is the truth we must be told. That problem has terrible consequences. The leader of our party Donald J. Trump escaped an assassin's bullet by less than an inch. Our House Majority Leader, Stephen Scalise, came within seconds of death by an assassin himself. And now, the most influential conservative activist in generations, our friend Charlie, has been murdered. This violence, it doesn't come from nowhere. Now, any political movement, violent or not violent, is a collection of forces. It's like a pyramid that stacks on top, one support on top of the other. That pyramid's got a foundation of donors, of activists, of journalists, now of social media influencers, and of course of politicians. Not every member of that pyramid would commit a murder. In fact, over 99%, I'm sure, would not. But by celebrating that murder, apologizing for it, and emphasizing not Charlie's innocence, but the fact that he said things some didn't like, even to the point of lying about what he actually said, many of these people are creating an environment where things like this are inevitably going to happen. A couple of months ago, I headlined a fundraiser in Southern California, and since, we'd be out there anyways, my wife and I decided to take our kids to Disneyland one weekend. We had fun, and to be clear, most of the guests said very nice things, or they just left us alone. But there was a loud and very cool minority that would shout at my children, who were 8, 5, and 3, whenever they got the opportunity. "You should disown your dad, you little," one middle-aged woman yelled at my 5-year-old. "Tell the Secret Service to protect the Constitution, not your father," screamed another. Are these women violent? Probably not. Are they deranged? Certainly. And while our side of the aisle certainly has its crazies, it is a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left. After Charlie died, one of his friends and one of our senior White House staffers had left-leaning operatives in his neighborhood passing out leaflets telling people what he looked like and where he lived, encouraging neighbors to harass him or, God forbid, to do worse. While he was mourning his dead friend, he and his wife had to worry about the political terrorists drawing a big target on the home he shares with his young children. Are these people violent? I hope not. But are they guilty of encouraging violence? You damn well better believe it. We can thank God that most Democrats don't share these attitudes, and I do, while acknowledging that something has gone very wrong with a lunatic fringe, a minority, but a growing and powerful minority on the far left. There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree. Did you know that the George Soros Open Society Foundation and the Ford Foundation, the groups who funded that disgusting article justifying Charlie's death, do you know they benefit from generous tax treatment? They are literally subsidized by you and me, the American taxpayer. And how do they reward us? By setting fire to the house built by the American family over 250 years. I am desperate for our country to be united in condemnation of the actions and the ideas that killed my friend. I want it so badly that I will tell you a difficult truth. We can only have it with people who acknowledge that political violence is unacceptable, and when we work to dismantle the institutions that promote violence and terrorism in our own country. Now, our government, you heard me talk to Stephen Miller about this, will be working very hard to do exactly that in the months to come. We're not always going to get it right. We will sometimes move more slowly than you would like. We will sometimes move more slowly than I want us to. But I promise you that we will explore every option to bring real unity to our country and stop those who would kill their fellow Americans because they don't like what they say. But you have a role too. Civil society, Charlie understood this well, is not just something that flows from the government. It flows from each and every one of us. It flows from all of us. So when you see someone celebrating Charlie's murder, call them out. And hell, call their employer. We don't believe in political violence, but we do believe in civility. And there is no civility in the celebration of political assassination. Get involved, get involved, get involved. It's the best way to honor Charlie's legacy. Start a chapter of TPUSA or get involved in the one that already exists. If you're older, volunteer for your local party, write an op-ed in your local paper, run for office. I can't promise you this is going to be easy. I can't promise you that all of us will avoid Charlie's fate. I can't promise you that I will avoid Charlie's fate. But the best way to honor him is to shine the light of truth like a torch in the very darkest places. Go do it. We owe it to our friend to ensure that his killer is not just prosecuted but punished. And the worst punishment is not the death penalty, but the knowledge that Charlie's mission continues after he's gone. St. Paul tells us in the book of Ephesians to put on the full armor of God. Let all of us put on that armor and commit ourselves to that cause for which Charlie gave his life, to rebuild a united States of America, and to do it by telling the truth. And while our side of the aisle certainly has its crazies, it is a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left. After Charlie died, one of his friends and one of our senior White House staffers had left-leaning operatives in his neighborhood passing out leaflets telling people what he looked like and where he lived, encouraging neighbors to harass him or, God forbid, to do worse. While he was mourning his dead friend, he and his wife had to worry about the political terrorists drawing a big target on the home he shares with his young children. Are these people violent? I hope not. But are they guilty of encouraging violence? You damn well better believe it. We can thank God that most Democrats don't share these attitudes, and I do, while acknowledging that something has gone very wrong with a lunatic fringe, a minority, but a growing and powerful minority on the far left. There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree. Did you know that the George Soros Open Society Foundation and the Ford Foundation, the groups who funded that disgusting article justifying Charlie's death, do you know they benefit from generous tax treatment? They are literally subsidized by you and me, the American taxpayer. And how do they reward us? By setting fire to the house built by the American family over 250 years. I'm desperate for our country to be united in condemnation of the actions and the ideas that killed my friend. I want it so badly that I will tell you a difficult truth. We can only have it with people who acknowledge that political violence is unacceptable, and when we work to dismantle the institutions that promote violence and terrorism in our own country. Now, our government, you heard me talk to Stephen Miller about this, will be working very hard to do exactly that in the months to come. We're not always going to get it right. We will sometimes move more slowly than you would like. We will sometimes move more slowly than I want us to. But I promise you that we will explore every option to bring real unity to our country and stop those who would kill their fellow Americans because they don't like what they say. But you have a role too. Civil society, Charlie understood this well, is not just something that flows from the government. It flows from each and every one of us. It flows from all of us. So when you see someone celebrating Charlie's murder, call them out. And hell, call their employer. We don't believe in political violence, but we do believe in civility. And there is no civility in the celebration of political assassination. Get involved, get involved, get involved. It's the best way to honor Charlie's legacy. Start a chapter of TPUSA or get involved in the one that already exists. If you're older, volunteer for your local party, write an op-ed in your local paper, run for office. I can't promise you this is going to be easy. I can't promise you that all of us will avoid Charlie's fate. I can't promise you that I will avoid Charlie's fate. But the best way to honor him is to shine the light of truth like a torch in the very darkest places. Go do it. We owe it to our friend to ensure that his killer is not just prosecuted but punished. And the worst punishment is not the death penalty, but the knowledge that Charlie's mission continues after he's gone. St. Paul tells us in the book of Ephesians to put on the full armor of God. Let all of us put on that armor and commit ourselves to that cause for which Charlie gave his life, to rebuild a united States of America, and to do it by telling the truth.
What happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King.
On Wednesday, political activist Charlie Kirk, a lifelong Cubs fan and Chicago area native, was killed at a public gathering in Utah, leaving behind his wife and 2 young children.
2 children is 31 years old.
This one's for Charlie.
And I had a conversation once with Charlie where we were talking about the danger that we both faced from challenging entrenched interests. And he asked me if I was scared to die. And I said to him, there's a lot worse things than dying. And one of those...
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever. Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
So John 8, if I'm drawing from memory correctly, best embodies both Christ's mercy and love, but also his commitment to truth. And sometimes in the modern gospel, we overemphasize the grace and we underemphasize the truth.
Yeah.
And so we are far too willing to say, hey, Jesus loves everybody, but we don't get to the second part of the conversation that says Jesus doesn't want you to live in sin. For those of you that are not yet believers, it's very simple. You're going to have a court date, we all die, and you're all going to meet the supreme judge of the universe. Justice is getting what you deserve, which is going to a not so good place. We're all sinners and we all fall short of the glory of God. But thanks to the cross, a perfect, loving God who came down in human form, human flesh, lived a perfect life and died for us so that we can live forever. At that moment, when we're about to get that sentencing into eternal damnation, somebody says, no, I know him. I know her. Welcome to eternal life. You have an opportunity. The gospel in 4 words is Jesus took my place. 3 words is him for me. 2 words is substitutionary atonement. And 1 word is grace. Grace you cannot earn. Grace you do not pay for. It doesn't matter how much money you give to the hospital. You can't earn it. It doesn't matter if you're a good person. It doesn't matter if you have always done the best you can, because what's different about Christianity is that it's a gift for all of humanity to receive regardless of everything that we have done. I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. Today is September 15th, 2025, Anno Domini. I'm here live in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm in Charlie's studio. Charlie's chair is right next to me. And Charlie's here. And in a way, Charlie's everywhere, because he's with all of us, and he's with God, and his spirit will always live on. And if you just heard Vice President Vance right there in the final segments of hosting the Charlie Kirk Show, he said it. He spoke plainly, and he was blunt. This is no accident. There is a violent extremist movement in this country, and it is not a both sides issue. One side has government taxpayer dollars and billions upon billions from the billionaire elite, funding them, propping them up, distributing their cancerous message. And it is cancerous. Because when you have a cancerous ideology that is completely disassociated with humanity, the only possible answer to that is to cut out the cancer. We have to cut out the cancer. Because if we don't, it's going to eat our society and it's going to eat all of us, bit by bit. And we need to do it for Charlie. And more importantly, we need to do it for everyone. We need to do it for our country. We need to do it for God. And, you know, look, folks, I'm no neurosurgeon. I'm not trained in those arts. But, you know, I know someone who is. And in fact, he's joining us right now. His name is Dr. Ben Carson. Dr. Carson, thank you so much for joining us today.
So good to be with you under tragic circumstances.
Absolutely. Dr. Carson, I compared what Vice President Vance was talking about to a cancer. You've got the background in this. Would you say that's an inept analogy?
Yeah, I think it's a very good analogy. You know, things have changed in our country. There was a time not too many decades ago when people on the right side of the aisle and people on the left side of the aisle could have their arguments, but they were still friends. They could still go out and eat dinner together. They didn't try to destroy each other because basically they wanted the same things. It's just that they had different ideals about how to get it. Now we have two sides and they don't want the same thing, and that's a big deal. We have a side that is progressively moving towards socialism and communism. And some people think this is of recent origin. It's not. It's been going on for decades. And if you look in the congressional record, January the 10th, 1963, more than 60 years ago, Congressman Herlong of Florida read into the record from The Naked Communists, a book by W. Cleon Skousen, the 45 goals of communism in America. And they included things like getting control of the school system and the teacher union so you could indoctrinate the kids, gaining control of the major media and Hollywood so that you could change the culture of our nation. And we're seeing the fruits of those things. There are many, many other things that they've said that we've seen happen as well. And we need to understand that we're under attack. Our system is under attack. We can't passively resist it. We have to actively resist it. This is America that we're talking about, all the things that it stands for. And you heard just last week a United States senator say, it's foolishness to think that your rights come from your creator. They come from government. How can that be going on in our country? But it is because we allow it. And we have to make a decision about who we are and what we're willing to fight for, or do we just want to capitulate?
And Dr. Carson, you know, it strikes me that it was just 2 days before what happened with Charlie that you and I were both there at that Museum of the Bible, that incredible prayer event that the president commissioned, his Commission on Religious Liberty, where he spoke with, again, directness, fierce directness at that senator's comments and said, no, that is not where our rights come from. And if we sever our relationship with God, as so many in this country have spent decades trying to do, we will sever our very relationship that provides us with those rights. And then that is when you get to the point, as you say, in the communist, Marxist, radical goals, where we begin to believe that others do not or should not have those rights as well. That is the godless communist basis of what ultimately led to what happened with Charlie. I firmly believe there's a direct line there.
There's a doctrine that they have. It's the same kind of doctrine the radical jihadists have. They believe themselves to be righteous. And because they are righteous and everybody else is an infidel, everybody else must either be converted to their way of thinking or be done away with. And we're seeing that kind of philosophy creep into our society. It's very dangerous. I think these people who are toying around with socialism and communism and saying, oh, they're not that bad, they're actually okay, they really need to do some reading. They need to find out what has happened in the past. Everybody who adopts their system adopts it under false pretenses. But once they get their iron grip around you, you can't get away. We need to understand that. We have a system in this country that is absolutely wonderful. That's what Charlie always talked about, and that's what he was fighting for. And he recognized the incredible danger that we were in. He tried to bring that to people's attention, but he always did it in a respectful, a nice way. Let's hear your argument. Let's hear my argument. Let's compare them. Let's deal with facts and logic and common sense. And I think that's what we need to continue to do. We need to really push the ideal of putting the facts in the middle of the table and arguing around the facts, not around ideology.
Well, I think that's exactly right. And because Charlie did that, and because they couldn't debate him, they assassinated him. And because he had the facts on his side, he had truth on his side, he had righteousness on his side, they assassinated him. And yes. I just don't know how you take that. It is a minority of people, but it is a significant minority of people who would do something like this. And then there's you wake up the next day and there's tens of thousands of people celebrating it, cheering it. It's become mainstream almost. And I think some of the talking heads were saying, they were originally blaming Charlie for it. They were saying it was his fault that he got assassinated and he should have watched his words or else something would happen. That is a tyrannical, anti-humanity kind of mindset.
It actually is. And it wouldn't surprise me if it's part of a plan to silence the opposition, to frighten them into silence. And, if this one doesn't do it, maybe there'll be another one. We have to be very vigilant. And people need to understand that this is a real war that we're in. And, there were people who had information who could have reported what was going on and perhaps stopped this. And there will be people out there all the time who see things. We need to recognize that this is a war and you're a participant in it. You may wish to go sit in the corner and hide, but eventually it affects you, so you may as well get involved right now.
I think that's exactly right. Dr. Carson, can you hang on for a couple of minutes? Are you able to hang on with us?
Absolutely.
We're going to hold on. Dr. Ben Carson, when we come right back, we'll continue. Justice for Charlie Kirk.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. you'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the Garment and Upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
So John 8, if I'm drawing from memory correctly, best is the most awesome thing ever, everybody. It's amazing. I could be traveling for 6 days, but as long as we get one Sabbath, it makes up for all those 6 days. No phones, no technology, just family and quality.
Well, and it's quality over quantity. And, you know, when Gigi sees you walk into the room, she just beelines for daddy.
When it comes to your child, you are tasked to protect them both physically, spiritually, and emotionally. You as men are a lot tougher and a lot more productive and can work a lot harder than you think. You can push yourself even harder. Because here's the one thing I have found. Once you have kids, there is this primal thing that comes into you where if you think you have worked hard before, you are willing to go to the ends of the earth and push yourself in ways that you never thought possible. And that is your initial and most important task as a father. We need to celebrate, embrace, platform, and sometimes, if necessary, subsidize getting married and having children. We are not having enough children in this country. This is a national crisis. I don't want to hear about, well, you know, racism is a threat to America. It's a bunch of horse pucky. Oh, environmentalism, climate change. Do you know what a threat to our country is? We're not having enough babies. We should celebrate big families. The wealthiest people that I know are the ones with biggest families. Big families, they are never lacking in purpose. They are never lacking in direction, and they're never bored. The most unhappy people in America are bored. Boredom is a gateway to deep unhappiness. Raising children is hard. It is a death to yourself. It is one of the most difficult things you can do.
Jack Posobiec, we are back live, Phoenix, Arizona. We are in the Charlie Kirk Show studio. Of course, Charlie on assignment with God. Dr. Ben Carson is our is our guest. And Dr. Carson, I'd like if you could to address this, exactly what the vice president just said there in his closing statement, that this is not a both sides issue. And we've heard so many talking heads lately say, well, you know, there's political violence on both sides, so let's just be anti-violence, and it's really a both sides issue. Is this a both sides issue, Dr. Carson?
This is clearly not a both sides issue. This is not to say that both sides don't have some cleaning up to do, but all you have to do is think back to George Floyd and what happened after his death. Billions of dollars of damage, dozens of people killed, fires and attacking the police station. I mean, it was incredible. And what has been done in this case? Vigils, prayer, and contemplation. Completely different. I don't know how anybody can say those are similar reactions. And one of them, I think, stems from the fact that it is God-inspired, and one of them stems from the fact that it is inspired by evil. And we need to just face that. You know, this country, the founding document talks about our Creator. Our Pledge of Allegiance talks about being one nation under God. Every coin in our pocket, every bill in our wallet says, "In God we trust." And God is love, and God is justice. And it was our faith, our belief in God, that took us from a bunch of ragtag militiamen to the pinnacle of the world in record time. That was not a coincidence. That was because of our belief systems. And some people say, yeah, but you can't say that because the United States of America had slavery. Well, that was a horrible thing. I will readily admit that. But so has every other society. And one of the things that you have to give us credit for is we had so many people who were vehemently against it that we fought a bloody civil war to stop it and lost a large portion of our population. There are good things about the United States of America, and it's the reason that we have a dream. You've heard of the American dream. Have you heard of the Russian dream? Or the French dream? Or the Canadian dream? I don't think so. You heard of the American dream. Everybody knows about it all over the world. And it's a desirable place to be. And it's where dreams come true. And now we're faced with a time of severe division that could ultimately destroy us. Jesus said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." And our enemies understand that. And that's why they're using every tool they possibly can. Race, gender, income, religion, politics, you name it. They're using it to try to divide our society. They can't overcome us militarily, but they can destroy us from within. And there's a great attack upon our foundation. What is our foundation? Our families and our faith. And you made a very good point about the birth rate and what's happened to it. In the 60s, it was 3.6 births per woman. Now it's 1.6 births per woman. You can see where that will lead. And we need to once again embrace the ideal of the family. And we need to embrace policies that are pro-family and that are pro-faith.
That's exactly right, Dr. Carson. And when we get faith right, you know, I was thinking about something, and we said it here in Charlie's studio the other day when we were doing one of the many memorials to Charlie that we're doing, is that maybe you could streamline it and say, you know, add to what Andrew Breitbart always taught us, that politics is downstream of culture, but you could streamline it and say culture is downstream of faith. And if you get your faith right, then your culture will be right. And if you get your culture right, your politics will be right. And that is why when, as you say, when they went back to the 1960s, what was the first target was God and the family. And that's why we always talk about it. God, family, country, in that order. One of my old, phrases, we used to do the Turning Point t-shirts, be a rebel, start a family. And just that's Absolutely. a rebel act in today's day and age. Well, I've done that. Charlie did that. You, Dr. Carson, have done so much for so many families who have had families in trying times. And I just wanted to say thank you for being here, for speaking out on this cancer in our society, and of course, your kind words for Erica and for the children and the entire Kirk family. Thank you, Dr.
Absolutely, and thank you for what you're doing. And we have to just remember there was a reason for all of this, and something will come out of it, but we have to be part of making that happen.
Amen. We do. God is challenging all of us, and God is clearly on the move and using this as a turning point. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
So if Trump gets reelected, what?
City times to be organized and orchestrated chaos.
They call everybody they disagree with Nazis.
I felt like I had no choice but to do what I did.
So yeah, kill Nazis.
When conditions become right, people do get the opportunity to change the whole system to a revolutionary struggle.
International Revolutionary People's Guerrilla Forces work to defend social revolutions around the world.
We gotta fight it out. We're gonna remake this country in the street.
Liberals get the f***ing wall first.
Someday, we gotta knock those motherfuckers to control this thing right on their ass.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here. Phoenix, Arizona, Turning Point headquarters. And guys, I'd love if we can at some point, I don't know, either for the bumpers or for maybe the box up in the corner there. I'd love to show that the vigil for Charlie Kirk, that this incredible vigil that's going on is just a few steps away from where I'm sitting right now here inside the Charlie Kirk studio, and it's incredible. I've gone to it. I go out there and come back, and it's we're keeping the lights on, we're keeping the mission on, we're keeping the mission going, we're staying mission focused here, but at the same time, you just see this incredibly spontaneous outpouring, not just here at Turning Point, but also it's worldwide. It's completely worldwide, and the remembrances of the man sat right there, sat right in that chair, that have been going on are nothing short of a miracle. We are in the turning point. But at the same time, there are people who refuse to join in because we can't deny, and we're not going to be blind, and we're not going to be deaf to the things that we saw and the things that we heard after the news of Charlie Kirk's assassination broke worldwide. The celebrations, the cheers. I actually want to get, we're going to call for this on the fly in the studio. I want you guys to pull out that clip. There was this rapper, this Bob Villain came out and was cheering at a concert. I want to play that. Take a second and we'll get that clip up, when we do, because I want people to hear this. I want people to hear how pervasive and sick and cancerous and disgusting it is. Erica Kirk, she stood right here giving that amazing statement, speech, eulogy, memorial, battle cry for her husband. This wasn't a car accident. This wasn't a plane accident. What was done to Charlie was a deliberate and intentional act of evil by evildoers. They assassinated him because they could not debate him. And then they turned around and cheered. And whether it's Antifa, whether it's the radical trans movement that was just shooting up schools of Catholic children in Minneapolis, 2 years before, Christian children in Nashville. And you're going to sit there and tell me it's both sides? You're going to sit there and tell me? Oh, Jack, what about the both sides? No. We're not doing that anymore. We're not playing that game anymore. I don't care anymore. How many more friends do I have to bury until we can stop this? No. because I'm not burying any more friends. I'm not leaving any more people. No, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to the next level, and we're going to the JD Vance level. That's what we're doing, because the organizations are out there. The people who had pre-knowledge of this are out there. Go read the Free Beacon. Go read the article. You can see the tweets are all up. I haven't addressed this. I've seen it all. And the people mocking, the shaming, the humiliating will continue. Call all their employers, every last one. Do not stop calling. Mayor Giuliani, America's mayor, is a patriot. He has been calling them personally. Keep it up. Keep it all up. Violent left-wing extremists did this. They assassinated a good, innocent man. And this cancerous ideology will be stopped. It's as simple as that. I want to bring on State Senator Jake Hoffman. He's here from Arizona. He's also, of course, a huge part of the Turning Point family. Senator, how are you?
I'm doing well. For the considering all things, I'm doing okay right now.
Of course. I just want to say thank you for your efforts and your words at the Kennedy Center Vigil last night.
Thank you. Yeah, that was an incredible God-filled opportunity last night. I mean, not just how he spoke through me, but how every person that spoke. I was amazed because they all had one consistent refrain, Jack, and that was that Charlie lived to honor Jesus in all that he did, if that's the biggest takeaway, Charlie wanted that to be the biggest takeaway from his life. But if that's the biggest takeaway from last night, I think that is the best thing we could have done to honor his life and his legacy, because what we see is that his impact, it stretched far beyond just college campuses. From South Korea to London, we've had millions of people pouring out to honor Charlie Kirk because he was slain at the hands of a monster, an assassin's bullet. And last night, we saw the highest echelons of American government, of world leadership turn out. We had over 85 members of Congress. We had about 25 to 30 senior administration officials there in the room. The Speaker of the House was there, gave a beautiful, tribute to him. Tulsi Gabbard, DNI, everyone is willing to double and triple down on Charlie's vision for America, which thankfully is shared by MAGA, is shared by President Trump, and is definitely shared by Vice President JD Vance. And that's, we want to build a greater, better America. We want to unite us and unify this country. We do not want to fall to the level of the party of death and division and destruction that is the Democratic Party today. I mean, you talked about the vile filth that is online. Blue Sky has been an absolute cesspool ever since. I remember the days when Parler, I'm old enough to remember when Parler was taken offline for 0.1% of the posts on the platform being considered vile and hateful. Yet Blue Sky is run amok with celebrations of Charlie's demise, and yet nothing happens. It tells you where Silicon Valley still stands at its core, and we've got to make sure that we reorient the conversation in a direction that Charlie would have liked, and that means open, honest, and free exchange of ideas, no matter who you are, no matter what you think. We want to be able to talk through it, and then we're going to go our separate ways, and everybody gets to go home to their families at the end of the night.
Look, it's as simple as that, and that's and beyond, because I see big names on the left, YouTubers and others saying that, oh, it wasn't a leftist, or oh, Charlie deserved it, and all this. I'm done. I'm so done playing these games. This was your side that did this. There is a grieving widow. She stood right here, delivering that speech, and I'm done playing the game. I'm done this little dance, this little happy, funny little dance that they want you to do when you have a job like this. I'm not playing that game anymore. No. No, I'm absolutely not playing that game anymore. It has to stop. It simply has to stop. If people want to go back and just have the debates, I'm all for it. Please. That's what Charlie stood for, right? Charlie stood for that, and he stood for prayer. And he always said, come to church, whether or not, and there was beautiful churches were packed like Easter Sunday yesterday. He would say, come to church. I don't care what your politics are. Just go to church. Just go to church. Meet Jesus. He cared about that way more than any politics. Way more. And what did they do? Right. They turned him into a Christian martyr. Jake, I know you got to run. We've got we're running out of time in the segment. Where can people go to follow you and see everything you're up to?
So you can follow me on X at Jake Hoffman AZ on X.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it. We're right back. Jack Posobiec, Phoenix, Arizona, from the Charlie Kirk studio.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
This is you. This is your sister, your wife, your daughter. But this right here is you. This is your sister, your wife, your daughter. This is you. This is your sister, your wife, your daughter. But this is you. And this is their reaction when you are killed. This is the joy they feel when your sister is raped, when your children are castrated, brainwashed to hate you. This is their ecstasy when the floor of the subway car is awash in your blood. This is you. Make no mistake, that is a symbol, that is you. But this won't last long. They can't help themselves because they're so ugly and so low that the only joy they can experience, the only good that they can envision is to take something beautiful or innocent down to their level. And when they can't do it, the next best thing is blood.
I want to dedicate this next one to an absolute piece of shit of a human being. The pronouns was, were. Because if you touch shit, you will get banned. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, you piece of
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here, Phoenix, Arizona. I know we had to bleep a lot in that last clip. That was Bob Villain. And he was saying horrific things, cheering on the death and assassination of Charlie Kirk, my friend. And the people were cheering, an entire concert hall full of people cheering. I want to bring on now someone who was in the fight with us, deep in the trenches with us in 2024. And that man's name is Cliff Maloney. Cliff, welcome on the show.
Thanks for having me, Jack.
How you holding up, brother?
It's been rough, man. I got to tell you, sometimes going through all this, we're almost to a week. I don't know if it's quite hit me yet. Seeing Erica's speech, getting the chance to talk with Tyler, seeing Andrew on TV, but I got to say something to your listeners out there. Watching your CNN speech, or your interview, I should say, it hit real hard, man. When they asked you, is this war? And you responded with, my friend Charlie's in a box. That was tough. And I don't say that to bring about hyperbole or sensationalize it, but Jack, you as a friend, to hear you say that about a mutual friend in Charlie, and then to have to explain to her this was not an accident. He was not in some sort of car crash. This was a targeted, specific attack to take out a good friend of ours because they disagree with his politics and they could not defeat him when it came to having conversations or winning an argument. I just thought it was wild. So I just want to thank you for going on there. I mean, look, you compare that to the great memories we've had over the last, not just a couple of years, but even just the past couple of months, winning the election November 5th, us getting the call with Pennsylvania. I mean, I'm trying to focus on some of the positives, right? And you remember election night where me and you were battling with Charlie and saying, Charlie, we got to call Pennsylvania. We got the votes. And Charlie was having his PTSD from 2020 of calling it too early. Those are the things I want to remember him by. Those happy moments of him being so deep in this fight, and not just being in the fight, but us coming together and winning in 24. My big message to everybody out there, we are just getting started. We are at the next level. We are pushing. We've got everybody amped up, obviously feeling horrific about the tragedy, but we're not going to give the other side what they want. We are not going to stand down. We are going to double down, and we are going to defeat these radical lefties, these communists, and we do that by winning election after election, throwing it back in their face, pulling the normies to our side because they don't know what they've unleashed with this horrific, heinous act.
I want to make something very clear that I don't know if people realize this. So the shot where Charlie is, and Cliff, you and I were on this sort of hyper viral moment where we make the Pennsylvania call and you said it, and then Erica runs in the room here in this very studio right here, and she runs in and she's hugging Charlie, and he's got his head in his hands and he's praising God. That's the very same spot on earth where Erica was standing delivering the memorial speech to her husband. That's the very same spot. So from the happiest moment to the hardest moment, and it was in the same spot.
Jack,
and it didn't happen by accident. It was no accident. It was done deliberately as an act of evil. Go ahead.
One comment that I think I'd never put that together until you just said it. And that is when you and Charlie both agreed in harmony on election night, it's all God. Listen, I'm not the most devout Christian, right? I've had my moments, but when I look back at that was a moment where I really felt at peace with God, with Jesus Christ as my Savior, to see two of the guys I trust the most after we announced this huge win, after years of sacrifice and doing the work, for you guys to both turn to each other and agree it's all God. And then to see what has happened since this tragedy of so many people turning to the church, turning to God, atheists proclaiming they're now going back to church, friends that I know that have just been non-practicing, whether Protestant or Catholic, who now say, you know what, I'm going to pick up my Bible again. I've never talked about religion on television, and I'm here telling you that I think we are seeing something with Charlie now being a Christian martyr. But to think about that night, you're right, we were in the same spot, calling the election where we had that moment saying it's all God, and Erica delivering that statement that was heard around the world. I really appreciate you putting those two together because I had not thought about that, and there's got to be some deep meaning there.
It's something. Look, we can't know it. God knows it. God above knows it. Christ the King knows it, and that's where Charlie's at right now. He's with the King, and he's He's on another mission. He's on another level. He's on another mission. But it did happen, right? This was their response. That's why they did this to Charlie, because Charlie beat them. He beat them at the election box. He beat them in debates. He beat them on campus. And the way they responded was with a bullet, because that was the only thing they had left. "Hey, fascist, catch," written on the casing. People need to wake up. People need to wake up. You need to wake up. You all out there need to wake up. Because I'm upset about what happened, but I don't want to sit around feeling sorry. All right? You need to lock in. Everybody needs to lock in. JD Vance is locked in. Cliff Maloney is locked in. Are you locked in? Because it's time. Cliff, give your coordinates.
The PA Chase, that's where you guys can check us out, pachase.com. I'm going to hold on any pitch here, Jack, and just say, look, we are doubling down. Pennsylvania is the red wall. Follow us online. You can check me out on X @Maloney. This is all for Charlie. And those are the two words I'll end with to you, Jack. For Charlie. That's why we fight.
Don't back down. Double down. It's time to lock in. Ladies and gentlemen, you have my permission to lay short.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to